Good morning and welcome to beautiful downtown Norwalk, Connecticut for the 2024 NHRL Championship. Today, 69 robots across the 3s, the 12s, and the 30s. The very best robots on the planet will be battling it out for a golden Brett. My name is Luke Stengel. Joining me here in the broadcasting booth is my best friend and brother-in-law, Chris DeSico. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Luke.
Chris, we've got a fight loaded up right now. First fight of the day into Cage 2. Let's go there now.
Let's get into it.
Chris, the energy of the championship is electric. Here in Cage 2, we have Dima Papazian and Turbo Fiend facing off against Corey Nason and Catalyst. Dima here is in the pink corner. You can see Corey there wearing his NHRL team's jersey.
Fight, robots fight.
Ooh, good zippy start here for Catalyst. Winning that first exchange against Turbo Fiend. Oh my God, Turbo Fiend's ripped off both wheels! Incredible! Wow!
Unbelievable!
That was some fast brutality, ripping off both wheels, popping off the top. Dima is here.
The Papazians came out of nowhere this year, and they are here, and they mean business.
Incredible. That was a violent disassembly for Corey Nason and Catalyst. On its head, top plate gone, both wheels gone. Knockout within 10 seconds. Fantastic.
Oh, goodness. Brutal.
I think that this is a perfect representation of the 2024 championship.
Already?
Yeah.
Setting the stage.
69 robots. They've been spread out across a half dozen qualifying events here this year, and there are no empty spots. First fight of the day, violent disassembly. We're going to be seeing so much just brutality, robotic brutality here today.
In the World Championships, Luke, it is the best of the best of the best. Maybe even the best.
Yeah. To get here, you had to battle through 60 robots in your weight class, and you had to end in the top 4. First place, second place, third place, or fourth place. So these are two of the very best robots from their qualifying events. Meeting here, first fight of the day. Fantastic.
Unbelievable.
Wow. All right, good. Now, we're going to go upstairs. We're going to take a look at the pits. Now, the pits really are, it's a truly multinational affair up there. 69 robots and builders here from across the planet. We've got builders from Brazil. We've got builders from the UK. We've got a pretty large UK contingent right here. You can see the Brewsters there, Tom Brewster and Sarah Brewster. There on the left side of your screen. We've got Team MIT right here, front and center with the flamethrower jerseys here. Pretty fantastic, running Ares. Now, yeah, so 69 of the best robots, and they are all hoping to win one of these Golden Bretts, the most coveted prize in combat robotics. This is the largest and most competitive open competition on the planet, and this is really where you go to test your robot. It was funny, I was talking to builders last night, I won't say who, but they were saying it's really funny because in this competition tomorrow, I am an underdog, but in my country, I kill literally everybody.
Yes, yeah. And, you know, it's interesting. The diversity of this field, it's multinational, it's a ton of different backgrounds, like you see the MIT team here, but up there you have college teams, high school teams, retirees, people that are currently in the engineering field or not in the engineering field or in the arts field, but they're all here because they have crafted something that has pushed beyond, you know, the bulk, and they have something unique and deadly, and they are going to really show their stuff today.
Yeah.
Dima and Turbo Fiend, I think, just kind of sent a message to everyone in the weight class. We're new, but we are one of you, and we are going for it today.
Yeah. I can see that we're loading into Cage 2. Let's go there now and see who is loading in. Wow. Okay. incredible here. We've got Half-Life here and Matt Lantry facing off against Dimakaris here and Beckett. Now, Beckett is an 8th grade student from New Jersey, Chris. Here running this white vert.
Fight, robots, fight.
Matt Lantry, fast, shovey start here for this 4-bar lifter. Ooh, big hit there, Beckett. But Matt's right back onto his feet. Matt really wants to land pins and lifts here. To be successful, he's going to have to get around to the side of Dimakaris, just like that.
Not easy to do.
Matt is one of the best drivers here in the league. And Beckett really wants to land more of these pops. Now, if a fight goes the full 3 minutes, it goes to the judges, and they judge across damage, aggression, and control. And it's really interesting because you're seeing these two kind of different philosophies when it comes to robot fighting here. Matt Lantry's all about control, and Beckett is really hoping to show damage and aggression. Now, you can see Beckett has peeled up part of the wheel guard on Half-Life here, but that is a good 10-second pin. Half-Life doing a little bit lifting there. That's great. Wow, good pop there. Minute 50 left here in this fight.
Matt is really going to need to take the next minute and 45 seconds very seriously. A lot more pins are going to be needed because we see some damage on the side of Half-Life. The way that the judges' criteria breaks the fight down, it's looked at through 3 different dimensions, right? Damage, control, and aggression. And the style of bot that Half-Life is, it's a control bot. It really needs to flex that control in order to end up winning in the eyes of the judges should this go 3 full minutes.
I'm going to give it to Beckett. I mean, this is really good driving. Now, Beckett is, oh my God, right onto his side. And Half-Life got a little save here from the house bot.
I don't know if that counted as an unstick.
Dimakaris on its head, 55 seconds left here. Matt wants to keep him on his head. That would be perfect for Matt. But still going weapon to weapon. This one may very well go to the judges.
Dimakaris is very wise to spin down its weapon. The last thing that they want is to be driven into a side rail with that weapon going full speed. Even though it could help them self-right, it could end up destroying their own bot.
It looks like they're locked up here. Matt Lantry showing incredible control here. You can see them throwing up their hands. Oh, they're calling for an unstick. It looks like they might be stuck to one another. Will they pause this match or let it go the full 3 minutes? Nope. They're going to take this one to the judges. The judges will be deciding who wins this fight. It looks like they got locked up there in the last 20, 30 seconds of the fight. So those are not control points that are going to go to either one of those builders right there at the end. And this one is going to be a close judge's decision. Some damage on the top or on the side of Half-Life, and really great control from Half-Life on Dimakaris. Now Beckett is young. He's an 8th grader, but he has won multiple championships. He runs an ant weight that is a champion in the RCE League. And he has been fighting at NHRL and at G-Squirrel a lot this year. This is a really great young builder from New Jersey.
Awesome.
All right, great. Now, would you look at this? I can see them loading into cage 1. And it's absolutely massive, Chris. Look at this. In the blue corner, look how big that thing is.
That is Moccasin.
Now, this is a scaled-down mammoth from Ricky Willems, our good friend and, fellow co-host Ricky Willems. He built a 30-pounder, and it is amazing.
I've been on the business end of that robot, and I will tell you, even though it kind of looks like painter's scaffolding, it is rock solid, and it is an incredible control bot, able to yeet its opponents with a high torque motor on there and this large flipping
Fight,
mechanism.
robots, fight.
But he's facing off against Brandon Bennett Young and Phenomenon, one of the scariest verts here in the competition. But Moccasin has successfully corralled Brandon into his starting square, landing a good hit before the end of that 10-second pin.
Using those great fork cam lifters in the front, Moccasin is able to keep Phenomenon at bay, and even an early yeet here. Brandon's going to have to figure out how to get around the side of this this skyscraper.
Now, somewhere in the green room, I can hear Ricky cheering because this is great. Moccasin is doing fantastic, able to keep its opponent at bay and land a couple of hits here with that wide reach here on Moccasin.
Boy.
Another good pin here. And you can see that...
Oh, wow!
Oh, my God!
With the suplex!
Fantastic, and it's on top of the house, man, Chris!
Up in the safety on the top of our housebot flow.
Wow. This is such a weird and awkward robot.
Yeah,
I
but
love it.
This is not a good spot right now. Right now, Phenomenon is in the underbelly of Moccasin, where all of those vital electronics are housed.
Wow, it's like you're trying to fight construction scaffolding here.
Right.
A minute 30 left.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, there it is again!
Good yeet here. The yeeter is yeeting, Chris.
Phenomenon still fully functional.
Wow, let's see one more good yeet here.
They're going to take the full pin
Wow.
there again.
There
70
is
seconds left in the match.
just so much incredible patience here. They get to keep the full 10-second pin and then come in there with the yeet.
But don't sleep on Phenomenon because it only takes one mistake and you are now sweeping up your robot.
Yeah. Wow. It looks like one of those forks got stripped away on the cam lifter and the other one is askew, Chris. 45 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. Brandon's got to take advantage of this because now he can get safely under the housing of Moccasin without having to worry about getting high-centered on those cam forks.
Yeah.
There goes the other one.
Tossing apart these wide capture forks. Fantastic.
Oh, we might have a turnaround here.
Moccasin is on the ropes. It needs to get out of this with 20 seconds left.
Oh, is the weapon no longer spinning on Phenomenon?
As we enter the last 10 seconds of this match, this one will also go to the judges.
Wow.
Brutality and destruction for a very weird match. You gotta love that. Brandon there looking very happy with his performance. Phenomenon is really his top robot here today. He's running two 30-pounders that he's qualified, Phenomenon and Vorion. You can see the yellow jerseys from Team Honeycracked. Team Honeycracked has dozens, maybe hundreds of builders
Yes.
upstairs.
A swarm.
A swarm? Yes.
There we
There's
see.
Ricky. Ricky's talking to the fire marshal here, and he's very happy with his robot's performance. Went the full 3 minutes with the killer in the box. That's fantastic, Chris.
Moccasin often does go to judges. It's, you know, again, despite being a very lanky bot, it keeps its vitals way out of reach of most conventional weapons.
Now this comes down to like a real classic thing between damage, a lot of damage on Moccasin, but a lot of aggression and control from Moccasin on Phenomenon. We're gonna go to cage 2. I can see they're loading in. Wow, okay, we've got Scurry Fest here in the blue corner, facing off against Promheta and Zach Knight in the pink corner. Now, people are afraid of Zach Knight and Phenomenon for a reason. That is an absolutely brutal robot. You can see Miles Sim there giving the thumbs up for his robot, Scurry Fest.
1. Fight, robots, fight.
Both of these robots have fantastic branding.
Good little box rush here from Promheta, or Promthrita, I should say. Promthrita, Chris. And you can see here a multi-bot here from Scurryfest. The idea with this red control robot is to pin Prompthrita up against the rail while the undercutter comes in from Scurryfest and chips away. Looks like some of that drive is impaired, though.
Uh-oh.
On Prompthrita can only go backwards, Chris.
Oh, no. These two robots look like they belong on an aisle at KB Toys in 1994. I am obsessed with them.
It's very 90s out.
Yes.
Ooh. It's like a Lisa Frank kind of a fight here. It's fantastic. Now with Prompthrita spinning, but not showing great control.
Yeah,
If
just
you were
like
Scurryfest, you might say, let's back off a little bit. Let's come in strategically. Let's continue to rack up points, but we are way ahead on the points. There is so much damage here on Zach's robots.
just like you had said, it looks like on Prompthrita there is something seized up on that left side drivetrain, so it's only spinning in a clockwise direction, which makes earning aggression points so hard.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Miles here celebrating, really happy with his performance. Driving the mini-bot here is Remy de Guzman. And Remy just keeps racking up these points. They're letting the mini-bot go in and do most of the work because it is really tough. That is a really tough mini-bot.
Yeah. Scurryfest should still, it's trying to self-right right now. It's a traditionally an undercutter, but it's inverted right now, meaning that that horizontal weapon is at the top of the bot, which can be a very dangerous situation, especially against a vertical like Prompthrita. So if the vert ends up giving that that horizontal blade an uppercut, very quickly this weapon could be attached to the roof of this cage. And that really spells something in the eyes of the judges, which could, in fact, turn the outcome of this towards Zach Knight.
20 seconds left for watching Zach Knight and Prompthrita slowly die here in his first qualifying fight of the day. One more pin here as we send it to the judges. This is very, very clearly a win for Scurryfest, Miles, and Remy. Zach's gonna have to go upstairs, see what happened with the robots, figure out why he was only able to drive backwards. Somber looks there on the pink corner of the box, Chris.
Zach obviously looks disappointed there. I mean, it's been a grueling year. It's, you know, a lot of people, they've grinded all year to get to the World Championships, and, you know, opening up a day with a frustrating match like that, you just can't let it get into your head. You got to go up. You got to troubleshoot, get your bot working, and get back into this competition.
Great first fight of the day, though, for Remy and for Miles. Really happy that they weren't forced to take a lot of damage here in that fight. Just go upstairs, charge up the batteries. They're going to be ready for fight number 2. Now, I can see that we are loading into Cage 1. Right now, the doors are open. We have a great, like, just front row seat here for Cage 1, which is fantastic. It looks like that might be Colossal Avian. Colossal Avian facing off against Nitro Oxide. Now, Colossal Avian, built by Matthew Zhang from Fremont, California, flying out here from Silicon Valley. And Nitro Oxide, run by Andy Russell from the UK. Now, these are two pretty evenly matched robots here. 3-1 record for Nitro Oxide and a 4-1 record for Colossal Avian, with 2 events each. Nitro Oxide has one of the most gorgeous spin-ups you've ever heard. When you hear this thing spin up, it's just like a jet turbine. It's fantastic. You can see that the Nitro side of it, you know, it's got the spinner. that drum
Five,
vert, and Oxide
4,
is a control
3,
bot.
2,
Colossal Avian
1.
overhead
Fight,
attack saw.
robots, fight.
Ooh! Colossal Avian getting around to the side of Nitro,
Wow.
pinning it up against the rail.
Oh, boy.
We're seeing the spin up.
Oh!
Oh!
Wow!
Oh, that was disgusting, Chris!
Oh, ripped open part of that bottom plate, and there's another shot.
Fantastic. Going after that bottom plate. Will Nitro be high centered because of that bottom plate getting peeled up?
Colossal Avian using those long forks to its advantage. Wow, another great shot to the top of the side plate.
Wow, you can see it cratering in from the top.
Oh!
Oh my God, he's going for the batteries, Chris! Wow!
I'm amazed. Nitro is still fully operational.
Wow, but these super long forks on Colossal Avian are winning these exchanges against Nitro.
Oh! Nitro coming back with a few pops.
You can hear that absolutely gorgeous spin up.
Oh, and now its fork in the front is bent upwards.
Wow, 1:45 left here in this fight.
Yeah, this
Nitro
match
fully
is not
under
over.
Colossal Avian. You can see these hinged forks are proving to be fatal here for Colossal Avian. This is a sitting duck, Chris.
Oh, grinding away slowly at the bottom plate of Colossal Avian. Nitro is now turning things around.
I'm sure that Colossal Avian would like to smash its way out of this. But these hinged forks, there we go.
Oh!
Now your forks can quickly become detritus that you're
Yes.
going to get high centered on.
Oh boy, Luke
Here we go.
trying to kind of flail its way back onto its feet.
It's like being stuck with broken fingers underneath you, ripping off something. I just saw something go flying inside of the box. I think it was one of those forks. Ironically, Colossal Avian would probably be running better with no forks right now at all. 35 seconds left here in this fight.
Now, it doesn't take much for a bot with such a low profile to get high centered on its own armor package.
Wow, 20 seconds left. Colossal Avian just trying to get something going here. An incredible amount of damage on both sides of the box
there's
here.
one more
Oh!
hit.
Let's see if they can land one more in the last 5 seconds.
Oh,
Hitting the floor as we send it to the judges.
woo!
Fantastic, fantastic fight. Now these are builders who flew in here today. One person flew across country, the other person flew across the Atlantic. They are hungry to advance here in the championship.
What an unbelievable match, Luke. The drama,
Fantastic.
the back and forth.
Now, Colossal Avian was originally built by a group of students from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Now, this team that built that robot, they've all since graduated. They've all gone into their engineering careers, but they've continued to run Colossal Avian just as young professionals. And really just showing off great performance here in this match. Caving in the top plate, damaging the bottom plate. Is it going to be enough for them to win this fight? We're going to go over here to Cage 2 to a fight in progress. We've got Chubby Unicorn from Team Hebert and Team Dicey Robotics facing off against Ryan Liu and Repeater. Now, Repeater is this red and blue multi-bot here. These are identical twins. They both have vertical weapons. And they're facing off against one of the very best beetles on the planet in Chubby Unicorn here in white and blue. Now, Tim is a real point-and-shoot kind of driver. He loves to go weapon to weapon. He's very aggressive here. Looks like those forks are just long enough where the weapons are not touching one another. Does look like one half of Repeater is just dead, Chris.
Yes.
The blue half is dead. A little 1v1 action here, a 2-pounder versus a 3-pounder.
Oh! There's a roofing.
Violent self-righting here from Repeater. It's like David and Goliath here. The little 2-pounder roofing the 3-pounder. Fantastic. A minute 30 left here in this fight. Repeater repeatedly getting under Chubby Unicorn, winning these weapon-to-weapon exchanges. Wow.
Ooh, huge hit on the back of Chubby Unicorn.
Incredible.
Tim's got to figure out how to invert quickly.
Now there's a huge amount of damage on Repeater's side because the blue side of Repeater is dead. But Tim is going to have to knock out the red side of Repeater to score a knockout here.
Calling for the unstick now. There we go.
And as we enter the last 45 seconds of this fight, it looks like a knockout might be his only way out of this.
And don't put it past him.
Tim is in the fight for his life here.
Wow.
Great roofing here from Tim Hebert and Chubby Unicorn. Now Chubby Unicorn is so long that it runs the risk of getting stuck up on the rail.
We just had like 3 roofings in a row.
Got a little bit of impaired driving. Oh, 4!
Oh, and a spark!
Oh my God, there's fire, Chris!
The magic smoke coming out of Chubby Unicorn right now.
Wow, an incredibly destructive fight that we're going to take to the judges. The judges will be deciding who wins here, Chubby Unicorn or Repeater. Wow. You can see Peter Garnache here, our 8-foot-tall builder. He needs to sit so that, you know, he can kind of bring himself down to 6 feet tall, Chris. We got Tim Hebert here surveying the damage for Chubby Unicorn. I'm gonna guess that that's a Chubby, oh yeah, it's a unicorn-themed Christmas sweater, Chris. That's fantastic. Ryan and Peter very happy with their performance here from Repeater. Great match, incredibly destructive.
Another great match, yeah, filled with drama, the back and forth, the story changed 3 or 4 times, but certainly went back into the favor of Repeater.
A half dozen roofings, you gotta love that. A little bit of magic smoke right at the end.
It did also look like the left side drive belt on Chubby Unicorn had been stripped away. There you see it kind of just spinning on its way back towards the door.
The big question here that they're looking at, the judges may be asking for a functional test. Is your weapon running? Is your drive running? Sometimes, you know, your functionality at the end can tip a really, really close match. Could also be that they're waiting to see if Chubby Unicorn catches fire, because we did see some
yes,
some magic smoke, so maybe it's not the safest thing. They're
my
just kind of
guess is
waiting.
that plume of smoke that we saw was small and contained, so it's likely a speed controller or a motor. Generally, when a LiPo battery is ripped open, it is quickly followed by a lot of smoke and usually a lot of fire.
The
But
the judges watch the competition remotely, and they judge these fights asynchronously. But in a fight like this, where it's so close, they want to keep the robots in the box, do that functionality test, because there may be one or more judges that just feel like the fight is even, and they need to kind of figure out that last point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's probably like one of those damage control, like one of those damage categories, just to see, can you continue to run, because you looked pretty battered there at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we didn't get to see too much fire, but there's going to be some fire today, because I do know that we do have a small handful of flamethrower bots here in the house in the World Championships.
Yes.
And for those of you out there who are new to NHRL, inside of our facility here is a state-of-the-art negative air pressure system. So even the most hellacious flames that can happen inside of these cages are contained behind 2 layers of nearly bulletproof Lexan. And any kind of gnarly smoke or fire or dust are quickly sucked up and out in, to the nether, where it floats up into space and becomes stars.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Now, speaking of fire, we've got a flamethrower loading into the box right now. We've got Kazaa Light from Joshua Reinhardt, and facing off against Warhard XXL. Now, Warhard XXL is a lot of people's prediction to take it all the way here today. Some people say it's a dark horse prediction. Other people just say, like, this is even money is on Warhard. This will be their first fight of the day. We're going to see how this day is going to be shaping out just based on the outcome of this first fight. I was talking to Jonathan Juarez yesterday up in the pits. Warhard XXL is brand new. He just keeps tinkering with it. It gets better and better, but this is a brand new robot. There's a lot of components in it that he's never run before, which is always a risk when you're bringing something brand new into the box and firing it up for the first time, really, on Friday night before a massive competition like this. Kazaa Light, really just exciting to watch.
Yeah.
Big billowing flames. Joshua has been fighting here at every single competition since 2023. And just really getting better and better. His flamethrowers are really getting dialed in. All right. Now we've got some judges' decisions updates.
Ooh.
Okay. Now, earlier in the day, we saw Dimakaris facing off against Half-Life. The winner of that fight was Beckett and Dimakaris. And judge's decision in Scurryfest versus Promheta. Your winner in that fight, Scurryfest and Miles Sim. No surprise there. That was a really dominant showing of control from Miles and from Remy. So Dimakaris and Scurryfest have won their first fights of the day. Fantastic. Okay, great. Now we're loading into Cage 2. Oh my gosh,
wow.
Look at this. This is some friend-on-friend action here.
Whew.
2 teenagers and very good friends in the box. We've got Spartan here, this black mid-cutter here in the blue corner,
4,
facing off against
3,
Lars Elliott
2,
and Impact
1.
here in white.
Fight, robots, fight.
It is almost a little sad to see these 2 very close friends facing off in their very first match here at the World Championships.
And Lars Elliott immediately only able to drive backwards. Spartan coming in here for the kill. Now the type advantage goes to Lars with his really...
Oh no!
Oh
the
my
weapon
God!
belt on Spartan is gone. It is no longer...
It's no longer running here. Spartan's weapon looks like it could be dead. I wonder if that's a belt that got sniped.
It might have been due to a contact with the side rail, Luke.
Wow, fantastic. And the weapon on Impact is down. I don't know if Lars is just not running it right now.
It looks like
I see
the belt. You see the belt kind of stripped away on the inside of Impact. I wonder if that's actually Spartan's weapon belt that got sucked into Impact.
Oh, that would be poetic, Chris. 1:50 left here in this fight, and it's going to come down to control. We've got a 4-wheel drive robot facing off against a 2-wheel drive robot here for control. Both Lars and Johnny, some of the best drivers in this weight class. Very good friends. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I can see the belt hanging out. Either Impact stripped its own belt or it sucked in the belt from Spartan. Wow. This is where you go and you look at the driver's boxes and you kind of see their faces. Johnny just looks amused. It's just like, wow, can you imagine? Can you believe that this is what we're doing right now? 60 seconds left here in this fight.
I think these, as far as drive goes, both of these bots are kind of on par with one another, so we're not going to really see one of these 10-second pins.
But Impact's crab walking here in the last 40 seconds of this fight. Part of its drive is locked up. Continuing to catch Spartan, though. You can see Johnny driving backwards with these forks on the back of Spartan. 25 seconds left. Strange match, violent match, friendly match, Chris.
Yes. I'm certain this will still end with a handshake, and both of these builders are probably going to go back up to the pits where they're going to help each other.
Yeah.
Get these bots ready for
and
the
their
next fight.
friends will create memes about this and put it on Discord, all right?
That will happen.
All right, this one went the full 3 minutes here. This one's going to the judges.
Now we'll see if we can queue up a replay of both when Spartan weapon, when its weapon went down, and what happened to Impact. Let's take a look.
Okay, yeah.
So there's that belt, and
oh, you're right.
oh, it was like the Lady and the Tramp, the spaghetti. Just sucked that belt, I think, right up.
Yeah, wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh wait, no, I see the belt as Spartan just kisses the roof cam. And now on its way back down.
Yeah. Oh,
there it is.
Wow.
That was the moment.
Delicious. That's wonderful.
Wow, that's al dente.
Yeah.
As they say.
Fantastic. And those kinds of weird things happen in these matches. You've got strange objects in the box. You can suck into your weapon. You get arena hazards. You get bits of wood sucked into these weapons. And yeah, it's absolutely a factor. It's like one of these X factors that's impossible to plan for when you're fighting in the box.
It's all the things that you have to consider when you're designing your robot.
Now, the judges take a look at that and they say, okay, well, you know, the original damage points go to Impact, stripping off that weapon belts, you know, getting it sucked in. That's more unlucky than really kind of something that Spartan did, you know, to affect the outcome of the match. Impact's drive, though, was impaired for most of that fight. So maybe they split the damage points, and it really comes down to control. This one is going to be a close judge's decision. Really looking forward to seeing what that decision is.
It's got to be tough to be a judge in this situation where this all comes down to control. And about 2 minutes of that match, there was not a lot of demonstrated control.
All right. I have a, oh my gosh, look at this. We have another judge's decision in the fight of Moccasin and Phenomenon. Your winner there is Moccasin.
Oh, wow. Well,
Moccasin with the yeeter, yeeting its way to victory. I bet that is a very close point split there from the judges. Moccasin winning there.
But we won't sleep on Phenomenon. It is a bot that I fully expect to see later in the evening, along with Warion.
Yeah.
Brandon Bennett-Young is one of the best and most dedicated builders that we have here in the NHRL community, period, bar none, full stop.
And he stripped a ton of parts off of Moccasin. That was a dirty brawl, just like ripping forks off left and right. I think that was also a very close judge's decision.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I can see we're loading into Cage 2. Let's go there now.
Oh, boy.
Wow. It is Jameson Go and Silent Spring. Now, my favorite fact about Jameson Go and Silent Spring is that Jameson has been to every single NHRL championship from the last 5 years. He has been here with Silent Spring every year, and he is perennially a robot to fear in the weight class. Now he is facing off against the greatest challenge here, this really, really very cool ring spinner.
The greatest challenge is from Jacob Williams from Raleigh, North Carolina. Relatively new, ranking in coming in at 55 with 4 events under its belt. This is one of the most interesting ring spinners I think that we've ever seen. It is surprisingly resilient.
Facing off against an absolute veteran in the sport. He's been competing at the top of the sport for the last 10 years plus. Silent Spring is coming into this with a career record of 70 and 14 here at NHRL across 14 events. Fantastic.
40 knockouts.
Amazing.
Under his belt.
It's
with
amazing.
this bot alone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we're off.
Now the greatest challenge is so cool. They've pulled out all of the mass to the furthest extent possible, trying to spin as quickly as possible, and ideally pop Silent Spring in the air.
Now, when you look at bots across the field at NHRL, there are varying degrees of sophistication. Some bots are completely 3D printed or CNC machined, intricate parts. I believe the greatest challenge is a slice of aluminum pipe.
Wow, look at this. There's little bits of white plastic coming off of the greatest challenge. You've got to wonder what piece from the greatest challenge, just went flying off here. Is that inside the ring or outside the ring, Chris?
I think it's one of the inner wheel hubs on the inside of the ring.
Wow, look at that.
Still spinning great.
Big hits here on Silent Spring. Silent Spring is a shuffler. There are no wheels at all on Silent Spring. It's got these spiked shuffling legs. You can see that the ring is a little off kilter. I wonder if Jameson's ripped off one of these weapon teeth. And look at this. Greatest challenge stuck up against the rail. Will he call for an unstick? Wow. That is a knockout. No save here for the greatest challenge.
So those white pieces of debris that came off of the greatest challenge, those are those wheel hubs that kind of protect those wheels, stop any type of debris or anything from getting inside. Because when that thing spins, it has to spin perfectly, or else it turns into just a chaos engine.
Now you can see Jameson talking to his dad there cage side. His dad, George, flying in here from Florida. And this is Jameson's, both of his parents are here in the audience today. This is their first time up to NHRL in the House of Havoc, and they are picking a great day to see their son potentially take it very deep in this competition with his 3 robots. Now he has qualified Silent Spring, he's qualified Psycho in the 12s, and he's qualified Megatron in the 30s. And you can just see his parents just soaking this up like a sponge. They've been taking Jameson to combat robot competition since he was 11 years old. And his very first robot, a weaponized tuna can, that was stuffed full of RC airplane parts. He is running fantastically more sophisticated robots here 15 years later.
Now, we saw Jameson in the last World Championships 1 year ago, also with a bot in every single weight class.
Yes. He hated that we called it this, but it was the Triple Crown. All right, we're not calling it now. We're not going to call it that, right? It's not, but that is what it is. Well,
Stranger things have happened.
He's got 3 robots. All he has to do is just win 3 weight classes, Chris.
Yeah, NBD.
Yeah, I think it's like Willy Wonka rules. If he wins all 3 weight classes, he gets to have the House of Havoc.
That's it.
Yeah.
He owns
Austin
the sport.
Just writes it over to him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no pressure. Brandon Bennett Young running 2 robots. Jonathan Juarez running 2 robots. James Ago, though, only builder up there running 3 robots that he's qualified against 3 weight classes. His parents are absolutely delightful, by the way. Just fantastic, fantastic people. And they are loving the House of Havoc.
Yeah.
They've been to a lot of competitions, and this one is pretty amazing. So, yeah, really great to see familial support up there in the pits.
Oh.
All right, looks like we've got a couple more judges' decision updates.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness. All right, in the fight between Nitro Oxide and Colossal Avian, your winner there is Nitro Oxide from the UK. Close fight there, destructive fight there. And in the fight between Repeater and Chubby Unicorn, your winner was Repeater. So the builders from Texas, they're staying alive in the competition. Chubby Unicorn, Colossal Avian losing their first fights of the day. Okay, very exciting. All right, let's go up into the pits, take a look, see how people are doing. This is my favorite game of Where's Waldo. If you have a favorite builder, can you find them here in this picture?
Now, throughout the year, you might see closer to 500 or 600 builders up here, but at the World Championships, with the smaller pool of bots competing, you know, there's actually a little bit of breathing room up there.
Yeah, yeah, and the feeling is different. Oh, you can see here in center camera, James Ago and his parents talking to Nate's dad. Nate's dad, one of the few people here who has his own sticker. So, you know, that's a little Easter egg when you eventually decide to become a builder. Come here, get a Nate's dad sticker. I think it's only available for builders. It's great. I've got my own. Yeah, like the feeling up there is different than a traditional open competition. Your average open competition, 20% of the people there have never been to any competition.
Yeah.
They're running a brand new robot, something that they bodged together with a 3D printer in their garage. And there's just shell shock. You walk around and you just see people, they look traumatized because it's just like it's 400 people up there, and you just see like this person that you have been watching on TV for years now just sitting one row over from you, and you're like, oh, I might have to fight that guy. And literally it's just like they they look shocked. Every single person up there, though, they're contract killers. Those are assassins.
Oh, yeah.
Best of the best robots. They have multiple competitions under their belts. It is like running like a well-oiled machine up there right now. All right, we're going to go over to cage 1. Oh, my God. Speaking of Jonathan Juarez, we've got Warhard XXL.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a robot to watch. If you are joining us here on the YouTube Live and you are going to stick with us all day long, this is a robot that I anticipate will go very, very deep here today. Facing off against Joshua Reinhardt and his twin flamethrowers here in orange. You can see Warhard XXL in black and gold. He's got a little bit of gold reflective tape to protect his most vulnerable electronics. We're going to be seeing big billowing flames coming out of these 2 orange robots. Team Texas here in the House of Havoc. Look at you. Fantastic. Now, Jonathan Juarez is a fantastic builder. He's qualified 2 robots. He's qualified robots in the 30s and in 3s. This is one of the scariest robots. This is a robot that appeared at NHRL in 2024 and has just been smashing its way through the competition. People are afraid to face Jonathan Juarez, and whoever escapes this fight here, Chris, will advance to face off against the 2-time world champion Emulsifier in round 2. So, like you said, no empty spots. Immediately getting thrown into facing off against the scariest 30-pounder on the planet.
Yeah, this is out of the frying pan and into the fire. But I feel like the most important story in the 30-pound weight class could very well be born through this gauntlet that is being run in this quadrant of the 30-pound class.
Yes. Joshua Reinhardt with these twin flamethrowers absolutely entering this fight as an underdog. He's going to have to catch both the mini bot and the main bot from Warhard XXL, pin him up against the rail, hopefully cook something inside of those robots, shut off some electronics, and avoid being absolutely smashed in the face with this sledgehammer from Texas.
Now, despite the fact that we have a house that is filling up very quickly, you'll see that a few rows are empty, and that is a safety precaution here at NHRL. With flamethrower bots in particular, we like to clear out a few of the seats to maintain a safe distance from the cage, but there's still going to be action right in your face.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, good little start here for Kazalite. Getting around to the side of Warhard XXL.
Oh!
Wait. Oh!
Uh-oh!
Was that a
that's
false
pause.
start?
That might have been a false start, Luke. We'll see if we can get some more
early
details.
Start for Kazalite. I can see
yeah,
head referee Gwen here.
Because I expected Warhard and Jonathan Juarez to come on a tear out of that corner, but the fact that we didn't see that, maybe there was some kind of false start that happened.
Yeah, confirmed here from production. That was a false start.
See,
we can see here the left side of Kazalite jumped the gun. All right. Scoring a little bit of free flame damage there. That's awful. We're going to reset this fight. Let's see if Warhard XXL can spin up that weapon. You can see so many builders coming down from the pits to come and take a look at this fight specifically. So much of the direction of this day is going to really be hinging on Warhard XXL. It's one of these big kind of icebergs in the bracket to watch in the 30s. You can see referee Gwen there. I'm going to assume chastising Kazaa Light.
occasionally Gwen does carry a sword when reffing. But for the World Championships, I think, maybe disarmed.
It's probably in her car.
And that might have been part of the warning that was just issued.
Okay. See them coming over and talking to Team Texas here. You can see they printed special Team Texas t-shirts with all 5 Texas robots that have qualified here for the championship. This is a championship exclusive just for the builders.
I want one.
And they are driving back to the door. I kind of wonder why. Are they going to crack open the door, check on Warhard XXL, make sure that everything is still running?
Yeah, I guess you have to do an analysis whether or not any damage was issued as a result of that early start.
Okay. You see Joe Derfler there here talking to Jonathan Juarez. The doors are open.
Joe Derfler is the match steward here for the World Championships. A very difficult job.
Yeah, in charge of maintaining, match fidelity here. You can see them turning off their robots. I wonder if that means that Jonathan's going to bring Warhard XXL back upstairs, maybe put it back into the test box.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay. All right, I've just gotten an update here from production.
Wow.
This is a forfeit for Kazaa Light because they engaged their weapon, turned on their flamethrower after the match was paused, scoring free damage after they were supposed to. So Warhard XXL will advance and face off against Emulsifier in round 2. Kazaa Light losing their first fight of the day through forfeit.
That's some drama playing out.
All right, listen, let's also just... Kazaa Light had maybe like a 2% win chance here, so at least there's not a lot of damage on either side, which
You
is
never know. I mean,
probably
there's a
the best
lot of
outcome.
plastic on Warhard, but it's Warhard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Wow. Here into Cage 2, you can see here, looks like that is Clyde. And are they facing off against Knuckle Sandwich? Sorry, fully defined.
Five,
Fully
Yes.
defined
four,
against Knuckle Sandwich
3,
here.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, and Knuckle Sandwich here getting right under Clyde. Wow,
Fully-
popping,
fully defined.
fully defined. Popping fully defined on
Very
its head.
similar profile bots.
Yeah.
But less flamethrower.
Oh my God,
Oh
and it
my
looks like
goodness.
the lights are out on
Tap
fully
out.
defined. Brutal.
Oh boy.
Fully defined builder, Ian McInerney here. Facing off against Peter Garnache and Knuckle Sandwich. A little Texas on Texas action here. And that was a quick knockout here for Peter and Knuckle Sandwich.
Interesting factoid, Peter is from Greenville, Texas, while Ian is from Brownsville, Texas.
Yeah. And we're from like Bluesville, Texas. Got the best music.
Ah, I see.
Is there a Bluesville? I don't know.
I'm sure there is.
These simpletons from Texas, you know, they just name their towns after colors, Chris. That's great.
Ooh, shots fired, Luke.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Team Texas is going to like
There's
leap over this
300
desk.
fans here from Texas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was great. Fully defined, really wide body, kind of like capture robot, big vert. You've seen like there's a couple of robots that have that archetype here today, just because it is typically pretty effective. But Knuckle Sandwich able to get under that robot, pop it in the air, turn off the lights.
Yeah, not a typical match for Fully Defined. Fully Defined has been to 12 NHRL events and has racked up 35 wins. I mean, normally you see incredible performance out of that bot, but Peter Garnache, an incredible driver, while only 3 events with Knuckle Sandwich here at NHRL, is at an 11-1 record with that bot.
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, Knuckle Sandwich is one of these robots to watch just because Peter has a lot riding on it. You know, he's running all of his own components from Repeat Robotics inside of that thing. And he wants to show that he's got the components to take it all the way. All right, we're going to go over here to Cage 1. I can see Team Pandemonium here on the blue corner of the box, facing off against Team MIT. Okay.
Now this is Synthesis 30 from Corey with an all-new paint job. over in the blue corner. Take a look at that, Luke.
Wow, fantastic. And they're facing off against Team MIT and Aries. Oh, we've got some MIT fans here in the building, Chris.
Aries being piloted by Ryan Duarte. The team came back. What was it during the tail end of the COVID years here after going on a few-year hiatus, and they are back and they're making a splash.
Team MIT's combat robotics team was decimated during COVID. It's not like people died, they just graduated. And this new crop of students, came back and really built this club up from the ground floor, and they have been learning a lot very quickly. Aries is fantastic. And it looks like they've got a little cam lifter flamethrower over there.
5.
With Team Aries,
4,
Chris.
3.
You gotta love
2,
that.
Things might be getting a little hot.
Fight,
Hot,
robots,
hot.
fight.
Here we go, Luke.
Oh, that spin up is gorgeous. Going weapon to weapon, big heavy hits.
Oh no!
And Aries has
I see the belts off of Synthesis 30. Both belts stripped off. Oh, we're probably going to see that weapon spinning down now.
The belts are gone from Synthesis 30. That weapon is dead. Aries is here to take out your trash. A fast match here. Fast tap out here for Corey Nason and Synthesis 30.
Ryan Duarte, Team MIT. Aries. Unbelievable.
They have a huge group of students from MIT here cheering on Aries. Aries is their flagship robot, the robot that they hope to take incredibly deep here in this competition. Aries winning its first fight with ease. Synthesis 30 losing its belts with equal ease. Chris? Wow.
That was
fantastic.
a 3-on-2 street brawl, ended as quickly as it started.
You could hear how heavy those hits were. You can really hear how heavy these robots are, and like that just big chunk, when they make connection there in the box and really fall to the ground. You're dumping a huge amount of kinetic energy into your opponent, and there are times where like the weakest component in your robot will get stressed. In that case, with Synthesis, just smushing those belts out of alignment. All right, looks like we may be loading into Cage 2. Let's go back to more Beetleweight action. Now we've got Red Panda facing off against Radix. Now Red Panda, helpfully, is in red, Chris. Radix is in blue. Now Red Panda run by Jaron Liebson. Radix here run by Aiden Reichenberg.
Aiden making the drive
5,
over from Buffalo,
4,
New York.
3, 2,
6
1.
events under his belt
Fight,
and an 11-8
robots,
record.
fight.
Wow. Whoa! Oh my God, Radix hit almost every corner of the box.
Wow.
And it is suddenly much quieter here. It looks like Red Panda's weapon could be down.
And something looks seized up on its right side drive.
Wow.
Red Panda is endangered here.
Yeah, that's true, Chris.
Sorry.
It's Red Panda here now crab walking and just unable to fire up this weapon. Now if Radix can just stop crashing into the wall, it might be able to win this fight. Now, one of the most delightful things about this blue robot here, Radix, is that it costs less than $500 to build. It's one of the big questions a lot of fans always ask. How much do these things cost? And Aiden built his robot to be as cheap as possible. There are not a lot of other $500 robots here in this competition. Most Beetleweight drivers spending some $1,000 to build their robot.
And, you know, we've also seen robots that are a microwave bolted to the top of a RC car.
Yeah.
So
that's only $400, Chris. Radix here is mostly 3D printed, so you can build most of this at home. And yeah, you could, you had a couple $100, build your own championship robot. That's pretty fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Good
Red Panda with a pin
here,
despite only having half a fully functional drive. But now the question is Radix's weapon down? Or are they just choosing not to spin it while they're inverted?
Well, there's not.
Yes.
Nope, it fired right back up. 60 seconds left here. It's really come down to a driving match. And it looks like whatever was seizing up Red Panda's drive is now gone. It's much more mobile. Just trying to smash that plow straight into the undercutter of Radix. Now, when you hear a really silent weapon like Radix is, it typically means the weapon is running very efficiently.
In a situation like this where Red Panda's weapon is down, it might make sense for a bot like Radix to actually only run their weapon at 50% or 40%, because you're going to win now by, you know, death of 1,000 cuts versus trying to go in for that knockout punch.
You can see that plow on the front of Red Panda. It's really designed to go up against horizontals.
Whoa!
Wow. Oh my God, I think it hit all the six surfaces there. That's great.
It's like billiards.
Really great aggression here from Red Panda, continuing to engage, just going at its opponent with wild abandon as we take it to the judges.
Both bots displaying that they have full driving capability for the judges.
A lot of damage, though. Points go onto Radix's side. Radix coming out of here mostly unscathed. Jaren losing his weapon in that very first exchange.
But I think Jaren, being such an incredible driver, did a great job of kind of demonstrating, especially for that last kind of 90-second block. After freeing up that right side of its drivetrain, did manage to rack up some control points in there.
Fantastic fights here. Now I can see that we're loading into cage one, and it is the team from Brazil, Chris. The Brazilians love to come up to Connecticut because it is such an ultra-competitive field down there that once you've killed everyone, you want to go up and start killing people in other continents, you know? When you've got a robot like Pegasus here, Pegasus here in green, from Brazil, you know, you've been running it for many, many years. It is a really just feared robot there in that country. You start to get a little bored. You want to kind of just see what the Americans are bringing, you know? And Pegasus here facing off against Mirage. Now, Mirage built by Matthew Marini from Palm City, Florida. It's this big, stompy black and silver vert over there in the far corner.
And that weird rumbling noise that you hear is actually from the drivetrain of Mirage, who is not a conventional wheeled robot. There you see are the walker feet that shuffle this bot along, earning it a weight bonus.
Now, not all shuffle drives are built equally. It's kind of a strange trade secret, I think, here in Combat Robotics, how to build a really zippy drive.
Fight, robots,
drive.
fight.
But you put all that weapon into put all that weight into the weapon, and it doesn't really matter. All you really need to do is just land one big hit, which didn't happen.
Yeah, despite the haymaker ability of Mirage, Pegasus being so low was able to get under that weapon on Mirage and flip it up on its head.
Wow! A violent self-right from Pegasus. The Brazilians not afraid to go weapon to weapon.
That's one of my favorite things about, you know, this World Championship setting and the NHRL setting in general. When you get these teams from around the world, you're bringing different kind of driving styles, and the Brazilians do not mess around with aggression. They drive for brutal knockouts. And we're seeing Pegasus relentlessly on top of Mirage, not giving it an opportunity to bounce back into this match.
Pegasus was with an incredible amount of faith in its weapon, going weapon to weapon, winning every single one of these exchanges.
Wow.
In total control here.
This is the clanking that you hear. It sounds like a Tool album.
And look at those desperate little feet, Chris, on Mirage. It's like a turtle with its little feet up in the air, Chris.
Mirage calling for the unstick from Flo. Let's see if Flo can get it down off of that ledge. And there we go.
That is your one unstick that you get in the match. If Pegasus can do it again, Mirage will be stuck up there for the rest of the match. A minute 15 left here in this fight. Pegasus is way ahead on the points. But if there's one thing I know about the Brazilians, they don't like to take it to the judges. They want to win by knockout.
Wow!
Oh my God, what a heavy hit. And they've pushed it up against the rail. The little legs are going, Chris. Oh my God!
Slowly grinding into the floor. Mirage is trying to burrow its way
Wow.
out of this cage.
And that is the count out. It is happening. Pegasus is your winner. The Brazilians winning their first fight of the day with Pegasus.
Excellent multi-bot arrangement there in Pegasus. The companion bot that they have is high centering Mirage on multiple engagements, and Pegasus not afraid to bring that smaller drum head to head with that huge vert on Mirage. A risk, but ultimately played out for them.
You can see they're very happy with their performance here. The geometry of your robot really is a factor when you put it into the box. If you have a really wide robot or a really long robot or robots that cannot easily self-right itself or extract itself from off of the rail, you can often see fights like this where you're just left dying on the rail. It's one of those things that you just have to plan for in your design. And yeah, with Mirage losing its first fight, I think that people know how to defeat this robot now at this point. Just tip it up against the side. All right, we're gonna go into cage 2. I can see across through cage 1.
Oh, wow.
I can see some voxels over there.
So here in the pink corner, we have Jelly Baby. And in the blue corner, we have Eruption.
Now these are two very different bot archetypes. Jelly Baby is all about control, and Eruption is all about damage.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We've got Brian Boxell here with Eruption, this black and pink robot, facing off against Paige Clayfield and Jelly Baby here in pink and white. And Eruption getting under Jelly Baby over and over again, popping that robot in the air. Paige is going to have to catch. Here we go. That's a good catch.
This is classic Jelly Baby here. Paige Clayfield is, despite only being at 3 events so far with Jelly Baby, has racked up a 12-2 record by just absolutely dominating the control of some of the most aggressive bots in the field. But standing in her way, of course, is Brian Boxell, one of the greatest drivers in the weight class. And Eruption is fast. It is very dangerous. And all it takes is one slip up from Jelly Baby. And that might be it.
Oh my
God.
God.
Both of those forks are
Both of those long forks are stuck inside of the inner forks.
Wait, is this like a new configuration?
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Oh, those forks. Oh, ripping off one of those forks. Wow. Incredible. This is one of those risks of a hinged fork here, that the hinge can get stuck under you and high center yourself, which must be so incredibly frustrating for a control robot driver.
I've never seen this happen before, though. This is two TPU forks that were somehow ensnared under, the other steel forks. That was
art, Chris.
It is art. Someone's going to pay $6 million for this thing after the fight.
Wow, look at this. It's like fighting with one arm tied behind your back, but your opponent tied the arm. Oh my God. Wow. Brian Boxell repeatedly getting under Page here, and Jelly Baby showing not only great damage, but just great control here. And what Brian needs to do is not get stuck. You're way ahead on the points,
roofing.
Brian. Every single one of these builders, though, they'll tell you, I don't want to take it to the judges. I want to be in control of my own fate.
But look at Jelly Baby now. It looks fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the lifter's gone, Chris.
Yeah, I mean,
Other than that,
it's,
other than its
driving
primary
well
weapon,
and its forks
Chris.
are there.
Yeah.
Very resilient bot is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This thing is like trying to fight a rubber ball. As we enter the last 10 seconds of the fight, Brian Boxell has taken it to the judges. The judges will be deciding who wins here, Eruption or Jelly Baby. Got a good shot here of Paige. She's not celebrating, Chris. I think she knows she may have lost her first fight of the day. Brian, thumbs up. There you go, he's happy with that.
Yeah, Brian's pretty confident that in the eyes of aggression, in the eyes of damage, this is certainly an Eruption match. And uncharacteristically, Jelly Baby not really being able to show that level of control.
Now, one of my most delightful favorite facts about Brian Boxell is that he is roommates with the builder of Clyde, well, the builders, the twin brother builders of Clyde, and they have a 2010 press in their apartment living room. Chris, how delightful is that?
I've heard of, younger people having we have a video game
in your early 20s, you've got weird things in your apartment. Like
yes,
I had a hedgehog, a pool table, right? Yeah, you come over, you just like people come over to like a party and they just marvel at this object that you've dragged in like through cover of night. Landlord hasn't seen it,
I have all the stop signs in the neighborhood.
I've got this albino snake, okay, whatever it is.
But they have a 20-ton shop press in the living room.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It's great. It's great. Ground floor, too, so
I'd hope
it's
so.
not going to crush anybody below them. That's good. Okay.
I suppose that still is an interesting party trick, because imagine all the things that you could crush in it.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I guess, I can open up the whole six-pack at once,
They're crushing coconuts.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's pretty good. I've heard that we have some judges' decision updates here.
Oh, boy.
Okay. In our friend versus friend match here, Spartan facing off against Impact. Your winner there was Johnny Sumpas and Spartan. Johnny winning his first fight of the day. And in the fight with Radix and Red Panda, it came down to damage. Radix is your winner there in that fight. Aiden there taking the win over Jaren Leapson. Fantastic. Okay. Did you have anything weird in your first apartment, Chris?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, yeah, everything was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever encountered this. I'm not a normal person. Neither are you.
I mean, I had a hedgehog in college.
Okay.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, your office right now kind of looks like maybe an obscure teenager's room.
Yeah, I mean, I've been collecting this trash that I've now moved to 15 places.
Surfboards, giant buffalo heads.
Neon signs. I've got a big Taco Bell sign.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It lights up the entire front yard when you have it on.
Yeah, yeah. I hung it in the window when I first got it, and people driving by thought maybe there was a Taco Bell Express or something.
Yeah, they're just shouting into your mailbox.
In a suburban neighborhood. Yeah. I have a giant buffalo head, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
You bought that for me.
I did.
It's the only way to get a buffalo head past Jackie DeSico, okay?
The gift was a little bit less for you and more of a way for me to torture my own sister.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Because I could never have spent $600+ on an ancient, smelly, musty buffalo head, okay? That thing had been in storage for decades, Chris, all right?
I mean, it's bigger than a dishwasher.
This is a genuine story. Because you brought me out to the garage to see it, I immediately burst into tears. I was so happy. I can't even tell you. It was like the most genuine emotion I've ever felt. Just like, oh, this is great. This is the best gift I've ever gotten. That's great.
I told you that I needed your help to carry a table up for the buffet.
Yeah. I walked in and then I thought, oh, wow, whose buffalo head is this? Oh, my God, it's mine. Yeah.
It was one of your dream gets.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And now we're going to just turn that into like a library or something. We're going to take all the weird stuff out, put it into the garage. I'm being relegated to the garage, Chris.
You could always hang it in your house in Japan.
It's all middle-aged suburban dads just bringing all their special treasures out into the garage where they can't embarrass guests, Chris. Yeah.
We all got to grow up sometime, Luke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hedgehog. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Oh, well, you had your big Star Wars Dagobah swamp set, right?
Yeah, I had a fully automated fish tank.
It's pretty good.
With a X-wing fighter sunk in the on the water side.
I never had enough room to do the pool table. Did always have darts and like a foosball table. That was pretty great. If I had more money, I'd probably have like a pinball machine. That'd be great. What I really wanted to buy was the Big Buck Hunter Pro.
Oh, yeah.
That would be amazing.
We both take that game very seriously.
Yeah.
We need a Big Buck Hunter here at NHRL.
Yes.
Big Buck
Austin,
Hunter.
We need a Big Buck Hunter Pro. Everybody loves it. We're going to go over to Cage One. I can see that we're loading in.
Big Bot Hunter.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. And I can see questionable choices here loading in. Questionable choices. Flying in here today from San Diego. Facing off against Blue Marlin, Feed the Fish. Oh my God, you can see the Feed the Fish flag there behind it. Fantastic, that is a custom flag. Amazing. We've got chance of Feed the Fish, Chris. Wow.
Two vacation destination teams here. Mark Lou from San Diego, California, and of course Bob, and Blue Marlin from Port St. Lucie, Florida.
These are two pretty evenly ranked robots with pretty even records.
4,
9 and 4 for
3,
Marlin,
2,
8 and 3 for
1.
questionable choices.
Fight, robots, fight.
Both with 6 knockouts. Ooh.
Wow, questionable choices staying planted to the floor, popping Blue Marlin in the air. Questionable choices is eating the fish.
Oh boy.
Wow. You can see Bob has spun up that weapon even greater, but the fish is flying in the air here, losing, oh my God, part of that front armor package.
Oh,
Mark
boy.
Lou is shredding here. Oh my God, winning these exchanges, tossing Bob's robot here. Like a giant fish, Chris.
Oh, I see the belt off of Blue Marlin. That weapon is not going to be coming back.
Wow. Mark Liu in total control here with questionable choices. Hoping to score a couple more hits here, maybe rip off that entire front armor package. 1:50 left here. Now it comes down to, can I not get stuck? Am I not going to land in a divot made by Colossal Avian earlier in the day? Can I continue to chew away at this hobbled fish here in my opponent?
I think that would be really difficult for questionable choices because, you know, Mark has a multi-bot in this fight. Being piloted by Nate Franklin, who is probably one of the best control bot drivers of all time.
Certainly one of the most in-demand mini-bot drivers here in the championship. Oh my God, lining it up for a big hit. Wow!
Oh!
Popping the top plate off.
Tap out.
Bob is tapped out. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
See all those wires.
There's going to need to be some triage upstairs on Blue Marlin.
That was disgusting.
Tough fight.
It's carved up like sushi, Chris.
But Bob Bellinson is a great builder, great driver. He'll get up there. He'll get Blue Marlin back together. Because there's still a lot of competition left.
Mark Liu here is triumphant. I watched his test box performance last night. That robot sounds great. It's driving great. And he is very confident in his ability to go very deep in the 12-pound weight class here today. I love the Feed the Fish merch, the fandom. They've got T-shirts, they've got stickers, they've got a flag, apparently. That's great. You know, you've got to have like a chantable kind of thing.
I always say, having a great bot is good.
Yeah.
Being like a kind of a charismatic personality, that's just another feather in your hat. Having a brand and a slogan and having the sticker package, this is how you make the full package.
So so if you're building a robot in 2025, just try chanting it at home, you know? Like, try and come up with your slogan.
Yeah.
Like, Blue Marlin is not as good as Feed the Fish. Like,
you want
Feed the
3
Fish
beats,
is great.
3 beats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there other chants? Does Mr. Roper have a chant?
He's got an entire album.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
So Tony Clifton is here. I'm sure that we're going to be seeing Mr. Roper in Cage 1 at some point here soon. And if you're interested in purchasing Tony Clifton's entire music album, you can, of course, check that out online.
Yeah.
He's got 40 websites.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you can also buy it in the merch store, Chris.
We do have a fully stocked merch store here. You can also purchase a lot of our items on NHRL.io.
Yeah.
You gotta get out there. You gotta buy some of this stuff. The Tony Clifton album is hilarious.
Yeah.
It is.
It got stuck in my CD player. Now it plays every single time I drive.
It topped the Billboard's charts all summer.
Yeah.
For good reason.
Yeah.
A lot of, you know.
But it was Bill Spaceboard, okay? Not the famous, the other one, you know?
He actually,
it's like Bill's board, you know?
He placed
a guy
the album
William,
on top of the Billboard.
Right. If he sold 5 albums, I'd be surprised, all right?
I might have, I don't know. I think I own 5. So there you go.
All right. Now, coming up here in a couple minutes, Jameson Go will be coming back down here in Cage 1. He's going to be entering Cage 1 with Psycho. Now, Psycho is the number 2 seeded robot here in the 12s, and he was going to be facing off against Team Honeycracked and Minen and Plusle.
The only Pokemon arrangement here, I believe, in the World Championships.
Yeah, not the only Pokemon robots here at the league, but yeah, the one that's gone the furthest for sure.
The one that has evolved into the World Championships.
Now, Psycho is my pick to go incredibly deep here today in the 12s. This will be Psycho's first fight of the day. We're really going to kind of see how Psycho is performing after this fight. Now, he's going to have to get through Zoe Lambert and her multi-bot verts here in Minen and Plusle. Expertly piloted, incredibly tough, and he's going to have to knock out at least one of these, and ideally two, to take home the knockout. And it's tough because these are big robots facing off against a pretty compact 12 in Psycho. Now, Jameson Go doesn't run multi-bots. He doesn't run mini-bots. And he is... It always comes down to drive quality when it comes to a multi-bot. Can you coordinate with your partner? Can you, like, really the best time to take advantage in a multi-bot configuration is right at the top of the match. Can one of you pin while the other comes in and just like wallops Psycho? It's going to be important. And if Jameson is smart, he's going to pick one color and just go after it. So it's either going to be red or blue, and just try and knock out one of those robots, and then he's on much more even footing.
Jameson Go doesn't run a mini-bot. Mini-bots run from Jameson Go.
Sure.
5,
Minen and Plusle here
4,
running treads.
3, 2,
These big
1.
scooping
Robots fight.
scooping plows. Oh, and the red robots here coming out very early, ripping off part of that armor package on the blue half of Minen and Plusle.
Wow.
Jameson Go staying absolutely planted to the floor, bobbling these robots. A little bit of friendly fire here from Minen and Plusle.
Oh,
and
wow! A
roofing!
hard roof shot.
Wow. Now this giant black robot here is Psycho from Jameson Go. Finds himself on his head. That's not great. We've got Minen here in blue, Plusle here in red. Jameson back onto his feet, punting one half of Minen and Plusle across the box. You can see the flat part of these forks are gone on Minen and Plusle. It's just Psycho running straight into this massive metal plow here on the front of these multi-bots.
Yeah.
And more friendly fire there from Minen and Plusle. But is the weapon on Psycho down, Chris?
It's a good question.
Is the weapon on Psycho down, Chris? Oh my God!
That's a good question, Luke.
A minute 30 here, and Psycho has lost its weapon.
You don't know. I saw a little bit of a shake out of it. Jameson could just be playing it easy right now and spinning his weapon down, prevent it from overheating. You never know. You never know.
This is the time for Minen and Plusle to come here and rack up points. They have been bodied in this match so far. And they're being out-pushed here from Psycho. Psycho able to easily push them up against the rail. A minute left. Will that weapon come back, Chris?
Oh, this is a tough spot, but
that is a pretty good pin.
Both Minen and Plusle are also not spinning.
45 seconds left here in this fight.
All right, we have one now working weapon in this match.
Another good here, 10-second pin on Psycho. Oh my God. Are the underdogs here in this fight? Is it potentially a win for Minen and Plusle? So we tick down to the last 30 seconds. That weapon is not coming back. The weapon on Psycho is down.
All right.
20 seconds left here.
There we see the belt. It looks like the That might have been, oh, it's the chain.
It's a chain. I think that that's the chain off of Psycho. As we take this to the judges, it may be a win for Zoe Lambert and Meinen and Plussel. We're going to take this one to the judges. A lot of damage on both sides of the box. Great control here from the multibot of Meinen and Plussel. If they win, that will be a massive, massive upset.
I don't think it's a straightforward answer here.
No.
Psycho demonstrated incredible driving, aggression, and damage. But the last 30 seconds spelled a very different story. The judges are going to have a lot to chew on for this one.
An incredible amount of damage, yeah, on both sides of the box. Although losing your primary weapon is pretty serious in the eyes of the judges. To be fair, one half of Meinen and Plussel also lost their weapon. They lost part of their front armor package, but they showed some pretty good control there at the end, landing a couple of late pins, like pins that were late in the match. Psycho, though, was looking in control for much of that match. I think this one's going to be a close judge's call.
Now, regardless, one of these bots is going to take a win, one of these bots is going to take a loss, but neither of these bots are out. You will continue on to the competition until your second loss. So either way, either Meinen or Plussel and Psycho are going to have another chance. And I fully expect at least one of these bots is going to go deep.
Yeah. Love the theming on Meinen and Plussel. That is great.
Got to build the brand, Luke.
I've got to imagine these are custom embroidered patches on Team Meinen and Plussel here.
I think they're completely custom suits.
That's great.
And custom hats.
I love it. I love it. Jameson goes second fight of the day. We've seen Silent Spring. We've now seen Psycho. And we will be seeing Megatron here shortly.
I believe Megatron did have a round one bye.
Right, a lot of damage there in the box. Gonna have to take it upstairs to the pits, see what's going on with those weapons. Psycho losing its weapon chain, though. That's pretty rotten luck. But yeah, probably a close judge's call there. You can see here, most of these builders have already fought their first fight of the day, trying to get ready for their second fight of the day. And we can see Team Pandemonium here and Matt Lantry right here in the foreground. Does he know he's on TV, Chris? Let's see the moment of realization. There's a huge monitor in front of him.
We see another half of Team Honeycracked on the left side of the screen. The other half of the team are down here, Cade's side, watching the Meinen and Plussel match. These are two very big teams.
You can see Team Dicey here in the center. Got Tim Hebert and Dan Daishino there. And if you're looking at these rainbow-colored jerseys and you're like, I really want to own one myself, we've got a ton of jerseys here in the store, the NHRL store. You can go and support your favorite team and rep their merch. These are jerseys from the team's event that was broadcast on ESPN over the summer. And I can see all of those jerseys there. They look great. If you're here in the building, go and check out the merch store or purchase them online, nhrl.io. Sadly, the sparkly jackets are not for sale.
I am willing to sell this one to someone at any point today.
Is it because they're not breathable at all and I am just sweating buckets?
It's also made out of some of the sharpest material ever manufactured.
Yeah.
If you run your hand across this, it's kind of like running it across a cheese grater.
Yeah, that's not great.
It's not very comfortable.
No.
No.
Fully flammable. It's like...
oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can't get close to the box, all right? not safe for us, Chris.
Yeah. Every costume I seem to wear at NHRL is made entirely out of forever chemicals that are accelerants in nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. But yeah, really great merch store. Like, you would not believe the different ways that you can rep your love for the league, your love for your favorite team. It is all here, and I own almost all of that, Chris. It's great.
Also, over in the merch store, I believe we are selling the Eric kit as part of the Havoc Academy. So if you're interested in building a robot of your own but don't know where to get started, in addition to the wealth of information available online, a lot of that is now packaged into a course and a bot kit that you can assemble at home, along with our very own Sam.
Yeah.
Henchman Sam will take you through
Sam
the build
comes,
process.
A little Sam comes in every box.
There's a little tiny Sam.
Yep, he pops out and he tells you,
You just have to
"No,
feed him.
you've got the wires."
Don't feed him after midnight,
Yeah, right.
or he turns into Ricky.
Yep.
But no, it's a fantastic course that gives you a lot of, the basic institutional knowledge of what you need to know to build a bot, and also gives you a fabulous array of core components that will allow you to build the Eric bot that you can practice driving. But ultimately, these great parts you can introduce into a new configuration. They're very reusable, and they're some of the better quality materials that you can get out there. So definitely check that out.
Yeah, it's a lifter, so you don't run the risk of tearing off your fingers with a kinetic weapon. You can drive it around your house, really learn how these robots are made. You can take those pieces, cannibalize them, put them into your first combat robot for NHRL as well. So, yeah.
And so if you're here in the building, check that out in the merch store. If you're watching at home, you can learn more about that on NHRL.io.
Oh, look, I could see Chris Moran bringing us one. Look at this. Oh, here we go. It's magically appeared, Chris. Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. Wow. Crash Course box. Everything that you need to know is in here. And there's supplemental educational videos online. And you can build your own little Eric. It is absolutely adorable.
Yeah, little control bot. Parents at home, you don't have to worry about a flamethrower or vertical or horizontal spinner on here. It's like a little grabby mouth. You see it there? It's designed to kind of scoop and corral, and you can toss your opponents around. Safe at home for even young builders.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, we're going to go to Cage 1. Now loading in, we've got Minor Threat 5 from Luke Grell here, facing off against Carmen. Now Carmen here is in red. We've got Minor Threat 5 here in the foreground, here in the pink corner. Now here's the builder of Carmen.
That is Michael Shore from New Kensington, Pennsylvania. 11 events under his belt. Definitely one of those more recognizable faces here at NHRL, with an overall record of 21-13, 18 knockouts.
Minor Threat 5 is one of the winningest robots, though, on the other side of the box. Carmen is one of the most feared robots here in this weight class. These are two titans of the sport. Minor Threat 5 has won a ton of competitions. It is a very long-running legacy robot. Carmen, hard-hitting, compact, part of this just persistent Pennsylvania bot mafia. They love the 12-pound weight class. A lot of them cut their teeth on bots IQ and building 15-pound robots all through high school. And they are all friends, all these 12-pound Pennsylvania builders together, sharing a lot of information and building these super, super hard-hitting egg beater spinners.
Now, Luke Grell in Minor Threat 5 here is actually ready to settle a score, because these two bots had faced off in the June 24 event
5,
with Carmen
4,
and Michael Shore taking
3,
a knockout.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see if Luke can even up the score here. Oh, and Carmen already ripping off one of those forks from Minor Threat 5. Carmen, though, up on the rail.
Nice. Nice job. Luke backing off of that side rail in behind Carmen.
Wow, Minor Threat 5 on its head, hitting the house spot. Finding its lost fork over there, Chris.
Oh. Ooh. Oh.
Wow.
Not a good spot to be in.
A bad bump here for Luke Grell, and Minor Threat 5 fully up on the rail. Its wheels are not making any connection, and Carmen is waiting.
Calling for the unstick. Here comes Flo.
Oh my God, Flo!
Flo, take it easy.
Okay, Minor Threat 5 now on its feet. And look, there's one of those wheels gone on Minor Threat 5.
Wow.
Carmen is intent on making this 2-0. Wow.
Surprisingly, Minor Threat 5 shakes that off. Now a three-wheeled bot.
And the weapon on Carmen is down.
Oh, I
you
see
can
the
see
belt.
that belt hanging loose. I wonder if Carmen is running double belts because I'm seeing a little bit of movement. No, it's just physics there. Just a dead weapon spinning here with 1:22 left. Luke Grell's got to turn on the gas. This has been an incredibly destructive fight. Carmen here continuing to pursue. He's got to try and land a couple of pins here. 60 seconds left. The tide is turning in this fight. Minor Threat 5, though it's very quiet in the box.
I mean,
This is not the time to turn off your weapon. Time
it's
to-
also not the time to get high centered again.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that's 10 seconds to doom.
Okay, you can see that weapon firing back up, but it's very, very silent. 30 seconds left here in this fight.
boy.
Carmen back on its feet. This is gonna be a close match.
Oh no.
Wow, oh, back onto its head. Hitting a seam in the floor. 15 seconds left here in this fight. This one will very likely go to the judges.
Coming up here with 10 seconds left, if it is possible, this is when Minor Threat should turn it up because you can't get counted out anymore, but you want to at least show the judges one good last punch.
That weapon running very anemically as we take it to the judges. Wow, incredibly destructive. Minor Threat 5, no trouble at all getting its way back to the door. This one is going to be a close judge's call.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm saying that a lot, not for every single match, but this one was very, very close. And you expect them to be close in the championship. These are two incredibly talented builders, incredibly destructive robots. And this was just a true evisceration on both sides of the box. Making the judges work for it here today. All right, great. Love to see 12-pound action. Love to see just violent roofings in the 12s. It's great.
Yeah, we saw a couple of really hard roofings today. We almost lost a roof cam in the, what was it, the Impact and Spartan match.
Yeah.
This might be the record for roofings so far.
Now, we've got two judges' updates here. One is expected, one is an upset. Well, I've already just spoiled it. I'm so sorry, Colby. All right, first off, we've got Eruption and Jelly Baby. Brian Boxell and Eruption taking that. And our second judge's decision, we've got Minen and Plussel and Psycho. Your winner there, Zoe Lambert and Minen and Plussel. Taking that win.
Wow.
Huge upset. Jameson Go losing his first fight of the day with Psycho. That is putting him in a hole that he's going to have to dig his way out of here this morning, or else Psycho is now in danger of being eliminated from the competition. Number 2 seed, fantastic for Minen and Plussel. It's going to just do great for their rankings, but concerning here, right here at the top of the day.
Yeah. I honestly see how the arguments could have been made for either way, for Psycho, Minen and Plussel. I think it's really important when you're telling the story to the judges, if you can showcase what you're doing in the second half of the fight,
Yeah.
it carries a lot of weight
Yes.
compared to really dominating the first 90 seconds.
Yeah, like kind of that last image of the fight, you know, these two robots coming in and pinning, and Psycho really kind of spending a lot of time on its head. I haven't seen the scores yet. I'm going to guess they're pretty close, but it was a unanimous judges' decision for Minot and Plusle. Doesn't mean the scores were not necessarily close, but it's great to see the judges were united there. It wasn't a split decision.
Yeah.
They really gave it to Zoe and her team. Fantastic.
Congratulations.
Yeah, big feather in your cap. All right, great. I just love seeing the House of Havoc as full as it is. This is so, so great. So many fans have been coming here throughout the seasons, and for them, this is like the Olympics of robot fighting, and really just the best of the best. This is where you're guaranteed to see every single fight being a banger. It's fantastic.
Yeah. It's definitely something to check out if you're ever in the Northeast. We run multiple events throughout the year. Food trucks, beverages, merch, games, interactive exhibits, a museum.
Yeah.
You got to get out here.
Let's go over to Cage 4. Let's see what's going on over there. Oh, my God. Loading in here, we've got Promheta here in the pink corner, facing off against Hooligan there in the blue corner. A Hooligan run by Jack Zapotnik, formerly of Florida, now living in Texas. Promheta run by Zach Knight, another member of this Pennsylvania bot mafia.
5, 4, 3.
Can we call them the Amish
2,
Mafia?
1.
I don't think any of them are
Robots
Amish.
fight.
This is like the antithesis of the Amish, Chris. Oh my God!
Oh, you see, both bots kind of showing their teeth, but not initially engaging. Hooligan now on its head.
Promheta there winning that first exchange.
Uh-oh.
And the weapon on Hooligan is down. Are the lights out on Hooligan?
Wow. What
Fast
happened?
match.
Oh, I hope that we can pull up a replay. I'm confused.
It was that one exchange. Promheta won it, and Hooligan just died.
I'm curious if Promheta was able to snipe something.
It looked like an electrical failure. There's nothing moving on Hooligan right now. If they're able to drive back to the door, they always drive back to the door.
Yeah.
The lights are out.
Because it was not a substantial exchange between these two bots.
All right, interesting. Fast match. Promheta, love to see it. We've got William Marchese came over here. He's not grabbing my head and cradling it. That's great. He said that something in Hooligan blew up. Yeah, like you can see that here with these big exchanges. Sometimes there's just so much energy, kinetic energy that gets dumped into your robot. And these components that are pretty delicate just sometimes completely fail.
Gremlins have a way of coming out of the woodwork in a robot. You know, sometimes something's looking great up in the test box. You know, you're doing your twitch tests and you're testing your weapons, but all it takes is just like one small solder to come loose. All it takes is one small piece of debris to get into a motor. There's 1,000 things that can go wrong.
Yeah.
And just like that, less than 3 or 4 seconds into a match, that can spell disaster.
Yeah. What you see a lot of builders now doing is they're building redundant systems inside of their robots. Sometimes they split the drive and the weapon so that, oh, my weapon went down, but I can continue to drive. In this case, it just looks like lights are out.
Yeah.
Something happened. Fantastic. You love to see a one-hit knockout, too, especially early in the day. If you're Zach Knight, you're going to be pretty happy with yourself. Take it upstairs, just kind of check everything over.
Right.
But you really want to kind of preserve your robots and achieve the fastest knockouts possible so you can really take it deep into the night. All right. Now, we have a judge's decision update. In that last fight that we just saw, Minor Threat 5 winning that over Carmen. So Luke Grell staying alive, winning here with Minor Threat 5, and will advance. Carmen now needs to win the next 2 to escape the qualifying round. That was a destructive back and forth. That one seemed like it was close.
It's definitely one of those slugfests where there was not a whole lot of bot left on either side of the box. And, you know, I'm sure that all of those builders are now upstairs frantically trying to get those bots resituated for their next match. Probably a tall order, both ends.
It is standing room only here in the House of Havoc. People are crowding around these big boxes. They love to see big 30-pounder and 12-pounder fight. These huge robots being, you know, flung in the air. Just big concussive hits that you can just feel in your chest. It is fantastic. The feeling during like a really big fight, flamethrower fight, explosion, fire, just electric. It's fantastic. And I see a Bucky sweatshirt over there. Team Texas is here in the building. You gotta love that. Wow.
I hope they brought me 15 of my favorite items from Bucky's.
Yeah. I love to see fans flying out to come to the championship. It's great. Nice. There we go. Bucky's, I'm going to say, best gas station on the planet.
Yeah.
I've never been to a better gas station.
I mean, Bucky's makes hearts look like a Wawa.
Yeah.
How's that? I feel like I just threw down a gauntlet for 3 regions of gas stations.
Yeah, take that, tri-state area.
We have Stewart's, Luke.
Nobody cares about Stewart's.
I care about Stewart's.
We're going to go to Cage 1. People are crowding here for good reason. We've got Bumble Blitz here in yellow to the left, facing off against Void here in blue. Now, Bumble Blitz is one of 2 robots that have qualified here from the same builder, Liam King. Now, Liam King here is part of the team UMD Leatherbacks. He graduated out of the Honeycracked program and is now fighting as part of his college team.
5,
facing off against
4,
Trevor Summer from
3,
Pittsburgh
2,
here with Void.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, Bumble Blitz here catching its opponent, but Void popping Bumble Blitz on the onto its face, and Void is pursuing.
There we go. There's the high center from Bumble Blitz, those long cam lifter forks. Letting it do its thing!
Oh my God!
Wow! Oh my goodness! And another huge hit!
Big shower of magic smoke.
I see the drive belt off the left side of Void has been cut clean in half.
Incredible. Wow, yeah, you can see that belt just stripped away. And Bumble Blitz now just trying to,
careful,
oh my God.
Careful. My goodness. Oh, you see now Bumble Blitz's entire weapon is askew at the top. But Void is dumping out smoke with a great pin on Bumble Blitz.
Oh my God. This smoke from Void, is that just from friction on the belt?
Tap out.
Wow, big tap outs. I think that this was a tap out from Liam King.
Was it?
And a little bit of fire here from on Void.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I'm going to wait for production to confirm.
Flo is currently trying to extinguish what could become a fire. Each one of our large house bots here is retrofit with a full-on fire extinguisher inside. That is a
There's the LiPo battery.
That is a LiPo fire.
You can tell that it's a lipo fire because the smoke is really heavy and it's clinging to the floor. Now we have, that is a confirmation here from production. The tap out came from Liam King and Bumble Blitz. Now Void looked like it had one more good hit in it, and I think that Liam was trying to avoid that. I'm sure that Liam is looking at this fire now and just wondering, should I have maybe held off on tapping out?
I mean, I don't even think Liam had called for the unstick yet.
Yeah, but you could see that he was lined up right there to hit.
Yes.
You can see them putting on their PPE. They're going to go in here and blast Void with the fire extinguisher. Got the fire marshals coming down to take a look here at cage 1 to make sure that we are doing this safely. And one of the most amazing things is we have about 1,000 people here in the audience, and we are seeing great clarity here in the air. And all of these fumes are being sucked out of this box with our negative air pressure system. Now this negative air pressure system is able to replace all of the air in the box every 6 seconds. And it is so powerful that you can stick your wallet and your keys to the ceiling. It is really just keeping all of this lipo smoke as much as possible out of the audience. Now, lipo fires are pretty rare at other competitions because I've been to them before with no air pressure system, and you just clear out of the building for like 30 minutes. But we're able to continue to run fights back to back here with our multiple cages and our really state-of-the-art fire systems. All right, look at this. We've got a bucket stuck to the ceiling here. You can see that vent there on the ceiling. Yeah, you can stick your keys up there, your wallet, your phone. All right, those legs that you see in the air, that is a table that is fully stuck to the ceiling inside of one of these big cages. Oh no, that's cage 1. Wow, that's amazing. That's like a Beetleweight cage, and they are able to stick a table to the ceiling. It's fantastic. It really is replacing all of this air many, many times a minute. So it looks like that lipo is mostly out. Jim with the spaceman suit is going to go in there with his big long gloves, pick up the robot, throw it into the sand bucket, and run it outside. And Chris has been replaced by Lindsay. Hello, Lindsay.
Oh, hello, Luke. It is so joyous to be here. I feel like the light reflecting off of your sequin jacket hopefully is giving me a nice glow. It's giving you certainly a very nice glow.
I need all the help I can get, Lindsay. It's great. You got to come in right at the right moment. You know, you're sitting here right in front of cage 1 for a fire. Fantastic.
Yeah, and now I'm ready for going over to cage 2 where we're going to see another fight.
Let's go see that now. All right, we've got Caldera here facing off against, I believe this is Dyma Karis. Now this is our oldest builder in the building facing off against our youngest builder in the building, which is very cool. We've got an 8th grader here with Dyma Karis and Glenn Boxell here with Caldera.
So, Luke, the winner of this fight will move on to the bracket. So this is a do or die. A lot of stakes here as they kind of size each other up for these first few encounters.
Now, Caldera is our #1 seeded robot here, our #1 ranked Beetle, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do. Glenn Boxell has an amazing number of fights here. He has a 64-35 record across 23 events, and he is tipped up against the rail.
Not where you want to be. Also, Luke, I did misspeak. There will be one more chance, so it's not quite do or die yet, but you really want to cement your win here.
Wow.
Caldera flying. Now, Luke, I want to take a little credit. I did paint the letters onto Eruption.
Oh, good.
With nail polish yesterday, so I feel even more emotionally invested into this match.
Wow. Wait, so you had orange nail polish?
No, Glenn, he supplied the nail polish. He picked a good brand. Diamond Harris, not where you want to be. It looks like they're having some trouble with their weapon. Without that, difficult to get out of this situation.
Now, Glenn Boxall's absolutely precise. He's like a laser in the box. He is so careful. He's looking at Beckett through this glass, seeing if Beckett is getting ready to tap. He's ready to stop engaging. He doesn't want to do any more damage than he has to get the win. You can see Caldera, just great sportsmanship, giving Dimacaris the chance to get it saved from the house spot.
Oh, using some precision hitting on that wheel. I mean, he still wants to do a little damage, you know?
I mean, Caldera is just so precise. Glenn wants to go after wheels just because they're the easiest thing to replace on your opponent. If you can knock out their wheels, you could really win the fight. Beckett here refuses to tap out. I think that this will be
Tap out.
Okay, as soon as I said it. Beckett tapping out. Your winner here is Glenn Boxall and Caldera. Fantastic fight here.
It is so intimidating to go up against a competitor like Glenn Boxall, who has been fighting for years at every single event. He has so much experience, and I feel like, you know, that really played into his approach here. He wasn't going too full intensity, because sometimes when you do that and you don't need to, you end up exposing your robot to mishaps that otherwise you wouldn't really need to expose them to.
Now,
So I think that's a smart play.
Beckett here is a really fantastic young driver. This is an 8th grade student from New Jersey. He has multiple trophies in his trophy case. He is the RCE champion for his ant weight, Dolce de Leche.
Yes.
And he is a rising star at NHRL, getting a lot of drive practice here at this league and at G Squirrel in New Jersey.
And I feel like that's one of the really exciting things each year at NHRL. You have these longtime competitors, Glenn Boxall, Jameson Go, you know, people, Drew Davis, people who have showed up time and time again throughout the years. And then each year you get to see these newer faces that make a real reputation for themselves. And Beckett is certainly one of those stars of 2024. So who knows what 2025 will have in store?
That was a classic match from Caldera. Laser-like precision, picking the part of your opponent that you want to go after. He made that decision. I'm going to go after the wheels, going to force the tap, but it's not a total evisceration. That kind of conservative style not only shows great sportsmanship and just great control and patience inside of the box, but it also protects Caldera as it goes further because it doesn't need to take a ton of unnecessary damage. You can see other drivers in this sport, they get tunnel vision.
Yes.
The whole screen goes red. They need to get the knockout. They end up stripping their own belts or getting high centered. We've seen it in the past. Glenn is a very different type of competitor.
Yep.
Absolutely precise.
You only expel the amount of energy you need to get the win. I respect that, especially in a war of attrition. And it all comes down to the championships here.
Yeah.
There is no redo, so you don't want to do anything unnecessary that could expose you to risk if you don't have to. So, and I think that, again, comes with experience.
Glenn Boxall has one golden dumpster on his shelf. He would love to add a golden Brett. The question is, will this conservative laser-like precision be enough to take the #1 seed all the way through to the end of the night? Or will these kind of big swings, swing for the fences, high risk, high return, super aggressive drivers that he will face later in the day, will that be the thing that gets them one step beyond Glenn in this fight?
And I wonder, you know, as the night progresses, if he will adapt his driving style. Will he become a little bit more, I don't want to say aggressive, aggressive is the wrong word, but like a little more intense? Will he kind of throw caution to the wind when everything is on the line? It will be interesting to see.
See somebody fighting over in cage 4. Colby, is it a good fight? People are shouting over there, Lindsay.
I see a lot of movement. Oh, okay. Look at this, Luke. Warhard XXL versus Emulsifier. Our first look at Emulsifier of the day will be taking place in about 25, 26 minutes. So get your snack now, but don't be getting that snack at 11:35.
This is a huge choke point for the 30s. Emulsifier is our 2-time reigning world champion in this weight class. It is the scariest 30-pounder on the planet, but it hasn't faced Warhard XXL or some of these 2024 robots, these kind of really modern robots that have come up within the last season. I would put Warhard XXL and Ares in that category. These very aggressive head-to-head robots. They have total faith in their weapons, and they match Matt Boris's intensity in the box. That's going to be a massive test for that robot.
Now I know why everybody was moving back in the stands. It's because we have some fire here.
Fantastic. We've got Jeff Waters here in the pink corner with Supreme Ruler entering this competition with the number 2 seed here. Sorry, the pink corner. And here in the blue corner, we've got Repeater here from Ryan Liu. Repeater here, this is a Texas robot facing off against a Las Vegas robot.
They have not fought before. Oh, Luke, take a look at this. So this is the fire marshal here, letting everyone know, stay back 2 rows, keep your dogs away from the fire.
Yeah, we've got some canine fans of robot combat. Lindsay?
These dogs attend almost every event, and they are remarkably well behaved, and I think they have a bloodlust for robots. And can you really blame them?
I love the sitting cage side for both of these builders. It's really something else.
I feel like
it all comes down to height, all right?
We're having a chair off here. Now, do you think Jeff is doing this as an homage to Peter?
Yeah.
Meeting him where he's at? Or is he just inspired?
Yeah, I mean, if you have to, you just leap out of your chair to go around to the other side of the box to get a better look. But I like it. It's a very chill vibe in Cage 2. And it really... it's kind of funny because we're going to see so much brutality here in just a moment.
And a lot of fire.
Gotta love fire.
The Flame is a new addition to Supreme Ruler this year. So he has both the cam lifters, which are those large forks intended to high center their opponent, and pin. And now they have the double whammy of not just pinning, but also melting you to death with fire. But you see the gold tape there on Repeater that is intended to stave off some amount of heat from the flames. We've seen it used to varying success here. Will it be enough for Repeater?
Now, Repeater had a really great fight earlier in the day, working together. Just really, these are 2 twin 2-pound robots, and really just going head to head
5, 4,
with its opponent
3,
in Chubby
2,
Unicorn.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see that flame, Jeff.
So fast out of the gate for Repeater. Oh, fire cam, Luke.
You can see the thermal cam here. The floor is heating up in Cage 2. What Jeff really wants to do is catch one of these absolutely minuscule robots, push it up against the rail, and turn on the gas.
They are just so fast that it's proving to be a challenge for him to really pin any of them for any amount of time. But Supreme Ruler is also such an odd shape, it's difficult for them to do much against him either.
Repeater is really trying to continue to pop Supreme Ruler in the air. Repeater really wants to get under Supreme Ruler. Oh, that's a good pin. these robots are just so fast, and they've got so much gyro. They're able to get out of these lifting forks, these twisting forks on Supreme Ruler.
It's really like mosquitoes flying around your head, and you try to whack one, but you know, as soon as you do, the other one's lining up to fly in your ear or something.
Wow.
Wow.
This is absolute brutality from Repeater. You can see them pursuing, and they are allowing each one to go get a hit, and then here comes the other one. Get their hits, come back again, reset.
It is really pristine driving from both Peter and Brian. They are really a team, and they have worked on their driving strategy in tandem. So it's not just two kind of random robots fighting, but they are fighting as one.
Wow, Supreme Ruler got its fork stuck under the rail. And Repeater came in to violently save.
I don't know if Supreme Ruler has landed a pin for more than 1, maybe 2 seconds this entire match.
And the fire is gone on Supreme Ruler. That tape is just decorative now. 50 seconds left here in this fight. Repeater is doing great.
Jeff Waters, one of the very best drivers in this sport, and it just goes to show, you know, how difficult it is when a multi-bot configuration is run well, how difficult it is to really combat that.
30 seconds left here in this fight. Repeater's had a fantastic showing here against Supreme Ruler. Looks like we're going to take this to the judges. Very little damage, but a lot of aggression and control from Repeater.
This is the most time I've seen Supreme Ruler spend in the air, I think, in 2 seasons at NHRL.
As we take it to the last 10 seconds, we're going to take this one to the judges.
Wow.
They're going to be deciding the winner here, Supreme Ruler or Repeater. Jeff Waters staying in the chair the entire time.
I feel like the energy I would just have to jump out. I admire how calm and cool and collected both of these drivers are.
Now Repeater is just having just a fantastic morning here. 2 bangers in a row. Really great coordination here from these Roboteers. All right, we're gonna go over to cage 1. Where we have Buzzkill facing off against Doppelgator. Now, Doppelgator is in the blue corner. This is a University of Florida robot. These are twin egg beater spinners, independent weapons with a cam lifter here. Mini-bots.
It's giving Twin Beast vibes.
Twin Beast, yeah. Amphisbaena vibes.
Yeah.
Yep. Facing off against a Maryland robot. You can see the flag there on the top. Buzzkill here from Liam King. This is Liam's 2nd robot that he's qualified. He's got this densely packed comb mini-bot there running with him. Go to Florida on Maryland action here. 2 college teams. We've got John Flack here with Doppelgator.
You'll
running
also
it with Brooks Silber.
Yeah, and you'll recognize John from Steggy as well, running another bot in the competition.
The thing that you really want to watch for with a robot with 2 weapons is, can they keep both of them running the entire time? You've got a redundant system. You can lose one weapon and continue to show aggression and damage, but it is twice as complex.
That is one of the factors you have to weigh when you are kind of
5,
planning the risk
4,
management of your
3,
robot.
2, 1.
Let's
Fight,
go.
robots, fight.
All right, a slow start here for Buzzkill, crossing the box. And their minibot immediately getting under Doppelgator.
Oh,
Looks like Liam is
friendly.
pursuing that
Fire.
minibot first on Doppelgator, trying to avoid the first hit,
Wow.
and Liam won that first hit. Doppelgator finding itself on its head.
Buzzkill staying firmly planted. It took a while for Doppelgator to kind of get his bearings after that hit.
Liam continues to pursue the cam lifter mini bot from Doppelgator.
Wow.
Oh my God, Doppelgator returned it, winning the second exchange. But those weapons continue to run fantastic.
I do believe, though, that there may be some drive issues on Doppelgator. And maybe they're working them out. Hard to tell.
Oh, another big
wow.
hit there. Doppelgator sending Buzzkill into the rail.
It took about a minute for Doppelgator to kind of get its bearings, but I think now it is...
Ooh, a good pin and hit from Buzzkill here. Liam trying to cave in the back of Doppelgator. That's a tap out.
We have a tap out.
I think the tap out came from Doppelgator. Your winner here is Liam King and Buzzkill.
Luke, what do you think caused them to tap out?
I think that last hit where Liam came in and hit the back plate turned off something in Doppelgator. In these early matches, you can lose one and still advance if you win the next two. So you don't want to get totally mulched in your first fight, especially if you don't have a lot of spares upstairs in the pits.
Yeah, the way that you have to approach your first match is very strategic. You know, you don't want to go all out if you don't have to. If it looks like it's not going to be going your way, there might be a strategic advantage to tapping out early and saving yourself for the next match.
Fantastic as we see the load out procedure here. I can see huge cheers to cage 4, but we're going to go to cage 2.
We're going to check out cage 2. Let's see it. Luke, we have Monkfish and Spartan.
Wow, a little horizontal on horizontal action. Two mid-cutters here. Two of the best robots in the sport. Monkfish from Rachel de Guzman. Toyota engineer, Toyota designer here, coming in from
4,
Michigan,
3,
facing off against
2,
Johnny Supas from the Bahamas.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, a great start here for Monkfish here in teal.
Ooh. Spartan had an unusual first match against Impact. Oh
my God.
Luke!
Part of that leg is ripped off on Monkfish.
That is maybe the biggest chunk we've ever seen ripped off of Monkfish.
Wow, and the right side drive on Monkfish is impaired.
Oh my goodness. And now it looks like maybe one wheel is seized on Spartan.
Yeah, Spartan is got one half of drive running. And you can see that Monkfish's weapon is just dragging along the floor. Those wheels have been just caved in here on the right side.
Oh, this is not where she wants to be. Far from the ideal situation for Monkfish.
Now, if Monkfish can get onto its head and become an overhead spinner,
we've seen it before.
It's going to run a whole lot better. I wonder if Rachel's trying to violently crash into the rail and pop herself onto her head.
It also appears that the weapon may be down on Spartan. It's hard to see.
Yeah, I don't see the weapon running. That's a good eye, Lindsay. A minute 30 here. We've got impaired driving from both robots.
Oh,
We've got
the weapon is back.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, that's good. There you go,
But
Johnny.
that drive, he's unable to take advantage of kind of this perfect situation he has with Monkfish here because his own drive is betraying him.
That weapon is going up and down on Spartan, and he would like nothing more than to rip off more of these legs here on Monkfish. Now, very interestingly, it looks like one half of Monkfish's drive is just seized up, and the other is going, but it's...
Look at these sparks!
Do you see how one half is going, but they're stuck to the floor? The other half is not going at all because it's just stuck. Big hit there.
Wow. And this, it's just been two very strange and unusual matches for Spartan. This is actually pretty similar to how his first matchup against Impact went. he came out on top of that one. This is a whole new situation. I'm not entirely sure. But I do think this will be going to the judges as Monkfish ballets across the floor.
Yeah, Monkfish unable to show control here, really can't get themselves to where they want to be inside of the box. Spartan, hobble drive, no weapon. Monkfish, hobble drive, yes weapon. This one will go to the judges, a destructive match in cage 2. These two mid-cutters meeting early in the bracket.
I feel like the damage that Johnny did to Monkfish so early on is probably going to weigh fairly heavy in the judges' eyes. But, you know, he lost his weapon shortly thereafter. I don't know if it was a result of anything that Monkfish did or if it was just something faulty on his own robot that came out. But this is going to be a weird one for the judges to really parse through.
Now, I have an update from the judges on the last fight that we saw.
Tell me, Luke, tell me.
In Supreme Ruler versus Repeater.
Yes?
There was an upset. Repeater is your winner.
Wow.
Supreme Ruler losing their first fight of the day. The Texans here just cruising through that match, really showing incredible aggression and control. Repeater is absolutely a beetle to watch here today.
They're a bit of a dark horse, you know. I think that they haven't been at NHRL extremely often this year, and I think because of that, they've maybe flown under some radars, but you can never count out Peter Garnash or Ryan Liu. I mean, they are prolific builders with quite a pedigree, and Texas, state to watch this competition.
Yeah, Peter's been organizing his own events. His friends are getting lots and lots of drive time, and Repeater is so expertly piloted. When you have two kinetic weaponed multi-bots in the box, you run the risk of hurting yourselves by crashing into one another accidentally, but you could see them just really strategically picking their moments and just keeping Supreme Ruler on its back foot for the full 3 minutes, winning their first fight of the day. Huge upset there in the Beatles.
I'm hearing that a very large fight is loading into cage 1 here.
Wow, loading into cage 1. We've got Jameson Go and Megatron facing off against B-Force.
Wow, okay. I am here for this. Earlier, Jameson Go with Psycho was also fighting a Team Honeycracked robot. Ended up losing that JD. So now he's out for blood. He has a revenge against Team Honeycracked. They're not making up in my head, but hey, why not? I am so excited to see Megatron here with those tracks. I know that Jameson has said this robot drives better than it ever has. I think he's feeling really confident about this build, about the upgrades that he's made. But once again, like we saw with Supreme Ruler and Repeater, he's going up against a multi-bot configuration that, you know, Team Honeycracked is so in sync. They have their own test box that they practice in weekly, if not daily. They are also very synced drivers. So, you know, he has his work cut out for him as he goes up against them. But Megatron has won the Golden Brett before. Hard to be, you know, hard to predict what is going to come out of this particular fight. So here they are loading in, making sure everything is safe, everything is good to go. You see those weapon locks coming out. Those doors are about to close and the carnage is about to begin. Megatron showing off a little bit what those tracks can do as he goes into the red corner. It looks like JMO here is being assisted by longtime friend and longtime builder Aaron Fan, who is often a member of his pit crew on these championship days. We've also seen them fight together with robots such as Tale of Three Hams. All right, Cody and Co. giving the thumbs up.
Yeah, Fan Wango. That's their team whenever they fight together.
Yeah.
Great name.
Hey, Kyle. It's so nice to have you. What
It's
a
good
match
to
to
be
join
here.
us for.
Yeah, it's all tracks and hub motors today. We got tracks on hub motors on one side, tracks and hub motors on the other side. Everybody's got tracks and hub motors. I love that there's been like a coalescing of design elements between the Honeycracks
5,
team and
4,
Jameson Go.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow.
Oof. That weapon just grinding away at the plywood there. Jameson then taking on the other side of B-Force up against the wall. And yeah,
Kyle!
that was the dramatic weight and hit of the hammer saw of Megatron. Oh no!
Look at that
is
piercing.
stuck.
Uh-oh. Can he free himself?
Now he's just using one half of B-Force as a battering ram against the
Tap
other
out.
half of B-Force, and that is a full-on tap out. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Jameson Go and Megatron.
Not even going to try to pause that fight to unstick them. Just clear, untap.
Yeah,
I don't
they
blame
just said,
them.
no thank you, we're done, that's it.
You know, they have those big areas, so much surface area for Jameson to get a bite on. And that blade on Megatron is, I think, stronger than it ever has been before.
Well, this is a design that they debuted last event that they were at, and they never quite got the hub motor working.
Yeah.
Here's a fun fact. Part of what made the hub motor work is actually calling Team Honeycracked and getting some parts and ESCs to help make that thing function properly. So some of this victory you can actually attribute to the Honeycrack team.
I wonder if they regret that now.
Probably not.
No.
They just want everybody to do well. They want everybody to win.
Absolutely. Honeycracked is just a pillar of the community here at NHRL and in the robot combat community at large. But man, look, that is that is an image to really leave lasting in your brain there.
They're busting out all the tools to try to separate these two. I mean, that is deep in there.
I wonder how they're gonna. All right, let's see. I think Jim is getting in there
Jim's
with a
got
crowbar.
the safety crowbars. Yep, the safety pry bars are in both sides, just trying to pry away at it.
I saw a little bit of movement.
Yeah, yep. This is the team itself is looking on like, oh no, that was sparking. Did you see that?
Yes.
There's something that is still electrified
Oh my God.
in what they have cut open with the blade there. So everybody's going to turn it off, make it safe, turn it off, and we're going to deal with this later.
Good luck, Jim. Good luck. I hope you did your bench squats. I don't know anything about lifting, but hopefully, you know, you got those muscles ready to just pry those apart. I'm just gonna give it another go.
Yeah, with everything turned off now, but man, how
Let's do it,
stressful is
Jim.
this? So the bigger pry bars now. We've gone up a size.
I wonder if there's a size up from here. Just increasingly larger crowbars. All right, it looks like we have some success. Yeah, way to go, Jim.
There we go. That's full separation. Jim and Rob taking it apart for us. Thank you, fellas.
Jim and Rob, pros. This is not their first rodeo. Wow, look at it. Looks like a tread has been completely severed there. I knew that this was going to be a really destructive match that Megatron had it in him to really kind of dominate, but I don't think I was expecting it to be over that quickly.
JMO is not here to play today.
No.
JMO is here to win.
Yes.
He brought his mommy and his daddy.
I love that.
And he wants to show them how good he is at this robot thing.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to win all day. Like, this is the robot he's focusing on the most. He's definitely got 2 very competitive robots in the 3-pound and the 12-pound weight class.
Yep.
But this is the one that he knows has the best chance, and this is the one he wants to win no matter what today. This is kind of the focus, if you could draw a focus.
And he is eyeing Emulsifier, who we have not seen yet, but is due up any minute here.
No, Emulsifier is got buys, and buys. Even it's not first ranked in that division. It should be because,
Right.
returning world champion, but they only show up at one event a year.
Yeah.
Because it's a long drive from Ohio. And so they show up at one event, and then they qualify, and then they come back, and they don't even qualify. They usually just get a dumpster. And then they come back.
Yep.
For the World Championship, so you're not going to qualify first by using that strategy. You're not going to be first ranked.
Yeah.
But they are first ranked in everyone's mind. They are top of mind for every competitor in that weight class. They brought some new multi-bot configurations today.
Which is the last year they can really do
they
it,
can
so
play
they're
with it,
leaving
yes.
it
And
all
their
out on the
multi-bot
table.
game, by the way, is like top tier anyway.
Yeah.
So they've added to that repertoire of like options they can swap in and out.
Yeah.
Did you know they've never even maxed out their weight on multi-bot config? They could have gone like 6 pounds more every single time that we've seen them.
The thing about Emulsifier is there is a lot of mystery around this robot. I feel like when you look at it on the table, I was going around the pits last night, kind of eyeing up the 30-pound weight class, who's fighting, and you see Emulsifier on the table, and you're like, oh, that's clearly terrifying.
Yeah, clearly.
But then you see Warhard XXL.
Right, which is this is next for Emulsifier.
Yeah.
That is what they have to go through.
Yeah.
And okay, we're making Emulsifier earn it this time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like the first matchup is going to be against Jonathan Warhard XXL.
Yep.
The most devastating egg beater drum spinner we have ever seen in the 30-pound division. This thing is absolutely terrifying.
I'm so excited for this match, and I feel like there's really 2 ways it can go, right?
Yeah, that first hit is going to tell you which way it's going to go,
Yes.
I think. But yes, there's 2 ways.
There's either just going to be an explosive hit, 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. It's over in 15 seconds.
Yes.
Or we get some type of knockdown, drag-out brawl.
Either
And that's
way,
what I'm hoping
this is
for.
going to be the most expensive fight
Yes.
so
Oh.
far today, right? Like, no one's coming out of that without spending a lot of money to fix
Yeah.
their robots afterwards.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be terrifying. And I talked to Jonathan Borez, I talked to Matt Borez, I talked to both of them upstairs, and I said, dude, that's going to be a fun fight. And both of them were like, fun for you.
Fun, yeah.
And
But
not-
you know what? That's why they're here. That's why they're here.
You're going to like calling that fight. I'm not going to like participating in
Yeah.
it. I'm going to come out and have to do a lot of work and spend a lot of money on my robot. None of that's going to be fun. And it's like the first one of the day for you.
Right. The funny thing, right, is that you work so hard all year, sometimes competing at multiple competitions for the chance to qualify to fight at the championships. That is, your sole focus during the year. And then you make it, and then you look at your competition, and you think, I wanted this?
Yeah.
This
no.
is what I wanted?
Nah. All right, so we did have a chance to speak with Jonathan Juarez from Warhard XXL earlier today about this matchup. Let's see what Jonathan had to say.
So my strategy for a Emulsifier matchup coming up next is I'm trying forks for the first time. And the plan, I'm hoping just to go weapon to weapon, see who wins it from there, and see what happens. The first hit is definitely going to determine how the fight goes. Hopefully it goes in my favor, and if I can get them deflected and bouncing off the walls, I'm just going to stay on them and just hit until it stops moving. That's the goal, at least.
Wow.
Jonathan is a man of few words and a lot of strategy.
Yes.
His robots are phenomenally built, just really maximized. I can't believe he's getting into the fork game and getting into the fork game for the first time against Emulsifier. That is quite a gamble.
my heart.
Let's see if it works out for him. Whew.
These actually, Jonathan and Matt Boras, both builders, are very understated.
Yeah.
They're both, they let their bots do the talking for them.
Very much so. Yes.
And I think we're going to see that here.
Very excited. So without any further ado, loaded up into Cage 1, we've got Matt Boras and Emulsifier. We've got Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL. Look at the forks on Warhard. That is, if you're going to get into the fork game, that is how you get. That's like almost the whole length of the bot in fork.
I'm also noticing a distinct lack of mini bots here for Emulsifier. Normally there's like a whole posse. I just see one. I imagine it will be piloted by Adam Wrigley, who appears to be working on it right now. My heart is is racing right now. We are 20 feet away from this box. I have a feeling that something is going to come flying out towards us at any moment. I have all the faith in the world to our double pane Lexan, panels here that are protecting us.
Yeah, it's a lot of polycarbonate between us and those robots. We're going to be fine. But yeah, it shakes the whole room. It shakes your chest. Your sternum vibrates in your body. All of your ribs vibrate in your body when these things make impact. And, there's something very primal that is terrified every time that happens, for good reason, Our ancestors would have interpreted that as the cave collapsing on their head. So it makes sense to be scared of that.
I would do anything to bring our ancestors here today. No context. Sit them down in the bleachers.
Do you want to see what happened to your species? Do you want to see what we started doing? It gets a little weird. Yeah, it's a great idea.
Now, one of the mysterious elements about Emulsifier, and when you look at them, they look like any other scary-looking robot, right? But there is material in Emulsifier that Matt Boras says is military grade that he will not tell us for any amount of money.
He's not allowed to tell us.
I've tried to bribe.
He's actually not allowed to talk about it.
It
is
terrifying.
Actually a top secret material that he's been asked to help test with this platform.
And so, to be clear, this is not something that we are making up for lore here.
No, this is
real.
legitimately, we now know the company that makes it. He's put their sticker on the bot. We know who makes the material. We still don't know what the material is, and I don't think that's even going to be revealed at this event. I think that's going to be revealed after this event.
You think we're going to know?
There has been some conversation about when they're going to reveal it, and I think there's going to be a promotional package that comes out after this event. We'll actually figure out what it is. But yeah, he's been using it to really great success for 2 years now, and it is phenomenally well done. There's a few things we've learned about it, it is a quenched material. Now we don't know if it's air quenched or liquid quenched or oil. We don't know, but it's quenched. So we got that. We know that.
Will your bloodthirst be quenched here, Kyle?
I don't know. I'm just really nervous about how this is going to go for everybody. You know what I mean? This is going to be a phenomenal fight if it becomes if it goes. If it's I don't want this to end as just a dud.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's always the risk of that when you have a really extremely explosive robot. Drive can go out on their opponent. They could be limping around. We've seen it happen. But I am so incredibly excited here. These are some of the most destructive robots we have seen in all of the years at NHRL. And we're being treated to this as one of the first fights of the day.
Yes. Matt is ready.
I see fire, Kyle.
Oh, yeah, that's one of their new multi-bots that they've added in. This is it is a kitchen torch, actually, that has been modified into a robot. It is the most, please don't use this indoors kitchen torch you could possibly buy.
Of course. Of course.
And, I got one of these for Christmas last year. I've never used it inside because it's terrifying. I've only used it out in my fire pit.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow! Kyle, right out of the gate. Warhawk waiting.
for a second. Whoa,
I'm hearing someone saying, stop?
Yeah, that was a big stoppage, big stoppage. What was the stoppage for? Clearly the cage got hit multiple times. Oh,
Kyle!
my goodness.
This has
So the
not...
do you see how his hand tapped on the outside? That's just the interior
Yes.
layer. But that is a heck of a breach on the interior layer. So that the interior layer is made to absorb this kind of impact. And when that happens, there is a specific size of hole that can determine whether or not the fight can continue. We don't have to measure that hole. That hole is too big. We cannot continue with the hole that big. We have to replace that piece of Lexan before we can move on.
God.
So you have the kinetic energy of the most terrifying disc in the game up against the kinetic energy of the most terrifying egg beater in the game, hitting each other and then hitting the box, and we still only breach the interior Lexan. That is how safe our cages are, ladies and gentlemen. We've got plenty of safety measures in place, but that is absolutely an absurd amount of kinetic energy.
Yeah, just to be fair, this is the cages working as intended.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to break. The interior is supposed to break. That's where that is I guess you could call it a ablative piece, right?
But this, it almost looks like a dog's head or a dragon head, but this has only happened to this extent one other time.
Yeah.
And it was one of the most famous moments at NHRL. It was Depth Charge versus James. And here we have seen it again. We've been hyping up the destructive nature of this match all morning, and the cage was breached within 12 seconds.
What's so annoying is like they were having weapon-to-weapon engagements, and it was a true back and forth. Like Warhard was winning one, Emulsifier was winning one. It was a good back and forth, and then this. Now we are stopped. We can do nothing until we figure out how to get this done. Let's re-look at that hit. I have to see how this happens again. Look at where everybody lies, by the way, afterwards.
Oh, my God.
The new forks worked out great until they stopped being attached to the bot. So
yeah,
we'll see how that goes.
They don't do much when they're on the floor. All right, let's take a look. Warhard waited.
And then Warhard does it again. So 2 big impacts for Warhard. And then Emulsifier resets, comes in, and then bam!
Oh.
And it's a double hit, right? Hits the wall. This is a great angle.
Yeah,
yes, I want to see this. So hits the wall,
there we go.
breaks it, hits the ground, hits the wall again.
Peter's still sitting.
Yeah, by the way, no reaction for Peter. Peter's still focusing on the drive of his multi-bot.
Wow, that is some laser focus. Oh, there he starts to notice it there.
After the second hit, he's like, oh, I should probably react to that.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that crack, instantaneous. So it's the first hit that did that.
It's so interesting. Warhard waited. I have to guess that was the strategy.
And look, and then they self-right right there before that. Yeah, they were still ready to go. There was a lot of screaming to stop the matchup.
So Warhard waited in their corner. It looks like they let Emulsifier come to them. And had they done a box rush, had they met in the middle, I don't think that would have happened.
No. No, I don't think that would have happened either. You could see right there, yeah, showing the camera that the second layer is fine. But so much of that first layer is inside the gap between the two.
So at 100%, they're going to need to...
Look at that chunk on the weapon. You see that?
Yes, that was not there before.
I don't believe that was.
Aside from losing the forks, I wonder, if there was any other...
We don't know. We know the weapon was working well enough to kind of self-right them, but it self-righted them up against the wall, so...
And we certainly can't do any functionality testing.
Not right now.
Nope. So they're 100% going to have to replace that piece of Lexan.
Yeah, normally you have to get a measuring tool out there. You have to figure
Yeah.
it out. Now we know. That's like fist-sized. We're going to
We've
gonna
seen breaches
that.
before where maybe it was like the size of a pea. You can kind of let it slide, but certainly not that. So that will have to be replaced. And I am not 100% sure. I think that the judges now take what they've seen and have to make a call.
Yeah.
Based on the very short fight that we were granted here.
Yeah. Now let's go back. We're going to watch this replay again. This is Jim Haney. Jim was at one time our head referee, head of safety here. Look how quickly he stops this matchup.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
no, that's it. We're done. Die, bye, 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 bye. Push the buttons. Like, as soon as he realizes how much of a breach that was, everybody's been called off. But, yeah, I mean, at the end there, it looks like both weapons are working. I see drive. I think this match could have
Jim.
continued just fine. I think
Yeah.
we will be able to reset after we get the glass fixed. But, yeah.
Now, is that protocol? Do we reset or?
I don't know. That's going to have to be up to the. We're going to get clarification on that. I don't know how that's going to end up happening. But yes, we're going to have to see what the officials say about how that goes. If that has to go to a judge's, what are they going to judge? 2 hits and 1 hit?
Two forks came off of Warhard, but Warhard got the better of the exchange twice.
Yeah,
But
I
then
don't-
took the brunt of one really bad exchange. It's hard.
It's a hard. That would be a hard one for the judges to go at.
Yeah.
So we'll
But
have to see.
They're immediately, they are hard at work. They can replace these panels actually fairly quickly. These cages were designed for serviceability.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be able to get this in and out probably within about 5 minutes. Actually, it's very quick. Yeah.
Eamon has been around NHRL for an event or two.
Yeah, this
Maybe
is a
half
full-on
a decade here.
F1 pit crew of
Yeah.
people. Like, they know how to swap these out very quickly. And it was designed with this exact scenario in mind. It's interesting. Other competitions, one of these things gets broken, and that's the whole afternoon. It's gone. You don't have everything takes forever to get everything rebuilt. Here, now we get this all changed out, swapped out very, very quickly. It was a very well thought out design on this.
And major props, major thanks to our crew here. They are so efficient. They know what they're doing, and we'll have another match up and running in Cage 1 pretty soon here. I'm just so impressed with Peter being so laser focused on his own mini bot that didn't even notice that bot flying full speed at him, inches away from his face.
He's a dedicated driver. That's why he goes out there and has the chair. My favorite quote from Peter was, "Why do you sit in the chair?" Because I don't want to have to focus on standing.
Fair.
I might fall down. I'd rather just sit and focus on the driving.
I might fall down. I guess.
He's got very long legs.
Yeah.
It's a lot to kind of manage,
Yeah,
Think
yeah.
about it. Like, you got to balance on those things.
Wow. Kyle, I might have jinxed us because I said the fight could go one of two ways.
Yeah, it went one of two ways, all right.
It went a third way.
Yeah.
I did not anticipate cage breach, match paused.
We really should have assumed that was a possibility. But yeah, all right, we're going to go to Cage 2 where we have more robot action. And you can see the new piece is already coming in. Ready to go.
Like butter.
Thanks, Jim.
Like butter. This is the best crew in the business.
All right, so we have another
yeah.
banger all ready for you guys. This is Mako versus Eruption. This is a matchup I think a lot of people were
5,
anticipating just based on how this bracket was going to
3,
shake out.
2,
I am very,
1.
very
Fight.
interested to see how this
Robots
goes.
fight.
Oh, my.
The box rush from Brian Boxall is a classic. He does it so well.
It's a test to see how the ground game of his opponent works, honestly. To know what his driving strategy has to be for the rest of the matchup. Can he go head on, or does he have to hit him at different angles? And the answer is, he can go head on.
Yep.
That's not good for Julian, Papazian, and Mako. They really are limited on strategy then if the head-on matchup works in their favor. Now Now Julian's got to focus on his angles when coming into attack a very fast eruption.
All right, it looks like Mako has eruption where he wants them. Was able to use the mini-bot to kind of get that purchase on him.
Sacrificial mini-bot action. That was pretty well done. And another hit there from Mako. Nice go at that. Beautiful hit on the side.
Yeah,
and
Kyle,
into the weapon. That's a belt.
belt.
That is not what anybody was anticipating there. So the head-to-head doesn't matter anymore if that weapon motor is down. That's another belt flying off the side there. Is that part of the drive belt and weapon belt now gone?
Mako is just having its way with eruption right now. It's hard to tell.
This is not what I was anticipating from this matchup, especially with those first couple of exchanges. But this is Mako's match to lose, and that is a tap out.
It did not take long for Julian to find his angles, to find a strategy that could work, and when he did,
he took out the belts, and that was all they wrote. I mean, that was it.
I have chills.
There's just gashes in the bottom. There's gashes in the top. The belts are hanging off. That was a dismantling of an apex predator robot in this game.
A bot that appeared undeniable in its last event here at NHRL. And it's just so hard to plan against an unconventional robot such as Mako with that overhead attack. And Dima, the mini-bot driver, I mean, they are siblings, and they have, I think, like a connected brain where they have just this in-sync drive style that we were able to see Julian really take advantage of. You know, the Mako itself was having some trouble getting under eruption, so utilizing Dima's mini-bot to actually get under eruption and get that first incredible... Oh, Kyle, we've got something really exciting happening over here.
Jim's bringing us the goods. Jim Haney, who was ref on that last matchup in Cage 1, is bringing us something really cool to show you guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, the interior panel from that last Cage 1 fight. First of all, let's look at the thickness.
Yeah.
That's how thick this is just compared to my hand, right? So it is a nice, dense piece of polycarbonate. It is shattered. I mean, it is absolutely shattered. It absorbed all of that kinetic energy, and you could see how it just dispersed outwards from here. This is what contained all of the energy in that cage to keep everybody else outside of that cage safe. It's really why Peter was able to just be chill and drive his robot. Did everything that it was designed to do, but what an impressive just visual display of kinetic energy right here. Look at the crack continuing down here. Just absolutely insane amounts of energy going into that interior panel and just snapping it. And then look, I don't know if we could see this. Let's see if I can tilt this downwards and maybe we could zoom in. This gash right here, look at how deep that is. Like, my finger can fit almost all the way in on that gash from the weapon just impacting right here, and then that energy spread out in all of those different directions. That is absurd. That's just like, yeah, there you go. Now you can see, like, my finger goes almost all the way in to that. Didn't go through all the way, but it goes almost all the way in. That is insane. So thank you, Jim, for showing us this crazy display of how powerful these robots are. The cage did its job. It kept everyone safe, and this is a beautiful sacrificial piece.
And Kyle, because of the way the match shook out, it will be going to the judges.
Wow. So, yeah, judges' decision on that one. Unfortunate that we couldn't see more of that match, but whew, this is a heck of a way for it to end, and we're definitely going to see those robots later on today.
again, you know, the cage working exactly as it was designed. The first layer of these panels is
sacrificial.
Sacrificial.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the whole point of it.
Nothing even came close to touching the outer layer, so it's all good. But it just what a sheer representation of the ridiculous forces we are playing with.
Yeah,
here.
it is easy to forget how
Yes.
scary these machines can be until you see something like this where you're like, that's basically bulletproof glass.
Wow.
Let's take another look at that hit just so we
Yeah.
can see that impact again, because that was crazy.
Look at it go. This is really, I think, the most informative angle.
Yeah, right there.
Wow.
That's the hit, and then it comes back and hits it again. Not with the
Immediately,
weapon,
Jim hopping on there.
but Jim's like, that's it. We're done. We're done. Cannot continue. All right, and we have a confirmation, a judge's decision on this matchup. Your winner, Emulsifier, wins their first fight of the World Championships tonight. I am not surprised with that impact and that amount of damage, not only done to its opponent, but to the arena itself.
I imagine it came down to those two forks.
Probably, yeah, it's pieces of the robot coming off.
Yeah.
And at the end, one bot was driving around, the other one was pinned up against the wall, you know,
Yeah.
like with half of its drive up against the wall.
You know, that one's, I think, a little tough because I think it is likely Warhard could have either come out of that on its own or used an unstick, but that's where it was called. That's what they have to go by.
Yep.
And that is how it shakes out sometimes.
That is how it shakes out, yeah. Anything could happen. All right, so the panel is now replaced. Let's go ahead and look at that process really quickly on how they were able to do that. So you can see they have all of these internal frame pieces that they pull off very quickly. And then everything comes out with these suction cups. They clear out all of the debris, make it nice and clean, and then they bring the new piece in. Suction cup on it again. You want to get as little fingerprints on it as humanly possible because that's the less you have to clean up later. And then brand new panel of Lexan, which our camera crew really appreciates. Anything that has less debris, less abrasions, less schmutz on it, it's going to make their jobs a little bit easier. And then they rebolt the frame pieces back onto the exterior, and that's what holds everything in place. And they're done. So yeah, the sacrificial pieces, they come in and out very easily. They're made to be that way. It is a nice thick piece of Lexan on the interior, but a thicker piece of Lexan on the exterior. One's meant to absorb all the impact. The other one is actually what's protecting the audience. And the sacrificial piece did what it was supposed to. It was sacrificed very well right there. Holy cow. But yeah, that was really intense. I love to see those big impacts. I hate to see matches end quickly like that.
Yeah.
So there
I thought
it is.
it was so smart for Warhard to kind of let Emulsifier come to it, and it had some leverage.
It was
I
a
think.
good strategy. It was a good strategy.
But who could have anticipated that?
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely was not a strategy the cage was ready for. So, but yeah, that worked out quite well for Emulsifier. They will be moving on very handily. I think they just have to win the one fight in order to qualify. So.
Yeah. Yeah, they had to buy the first round.
Yep, so they are in good shape as far as that goes. But now let's go to Cage 2. We have more mayhem ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that gold bot in the corner there. That can only mean one thing. It's fire time. Clyde versus Radix. Clyde, the most powerful flamethrower in the third-pound division. Heck, maybe in the entire division today. There is a lot of changes on Clyde. You can see those brand new steel and aluminum forks in the middle, but that's not all. The frame has been completely redone. They have really changed the layout of the frame to maximize on weight and structural integrity. and their fire their fire system is now optimized to make sure they're spewing liquid the entire matchup.
Wow.
Just based on how they've arranged their tank, so that they're constantly able to expel gas. They have nothing left by the end. It is a really smart design implementation. But yeah, they're going up against Radix. No joke either. It is high kinetic energy robot versus high firepower robot, literal firepower.
Now, Aiden, the builder of Radix, posted a photo ahead of the event of him all packed up with his robot, with his tools, with everything. And on top of his kit was a binder, a black secretive binder that just said strategy documents. And he didn't let us see what was inside. I have a lot of questions, but you know, I think that's how seriously everyone is taking this competition. There are so many different configurations of robots that you will face if you want to make it to the end, and you got to be prepared for all of them. And one of the most unconventional, hardest to prepare for robots is Clyde.
Yeah, there's very few people that have actually built flame configurations for their robots. A lot of people think you just put some tape on it and move on. But now we're starting to see, like, I know Brian Boxall has a full flame configuration for his robot, for Eruption, which is crazy, and there's no 3D printed parts on the entire robot.
Kyle, I have an update for you.
Okay.
Now, you might have realized it's a little unconventional for the doors to reopen again
what
after
happened?
they've shut. It appears that the flamethrower on Clyde is not currently working, and because that is their active weapon, they cannot enter the fight without a functional active weapon.
Yeah.
So they are being given a few moments here to try and get that flamethrower up and running so they can move on with the fight. I don't know what the issue might have been, but it looks like he's already putting the top plate back on. It could have just been something simple. We'll see if that fixed it.
Yeah, hopefully they just forgot to plug something in, but you know, you have to get through flame testing before you're allowed to move into the actual fight. So they've had to show functionality on this weapon within the past, you know, at least 12 hours. So hopefully that was a quick fix.
Yeah, it would be a shame if this fight were not to happen because of you know, some kind of issue with the weapon, especially because Clyde puts on quite a show.
Yeah. Yeah, the new configuration on Clyde has the high heat TPU forks on the outside, and then these new aluminum and steel hinged forks on the inside, which is very rare for them. They don't normally have steel anything on their robots.
I'm not seeing the body language of someone confident that their weapon is working.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of, I don't know.
Some shrugs.
Yeah, lots of shrugging.
Oh.
Yeah, not sure how this one's going to go.
And it's not something that they can have endless time to fix here.
No, it's
They're
very
taking it
limited
out.
time. Yeah, that's not good. So Radix is putting the safety on their weapon as well. They're going to turn off their robot.
And that's how it goes sometimes. We've seen it not just with Clyde. We've seen it with many
and
robots
that
in the
is
past.
officially a TKO for not having an active weapon.
Sad to see it happen. I'm glad, or I'm sure Aiden is glad that, you know, he came out in one piece. Though the flame on Clyde is extremely destructive.
Yeah.
He was fully suited up in that gold tape, but there's only so much that can do.
So meanwhile, Radix does advance to the bracket. I think this might be a lot of the same story that we're seeing today. There's a big difference between people who have changed a ton
Yes.
on their robots
Yep.
and people that have only made minor tweaks today. Clyde made a ton of changes to their robot. Literally everything is different on that robot, including the way the flame system disperses flame.
Interesting.
So you're seeing, like with Colossal Avian, that fight was definitely a robot that had changed everything versus a robot that's had 7 competitions this year, and it's made minor tweaks, minor changes, throughout the season to see what it could do and what it could improve upon. And the robot that lasted the longest was the one that's only made those minor improvements throughout that fight.
It is such a risk, right? Because if you can identify issues with your robot throughout the year, it might feel, like you are leaving an opportunity behind if you don't fix it.
Yes.
But it also leaves you no time or reduced time to test those changes.
Yes.
And it is a real factor you have to weigh.
And it is interesting this year because we do have some weight-specific rule changes for next year. So you have people now that are trying to make the decision, do I make those weight-specific changes to my bot now?
Right.
When I'm buying the new parts that I need for the World Championship, or do I buy the same parts that I know work that I might not be able to run next year? That's a financial decision that you have to make there as well.
Exactly.
And not only a financial decision, but just a tooling decision. And that gets very complicated as time goes on, where you don't really know what the best move is, not just for the World Championships, but for the whole tournament season next year.
So while Clyde and Radix have been removed in Cage 2, 2 new bots have been loaded in, and we are heading over there right now.
Talk about a bot that has changed everything versus a bot that has changed nothing. This is Chainsaw Kitty versus Knuckle Sandwich. These are
5,
2 of the best drivers
4,
in the game. Let's
3,
just go ahead and say that
2,
up front. But there is a lot of
Fight.
changes on
Robots
Chainsaw
fight.
Kitty that we're going to be seeing how they work. And this is probably, the first time they've been battle tested?
Yeah, I have to think that it's the case.
Knuckle Sandwich coming
Kyle,
in with a
what's
big
happening
impact. Chainsaw
Okay.
Kitty having some intermittent issues, and they've had that throughout the season where the bot will just shut off for a second.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling because you don't know whether it's coming back, but
Oh,
really
weapon
great
to weapon
punt.
goes well for them there. And you can see these mini bots of the multi-bot configuration doing a lot of work to kind of try to keep Knuckle Sandwich at bay while Chainsaw Kitty tries to get themselves out of this corner without having to call an unstick. Oh, they don't need an unstick now.
Knuckle Sandwich doing
took
it
care
for
of
him.
it. Yeah. And there we go.
Tap
That is a
out.
tap out. Dominant performance by Peter Garnache and Knuckle Sandwich.
Peter Garnache is a builder to watch today. With Repeater, with Knuckle Sandwich. Now we have to unpack here what might have happened with Chainsaw Kitty. You mentioned that a lot of elements of that robot had been replaced, had been changed, had been retooled.
Yeah, well, part of it is she hasn't gotten an invite
Right.
to several
right.
tournaments. So as Kazaya put it yesterday, she's had a lot of time to think. She's had a lot of time to change things. And the weight limits are changing next year.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Kitty was built to operate with a mini-bot, and that is not going to be allowed next year. So do you buy the new parts that basically won't be allowed to work next year, or do you buy the new parts that are going to have you, within weight for next year? It's a tough decision.
Financially, it makes sense to try and adopt those parts
Yeah,
early.
and not just financially. You want to get as much practice in with those as humanly possible so that when you come into the next season, you're ready to go.
Or do you really want that practice to be during the championships?
That is the question. And right now, I don't know how she's feeling about those decisions. That was a tough loss to a really good robot. Listen, no shame in losing to Knuckle Sandwich.
Oh, absolutely not.
But that was a tough loss. And part of it was you saw some intermittent drive issues, intermittent weapon issues on Chainsaw Kitty.
That is a tough one. Electrical issues are hard, but Peter, so excited, just walked past us, hoisting his folding chair in the air.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
that was a rough one. That was a rough one. That is all I could say is that was a rough one to watch. I think they have a lot of work to do to get the bot working. They do have a test box up where they're at in Maryland, so they're able to kind of figure out how to get the bot functioning, but that might have been the first time they've ever battle tested in an actual impact with an opponent. So that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, powering on the weapon, doing, drive tests in a box is completely different from when you were here. But I do have a judging decision update for you.
Okay, what's up?
So we have a bit of an upset here. Pegasus has upset Vorion in round 2. So now what that means is Vorion must win its next match if it wants to advance.
Wow.
So it is now a do or die situation for Brandon Bennett-Young with a robot that we have seen quite often and is always reliable, destructive, and terrifying. So he's up against the wall here.
Yeah, we don't know who he's going to be up against, but the builders have been calling that side of the bracket the death bracket all day. So that is a tough spot to be in when you are Brandon. Luckily, he's got 2, you know, in that weight class.
Phenomenon, however, also, if I can say, upset by Moccasin earlier today.
Oh no, I didn't.
So
I didn't see that fight.
That judge's decision also came in earlier.
Yeah, I wouldn't call any fight where Moccasin wins an upset, but
right.
fair.
Wrong word.
A terrifying robot to face.
And it was operating, I think, at full capacity.
That's what I've been hearing about Moccasin. They are ready. That team is dialed in. They are completely confident in everything on that robot this time around. Yeah. All right. All right.
Yeah, so a tough place for Brandon right now, but he has the experience, he has the know-how, he has, I think, just like the general temperament that will be able to help propel him, and, it's hard to root against anyone, so if I'm rooting for someone, it's not against anyone else.
Right.
But I'm always rooting for him.
Yeah, well, he's such a nice person, too. Yeah. But it is definitely a bracket-willing kind of a day. And bracket-willing, he'll be able to move on. I don't know how that's going to work out.
I have something that I'm seeing in the chat.
Oh, I never check that thing. What's happening in the chat?
No, in the NHRL chat.
Oh, okay.
If Eruption beats Red Panda in their next matchup, we will have the first ever Boxel on Boxel fight.
It is absurd that that's never happened at NHRL before.
It could happen. It could happen.
It's Boxelfest. Boxelmania.
Boxelmania is looming. We don't know if it's going to happen. Red Panda does stand in the way.
Well, and they're quite a powerful robot.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Golden Dumpster winner. I would not sneeze at them.
No slouch. But yeah, there could be Boxelfest in our future.
Yeah, and I think, Red Panda is more of the style of robot that Eruption is geared towards fighting, as opposed to Mako, where we saw Eruption lose a few moments ago.
I was surprised to see Eruption do as well as they did against Jelly Baby earlier today. It was quite a good matchup, but that control style of robot I was thinking would be a real problem for them.
Yeah.
They were able to pull it off. That's definitely what I was expecting to see happen again against Mako. But man, Julian drove that beautifully.
Let's head on over now to Cage 2.
All right, speaking of the Papazians, we've got Turbo Fiend versus Scurryfest. Scurryfest doing phenomenally so far today. But listen, we started the day with a Turbo Fiend dismantling, taking apart their opponent in, what was it, under 6 seconds?
It was a level of destruction that I am not like, I know Turbo Fiend is incredibly competent.
Yeah.
But that was destruction even beyond what I normally expect from him.
No, Dima, there were 3 hits that Dima was able to get in that matchup. The first one took the left wheel off, the second one took the weapon shaft out, and the third one took the other wheel off. And that was the end of the fight. Obviously, there's nothing else you could do at that point, but it was a instantaneous dismantling of the opponent. Now, Scurryfest, at least on their main bot, has no wheels. This is a shuffler with a mini bot side. These are, Miles Sims, incredibly talented builder, 2 incredibly talented drivers. Remy de Guzman driving his secondary bot. And they have been on a tear today as well. So I'm very excited to see how this match ends up. Plus, look how good looking Scurryfest is. That's an attractive looking robot.
Both of these robots Looks so good.
Yeah.
I feel like so many robots today have leveled up their design
5,
just from a visual
4,
standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely.
3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
That the secondary bot on Scurry Fest really holding its own against the main bot there on Turbo Fiend.
It's 2 pounds of pure control bot action, and it is a full 2-pound robot. I mean, it is got an extremely powerful drive, basically a full-size 3-pounder drive on it. So yeah, it's able to pin, it's able to get
Wow.
control, it's able to do what it needs to do. It is a factor in these matches.
Here we see it doing exactly what it is designed to do.
And then Scurryfest coming in from behind and chopping away on the back plate of Turbo Fiend. This matchup, all Scurryfest so far, and is that a belt or part of a wheelbase that came off? Yeah, that's part of the wheel cover on the right side of Turbo Fiend.
Turbo Fiend having some trouble moving here. I don't know. Yeah, it
Looks like, yeah, that right side of the drive is out. With the wheel cover gone, they're still getting some spinning, but no traction. And the shuffler pods on Scurryfest working beautifully. I mean, Miles has got full control of that robot, able to pick his shots at this point.
looking completely unflappable here.
And just focusing on the mini-bot, focusing on Julian's robot now.
I do not
Dima
see
is almost
Dima.
a non-issue in this fight right now.
Turbo Fiend is not mobile.
Oh, that's the wheel cover on one side of the multi-bot too. Ripped off.
Just like a death by 1,000 cuts here from Scurryfest. And each cut taking a little bit off, a little bit off, a little bit off. Nothing has slowed down Scurryfest in this entire match. Turbo
No.
Fiend, now the multi-bot, having issues.
Yeah, that's her brother Julian driving that robot, but it looks like they're both down a drive side. And the side that still has a wheel cover on Turbo Fiend is not moving.
Knockout.
That's a knockout, Kyle.
So yeah, wow. I'm gonna call that a big upset.
I mean, Scurryfest, to my knowledge, won the dumpster in the January New Bots event.
Right,
so
but it's the January New Bots
Yes.
event, right? The dumpster in the January New Bots event, I hate to say it, has an asterisk on it. Those are all new. They're all like kind of figuring it out. Now, don't get me wrong. Miles is an amazingly talented driver and competitor. He's one of the best new builders. I still call him a new builder. He's been doing this for 2 years now.
Yeah.
But he's phenomenally talented, and it's really, putting Remy on the team as his multi-bot driver was a smart move.
Very smart. Very smart.
Remy's a phenomenal driver, and always just an asset to have on your team, period,
Yeah.
the end. But yeah, that is an upset, especially after the run Turbo Fiend had in October, where they just ran through some of the top-notch competitors, some big winners, dumpster winners in this competition.
All right, let's head on over to cage 1.
Ladies
Wow,
and
Kyle.
gentlemen, Synthesis 30 versus Colossal Avian. Very excited about this matchup.
I have a lot of hopes on Colossal Avian in this competition,
5, 4.
but Synthesis
3,
30 is
2,
a huge
1.
contender.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow! Roof shot. Colossal Avian back on its head, but I am not seeing any movement out of Synthesis 30. Kyle, I'm not seeing anything.
No, nothing.
I'm also, it looks like that
Hey!
chain on.
We've got some drive. We've got some drive.
So Synthesis 30, mobile again. I see the chain is off on Colossal Avian's weapon. Whoever loses this match is eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, this is a
this
do or
is going to be
die.
a brawl with 2 compromised robots after one of the largest hits we've seen so far today.
You just don't get roof shots in the 30-pound weight class very often, and to see the bots functioning afterwards is really impressive. But it is definitely limited functionality.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happened. It looked like Synthesis 30. It had no movement, not only, no weapon, no drive for quite a few seconds there. But it came back to life. I think Colossal Avian was obviously hoping perhaps it wouldn't. But now they have a real contender where they are in a pushing match with 2 weaponless robots. And Synthesis 30, I think, has an advantage on the fork game.
Yeah, big advantage on the fork game, maybe even on the drive game.
Kyle, look at that huge gouge taken out of the front of Colossal Avian.
Yeah, there's some wires hanging out that should not be hanging out. I mean, that is a bot that looks worse for the wear. Now, don't get me wrong, the belt just hanging off of the weapon pulley on Synthesis also doesn't look great.
No. But he's able to use those forks to his advantage, get in there, land some extremely crucial pins if Corey wants to win this fight.
Yeah, this is all down to the driving game, the pinning game, and who's got the most reliable and powerful drive. And right now, that's looking to be Synthesis 30. Nice move there by Colossal Avian, getting a good angle of attack on Synthesis. If they're able to convert it into a pin, that would be really good, but it looks like they're just kind of able to spin. There we go, there we go. Nice pin there.
They're going to want to try and hold that for the full 10-second duration, but this will be going to the judges with just 9 seconds left.
Yeah, so they were able to get a pin, but then, yeah, Synthesis coming in to try to get another pin.
And that's the fight,
so
Kyle.
That goes to the judges. I think it's pretty clear how the judges are going to shake that one out, but I don't want to make any predictions.
Now, that is, if Colossal Avian does not come out on top in this match, that will be their second loss of the day. That will be the end for them. And, let's not forget earlier in the year, they fought Emulsifier.
At the teams event, right?
I think it was at some event, yeah. And they came as close as any bot I have seen to defeating Emulsifier.
Yeah. All right, so in the meantime, we've got 2 top-notch competitors right here in Cage 2. The legendary Silent Spring going up against Jonathan Warhez and Warhard.
These are titans.
Absolutely titans. Warhard is the pinnacle of the meta design in this weight class, and Silent Spring is the first ever 3-pound robot to be inducted into the Combat Robotics Hall of Fame. And for good reason.
He launched himself right up to almost wave at us, I think.
Now this is the shuffler version of Silent Spring. Something to point out, shufflers were considered kind of a joke. A little bit of a silly component. It was really the work of Jameson Go on this Silent Spring platform that have made the Shuffler Pod a meta design in this weight class, in any weight class.
Kyle, what's happening here?
It looks like JMO is either stuck in the wall or just not moving. I can't know, that's the blade, so he's not stuck in the wall.
He's gonna use an unstick here.
He's gonna need it, but I don't see any shuffling.
I'm not only no shuffling, but no weapon.
Yeah,
just
it looks like somebody hit the off switch.
Tap out.
What happened? They were going pretty back and forth for a while.
Quite an upset right there, but Warhard now officially advances to the bracket. There you can see JMO's dad. You can tell they have the same kind of stance.
Yeah.
Runs in the family. The action stance.
Team Texas is really sweeping up today.
Yeah, right? Look how chill Peter is about everything. He's just drinking his soda, hanging out. carrying his chair around. You know, it's just like another day at the office for this guy.
Transmitter in one hand, Coca-Cola in the other. Day at the beach.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Oh, so JMO here is getting a good look at what some of the damage was that may have caused that robot to die. Wow. Could this be a Team Texas day here at NHRL?
It could be. It could be a Texas World Championship day here. How cool would that be? How weird would that be?
That'd be very weird.
Yeah.
I feel like we've just seen, as I see Peter walk by us to go back up to the pits, we've been seeing a whole lot of him here today.
Yeah, and Peter just walking by in the best mood. Like every time we see him walking back to the pits, he's just like, hey guys, happy to see ya.
Because he is not only competing with many robots, he's the mini-bot driver for many robots.
Yes, teammate for many of the Texas contingent here. The Texas contingent is quite large and a very powerful group of people. Just Jonathan Juarez by himself is a force of nature to be reckoned with here at this competition. Literally broke the interior panel on one of our arenas earlier today. The guy's an amazingly talented driver and builder as well. Peter Garnache is a supplier in many ways to so many teams. I mean, it would be hard to find a robot upstairs that doesn't have a repeat robotics element inside of it somewhere.
It's really interesting because if you notice this year, a lot of the robots have become more reliable. Obviously, there are still some of these big one-hit knockouts, but robots are lasting longer and able to do more damage for longer. And I think a large part of that is both due to the rise of Peter Garnache's Repeat Robotics line, Seth Schaefer's Just Cuz Robotics line. These are builders who make their own components that they know will be battle tested and battle ready, and we're seeing the benefits of that play out in just the results of these robots and how reliable they have become.
Absolutely, yes. The custom built for this sport equipment has really taken off this year. And a lot of that is because of all of the reps those builders get in here at this competition, which is absolutely amazing to see. Peter Garnache, very, very likely to see him in the World Championships of one, if not all three weight classes today, either as the driver or as the driver of the multibot.
Don't jinx him, Kyle.
It's just statistically very likely to happen. Very, very possible thing. So we'll see. I mean, no matter what, we'll be seeing him throughout the day today. I think that's just impossible not to. So get used to him and his chair.
All right, let's take a look at the pits here.
There you can see the Aries team right down there.
From MIT. What's up?
They are also a 30-pound force to be reckoned with. The resurrected team from MIT bringing an incredible robot. There you see Coleman Christie with full court, lifting it up for the camera.
Just floating into the air. There's Aries. Love to see that even on such a high-stakes day, there are still so many smiles. You can see in the corner on the right hand there's JMO with Aaron Fan and what looks to be his mom. Just kind of surveying the damage on what happened to Silent Spring in that match.
The mood in the pits today has been like universally described as chill. Everybody's just kind of centered, ready to go. You know, normally you have a lot of new builders up in the pits. You have people that have a lot of questions. There hasn't been a lot of questions. Everybody's just knows what they're doing. They know what they brought. They know what all their configurations are going to be. And they're just having
dancing.
fun. Yeah, it's kind of cool. You know, there's a lot more room in the pits. We only have 26 beetle weights that we're competing today, so it's not the normal.
Oh, they were taking out the MIT flag, and
they were holding it backwards though, because it was TIM.
Oh, who's Tim?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's get the flag. Let's give him a chance to show the flag. Yeah. Oh.
No.
Hey guys. Hey
guys,
get the flag.
Get the flag out. Hey guys, MIT.
Show us Tim.
MIT. Tim.
And HUD.
They're not listening. They're too busy talking about their robot. No, now they realize it. They
There we
realize it.
go. Will it be the
They gotta
right
make
way?
sure. They gotta make sure. That, nope, wrong way. Nope, there
MIT.
it is. MIT, the resurrected MIT team. Thanks, Chris. We appreciate you producing that for us. Full court.
I love that. He's still on the phone, calling whoever.
Somebody
Showing
back
the
in
flag.
Boston, I'm sure, trying to
Yeah.
figure out what's going on. All right, let's go to cage 1. We have some 12-pound robot action loading in for you. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, boy.
So the choices in this matchup might be questionable, but these robots are not. We have questionable choices taking on Maximizer. Look at that floor.
I know,
was
that was
brand new just a few hours ago.
pristine.
And it is
Pristine.
correct.
Maximizer, fresh off a judge's decision win against Son of Cram earlier.
Son of Cram had some very specific Maximizer designs, some specific Maximizer attachments. Not able to pull off the win.
I don't think I see those same attachments here on questionable choices.
Which might actually be the questionable choice. Not
Right.
preparing, materially anyway, for Maximizer. Maybe they're mentally prepared, but it doesn't seem as though they are materially prepared.
Unless they've got a secret that we just don't know about.
That's got to be what, like a force field around those wheels? I don't know what you could do that would be a secret here.
Maximizer looks so sick.
Yeah, it does. I love the
just-
new cyber sigilism artwork on it. You can see there's a crowd building up around this cage right now. Everybody loves to see a good Maximizer fight. Questionable choices is exactly the shape of robot, the geometry of robot that Maximizer is designed to fight against.
Yeah, it really is.
And you can see that big front plow on Maximizer matched by the big front plow on Questionable
5,
Choices.
4,
Meant to deflect
3,
horizontal hits to the front.
2,
But Maximizer ain't going for your front.
Robots fight.
right,
Maximizer wants your wheels.
Builders are locked in.
There
There
it
we go.
is.
That signature swivel hit.
Woo! That was a little weapon-to-weapon impact right there.
Oh, that wedge looks bent.
That wedge is warped and cut right down the middle. The winner of this matchup does advance to the bracket, so this is a bit of a do-or-die situation for them. But look at that wedge on Questionable Choices. It is impeding their design. They are now reliant on the gyroscopic forces of their weapon to just
Oh,
move
I
them
see
around.
a wheel of that mini-bot, I think, has just gone flying.
And now you can see Jake being a little bit cautious with their pivot. I'm not sure. Oh, nasty hit right there.
We have also seen some funky, just kind of happenstance issues with Maximizer earlier this year. I think Jake is really trying to stay away from unforced errors.
Yeah, and look at that self-right from Maximizer in the corner there. That is something he has been working on for the last half of the year, trying to get that bot to reliably self-right. That was a perfect self-righting.
Definitely check out Jake Hoffman's YouTube channel where he does a whole video on that and the physics. Very interesting. And he has questionable choices kind of where he wants them.
Yeah, that was beautiful. But you could see after those big hits, very often Maximizer is on their head. So
Yeah.
he's wanting that bot to self-right. Not able to get it there. Oh, that's some
Kyle.
smoke. We've got 1:17 left, and I think that smoke might have been the weapon burning out. Nope,
Yeah.
it's there.
It's there. All right, all right. So we've got
Not
about
only
a minute.
is it there, it's still got some oomph.
Yeah. Just need to get its bearings for a second.
All right, now Maximizer back on its feet exactly the way that it wants to be.
Gonna take advantage of a pin here, showing some control.
Not hard to get a pin with that wedge completely compacted in on Questionable Choices.
Shout out to Jake's mom and I think some of his family members who are cheering him on in the stands. Love to see that. All right, I do hear nothing from either weapon. That could be a strategic choice from Maximizer.
It could be a strategic choice for either of them. They want to
True.
show functionality at the end, but things might be a bit askew right now, and not something you want to run for the last 45 seconds of the matchup.
Especially when he's having a fair bit of luck here, just pinning.
Oh,
Could questionable
no.
choices be high-centered on something?
And he's showing the weapon spinning there at the end, but now it's slowed down again. I'm not sure if he's just not able to get spin out of it.
I could hear the intensity from Jake over here.
Jake feeling very confident about that matchup.
What a fight. What a fight.
Both bots able to make it to the arena door. They're going to do a quick functionality test before they open the door. The judges are calling for it. They want to see if everything's working. And some things are working. It's questionable.
I mean, when you make that your name, I feel like you really are
You're asking.
choosing to lean into that joke, right? Yeah, I'm seeing definite functionality on Maximizer's weapon. It looks like he is fully functional, both drive and weapon there. Any power down choices, I think, were just simply strategic decisions. I may have missed it. I don't think I'm seeing any functionality from questionable choices. Weapon, they're opening those doors, so all weapon testing has ceased.
It better.
And I think, yeah, Jake has had an odd year where his robot has looked very, very good, but has just come across a couple of weird issues which has cut his runs a little bit short.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think it is a real problem with the robot. It's just things that happen in combat robotics sometimes.
One thing I will say about Jake is he didn't change a lot for this
Right.
event. He has added one longer weapon because he was having some reach issues in some matchups. And he's added a way to change the configuration so it's more easily staying on its head. Because there are some people that Jake wants to fight with the weapon blade up high.
Yeah.
And so there's a quick swap out that he can do on actually the motor weapon placement, oddly enough, to make that happen. And those are the only two changes he's really brought into this event. Functionally and frame-wise, the robot is the same.
Yeah.
It is ready to go.
It's worked, and it's continuing to work here. So he's going to make it on into the bracket out of qualifiers. I believe that this cemented his ticket to moving on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, with 2 wins now.
Yeah. Yep. So that's going to be an interesting bracket shakeout as it goes through. The 12-pound division, we've been talking about this as well. Very much so the scariest division.
Yes.
Like the January bots, which we talk about, that's the new bots qualifiers. All 4 of them are like killers. They're all murder bots.
Yeah.
You have some bots in the 3-pound division that came in from January, and you're like, oh, that's cute that they made it here. That's nice. But in the 12-pound division, there are no, oh, that's cute that they made it here bots.
No.
They are all just scary, scary bots.
And, here's like one of the interesting things about how this particular competition is shaking out. The 30s, there's kind of a clear favorite, right? Like
Yes.
Emulsifier, I think, is coming in as the one to beat.
Right.
But in the 12s and the 3s, it's really open-ended. But in the 12s especially.
Anybody.
Anyone. Any
Yeah.
bot. You could see
There
win,
is-
and
There
I
is
don't think
no
it'd be
longer a
surprising.
hot leaf juice in the 12 that
Right.
everybody's
Just
afraid
the
of. That everybody's
assassin.
that doesn't exist there anymore. Every single bot in the 12-pound division could win.
Yeah.
It is a scary place to be. Everyone's looking at their bracket going, this sucks. All right, we have a fight update. Slam Plan officially defeated Blackjack. Blackjack is out. So that is the end of the run for Blackjack.
I want to say something about Drew Davis and Blackjack, though.
Please do.
There are 2 competitors here today who have been in the championships in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Or maybe not 2019. But anyway, who have been here all 5 years, right? 2 competitors. One, Jamison Go, who we hear a lot about. The other is Drew Davis.
That's right.
Who has been
Consistent.
here so consistent in every single championship that we've had. He flies under the radar a little bit.
Yep.
But he deserves all of the flowers. He has completed a rare feat, and I'm proud of him. He's a great guy. He's a teacher, an English teacher in Schenectady who runs a combat robotics after school club. He has competed here with his students in the past.
He brings his boys here to compete
Yeah.
very often, which is always fun. They're
So
both very
sweet.
talented drivers, by the way.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
unflappable.
Yeah.
But yeah, so congrats to Drew. Sorry you're not moving on, but let's move on to Cage 2, where we'll see another fight.
Before this gets started, officially, by the way, Maximizer advances in the bracket over questionable choices. That judge's decision just came in. But now that we are here, ladies and gentlemen, it is Pramheda taking on Synthesis. Oh, sorry, Catalyst. The smaller of the Synthesis line, Catalyst. Catalyst, who was somewhat dismembered earlier today.
Yeah,
5,
with quick
4,
work.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
An attempted
Oh.
box rush, but lands right on the mini-bot.
Scooped right up there.
And yeah, that is what Zach was hoping for. Pramheda Pram3da, I should say, is the 3-pound version of Pramheda, which is a very dominant 12-pound robot.
I think I'm seeing Corey tap out here.
Yeah, I believe this is a do-or-die matchup
Oh,
for
he
both
was
of them
calling for his
today, by the
unstick, I
way.
see.
Yeah. I believe this is a do-or-die matchup for both of these guys
Yes.
today. This is prelim qualifier, yeah. So if they lose, whoever loses this is not advancing into the bracket. And it is not looking great for Catalyst right now.
No. That weapon sounding really scary on Pram3da. And not much out of Catalyst. Still spinning, but I don't think it's going to be enough to be able to self-right his rope. I take it back. Normally I jinx robots the other way.
Yeah, you jinxed them the right way this time. Oh no,
Whoa.
that zipped inside of something. They are now lodged inside of Catalyst.
That
These
was
are
a sound I've not heard before.
that is the sound of TPU unzipping as the weapon is now being jammed in between the
Wow.
fibers, basically. So we are officially paused because these robots are very stuck.
Jim, let's bust out the crowbar.
Zach is not happy.
No.
Yeah, the look on Zach's face is just like, how? How did this happen? Everything was going so well.
And that is something that we have talked about now several times, is when you are winning, when you are ahead, it is now not just about decimating your opponent, it's about avoiding any unforced errors.
Yeah, the unsticks are not without risk, right? There is no guarantee that this unstick is going to leave your bot intact. Their job is to get the bot separated, not to not break your bot. I mean, they're going to try their
Wow,
best.
look
Yeah,
at
look at that
that.
separation right there. They're going to try their best, but like, this could be twisting the bot out of alignment. This could be twisting the belts off. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong when they're doing this because their only job is to separate the bots.
Right. And because it started on its head like that, they have to flip it back on its head so it's not getting any particular advantage out of this unstick. It's really just, the point is to unstick them and resume as close to where they were as possible. But 2 for 2 with some really excellent unsticks here today. Successful unsticks, I should say. And we are now coming out of the pause, and they will resume.
Okay, so that's a much quieter box after that unstick.
All right, Prom, 3 to back, right side up. I
And
see
the
that
weapon
weapon. I
is
hear that
weaponing.
weapon.
Ripping into the mini-bot, being driven by Ariel. And Corey is not moving in the corner. That's a tap out that is impending right now. You can see Corey just setting down the transmitter.
He's already used that unstick, so he's out of unsticks.
Knockout.
So that is the end of Catalyst in the 3-pound division for the day.
It was a valiant effort, but Prom 3 to just as scary as it is as its bigger brother, Prom Hedda.
Yeah, Zach Knight is a man on a mission this season. We have seen an attitude shift. We have seen a vibe shift from him this year. He used to be just kind of out there to do the best he can. He is out there to win. He is out there to kill. It is a welcome vibe shift from him. Early on in NHRL's history, Prom Hedda was a dominant competitor in the 12-pound division. It has kind of been a gatekeeper bot for the last year and a half, 2 years. That has all changed this year. This is a bot to win in the 12-pound division. And in the 3-pound division, she ain't no slouch either. All right, so we are getting ready to load into cage 1, back-to-back-to-back action. It is time to feed the fish, ladies and gentlemen. Blue Marlin versus David Smalls, Son of Cram.
Now, both of these robots did lose their first match, so this is really important for both of these builders who desperately want to move on in the bracket.
So these two bots have never faced off against each other before. There you see. Feed the fish.
Any robot that has a somewhat quirky and fun slogan is like immediately going to win the hearts of fans, and Feed the Fish has done just that.
So Blue Marlin ranked 15th coming into this competition from Port St.
5,
Lucie, Florida.
4, 3, 2,
Bob Bellinson's
1.
robot.
Fight.
And this thing
Robots fight.
is in a lot of highlight reels.
Yes.
For either dishing out amazing hits or being completely dismantled.
Oh.
That is a nice high centering there. Son of Cram, legendary robot in this weight class. A West Coast standard.
Oh my God. Breakdancing from Blue Marlin.
In
Now
many
being
ways,
pinned.
this is the David Small take on a Brazilian style of robot. Takes a lot of design cues from their tight, compacted drum spinners.
Really big
Wow,
hit there.
and there goes the fork.
Oh.
So Blue Marlin says, I'm just kind of annoyed with your cam lifter. I'm gonna rip it apart real quick before I fight you.
And that is not something we see often on, Supreme Ruler or style robots of Jeff Waters.
No,
Wow.
nasty. Weapon to weapon, going the way of the fish.
Blue Marlin really holding its own here.
Yeah, despite getting very much so dominated by Jeff Waters' cam lifter robot.
It is winning some of these weapon exchanges, but Son of Cram really able to take advantage of that position there.
Yeah, Son of Cram really had to turn up the heat because it does seem like Jeff's cam lifter is now out of the game entirely.
I don't think Son of... Oh,
That's
is that
a belt. That was a belt. Whose belt was it?
Time will tell, I guess.
I'm not sure. It does look like one side of the drive is down on Blue Marlin, but all the weapons are weaponing, aren't they?
All the weapons are weaponing, but that drive definitely down. Son of Cram looking exceptionally mobile. Oh, is that?
Yeah,
It
Son
does
of
appear
Cram's
that's
weapon
down.
is down.
So Blue Marlin has the advantage on the weapon.
But not on the drive. Their
Not
left
on the
side
drive.
drive is not working great. They don't have to have both sides drive. All they have to do is move to not get counted out, but that's still not great when you're up against a phenomenal driver in David Small. Good pin right there within the last 30 seconds of this matchup. Definitely not what you want to see. Smart turning off that weapon, saving the battery life.
All right, there it goes again. Can he take advantage of his weapon? Just with that lack of mobility, David Small has really been able to capitalize.
Yeah, interesting how this fight has ended up. 5 seconds left. Bob Bellinson has to be freaking out. He was definitely going to be winning there for a large portion of this matchup, but it was all Son of Cram at the end. Yeah, you could see the look on Bob's face. He is not happy with how that ended. That fish is still hungry.
I was gonna make a joke about like David Small didn't come to feed the fish, he came to like catch the fish. I don't know if that works. Chat, come up with something better.
Please.
However, I mean, you have to take into consideration that Blue Marlin did incapacitate the mini-bot.
Yep.
And Blue Marlin did incapacitate the weapon.
Yeah, rip the belt right off.
So there will definitely, I think, be an edge on control for Son of Cram, but could the edge to damage go to Blue Marlin? And once you have a weapon down, you lose a lot of aggression points because you can't be aggressive with your weapon. So this is actually going to be a fairly tricky one for the judges to look at. I don't think it's a shoo-in for either robot.
No, I think you're quite right about that. It's interesting, these are two robots that are used to winning by knockout. And they're very much so going into a tight judge's decision here. I'm very curious to see how that works out.
And that is kind of, that's one of the risks that you run by running a multi-bot or a mini-bot in these larger weight classes, because it's going to be at the mercy of the larger robot, right? And if you get significant damage to your mini-bot, it counts the same as if it was damage to your larger main robot.
It's true.
So that's something that is, I think, may be the determining factor. I'm not a judge, don't come for me, but I think that that's definitely something to consider.
Yeah. With the weapon basically ripped off of half of the multi-bot and then the bot shut off at the end when you saw that backplate get chunked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look well for them, doesn't look good for them. All right, so we have a Cage 4 elimination match for you. This is Bumble Blitz
5,
versus
4,
Hooligan.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Do or die here for these builders.
See, Hooligan is the drum spinner bot with the egg beater, and Bumble Blitz is the overhead attack bot with the really cool keep-away forks.
Hooligan is built by Jack Zapotnik from Fort Worth, Texas. He is another contingent of Team Texas. And Bumble Blitz, built by Liam King from Maryland, formerly of Team Honeycrack, now on the Leatherbacks.
That is correct.
Oh, a plate of some kind has gone flying.
Yeah, that looks like a back armor plate, possibly from Hooligan. I'm not sure. Either way, not attached, and it should be.
Now, Hooligan has an overall 8-9 record, while Bumble Blitz has an overall 9-3 record. Those records are good for context, but don't mean much here because it all comes down to this and this fight alone to see who will be moving on to the bracket. That pin on weird noises coming out of the box again. It looks like the weapon on Bumble Blitz is very askew.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not sitting the way that it's supposed to anymore.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm at the dentist or something. But the mini-bot on Bumble Blitz, extremely effective at holding pins on Hooligan. Hooligan has not I feel like overcome some of, you know, the forces that Bumble Blitz is throwing at it, but there's still a minute left in this match, and I don't think that that weapon on Bumble Blitz is operational. At least not forward, like, you know, moving forward in an overhead attack, but just kind of back into Hooligan, who is nicely presented by the mini-bot there. And that is going to have to be their strategy with about 37 seconds left here. But nah, that's going to be a little challenging. That fork on Bumble Blitz's mini-bot is gone. Going to be difficult to pin. But it may not need to because Hooligan is in a very precarious position.
Nice hit there. Yeah, since the weapon's able to spin but not fire, as it were, with the arm, that's the only way that Bumble Blitz is able to score points with that weapon, and that's very effective. So this is a do-or-die matchup for these bots, and despite possibly Liam's wishes, qualifying with Bumble Blitz. I know that Liam was not really hoping to go into the tournament with 2 robots.
Oh, what a problem to have, Liam.
Just because he'd rather focus on one over the other, but yeah you qualified, boyo, and you qualified quite well.
That is the danger.
We're awaiting an official judge's decision, but you know, if you end the fight looking like you won the fight, typically speaking.
Yeah, I think I would rather be Liam and Bumble Blitz here, but it's not over for Hooligan.
No.
The judges have the ultimate decision to make here.
But you know, Liam didn't make it hard for him.
No. No. I'd probably rather judge that than the Son of Cram.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Like,
yeah, this one, you know, we make some things hard, some things easy. It's all goes together.
Hooligan has had 6 events here at NHRL, and I think this was kind of a breakout year for it. I'm excited to see, you know, Jack continue to evolve and bring this robot next year, see what he can do with it. If this was the end of the run for him, which we will see. Not sure.
We'll have to see how that works out. But yeah, Hooligan, interesting robot, interesting design. Not happening anymore this year. You know, they'll have to figure it out. TBD.
We're not the judges, Kyle.
All right, so the judge's decision is in on that one. And Son of Cram does, in fact, defeat the Blue Marlin. Blue Marlin is eliminated from the tournament. That was a close judge's decision, and I'm sure not an easy one.
Yeah.
But yeah, Son of Cram is moving on. Experience wins out in that matchup. No surprise there. So David Small will be moving forward.
But great year for Bob Bellinson with Blue Marlin, who I think has immediately stolen the hearts of fans. So hope to see you in 2025.
Yeah,
and
so many great highlight reel-worthy showings at these tournaments so far and special events. And an amazing robot, absolutely amazing robot.
Yeah.
So yeah, excited to see Bob coming back next year, bringing his beautiful bearded face to entertain us all and feed the fish. But in the meantime, let's go to Cage 1. So we have a classic Minor Threat 5 going up against 2 of the coolest new kids on the block, Minen and Plusle. These are tracked hub weapon robots from Team Honeycracked.
Now, Minen and Plusle defeated Psycho earlier today.
Quite the upset, yeah.
Yep, so they are out for blood. They are ready to take on Minor Threat 5, who has a storied history in combat robotics.
Despite their weight disadvantage, each individual robot's weapon is capable of doing a lot of damage in this weight class on Minen and Plusle.
Now, Kyle, this is actually a rematch. They have last fought in September 2023, where Minor Threat 5 came out ahead.
Wow.
But you never know what's going to happen here.
No, completely different robots between now and 2023.
Tap out.
There we go. That is the tap out. Please, no more. So Minor Threat 5 officially advancing to the bracket. Not a bad showing for Luke Grell. Getting that tap out decisive win is exactly what you want to do. All right, so you can see all the builders making it safe, getting everything ready to take out of the box. Luke is just ready. Not a whole lot of work to put in. And there's his teammate, Jeff Waters, a man who you're going to be seeing a lot today with his robots, but also because he's driving as the multi-bot driver for several other team members. Oh, lost your weapon guard there, bud. Man, rough showing for Minen and Plusle after their upset victory against Psycho. All right, so joining me at the desk, Ricky. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Kyle. It's been an exciting morning.
Yeah?
Very busy. Lots to do.
You've had, what, like just 6 jobs this event, right?
Yeah, down from the usual 7 to 12.
So
no,
that's better.
It's better. It's an improvement. No, it's been a lot to do.
Sure.
But man, everything is humming around here. We have not only the best of the best people, but we're lucky enough to have the best of the best staff here.
Yes.
A lot of, we'll call them special, near and dear to my heart folks that we want to put on the best show possible. We're going to get the best folks in possible that we can.
Absolutely.
And we've had a lot come up, but a lot has gone really well, and that's just let everybody focus on the fights, which is the way this needs to happen. So
See, I didn't even know a lot came up. You guys are doing such a great job.
that's what I like to hear.
Yeah, I had no idea that a lot came up. You've just been silently working in the background, making everything magically happen.
Yeah.
Like little elves.
If you stare at the walls, they move. So don't look too closely. Anyhow, I'm excited. I have only gotten to sit down and watch about half the fights so far, and I mean, to put it plainly, most of them are bangers.
Oh yeah, we've had absolutely amazing fights all day long. Some real quick ones. I mean, real quick ones where things are just getting dismantled quickly, but including the arena at one point, which was great. We've had a really interesting day so far. I don't think the bracket's shaking out the way anybody thought it would. Perhaps in the 30-pound division it is, but everywhere else it's very surprising.
No, everything I've seen online is just people holding lighters under their brackets and then just going up in smokes, which is, I mean, expect the unexpected. It is a little bit of a cliche.
For sure.
But you get to this level, and you've got the best of the best. You can say that, right? But the changes that have happened between our first event in January to our last event barely a month ago.
Yep.
That's a whole world of time in NHRL land.
Yes.
What was competitive in January may or may not be now.
Very much so
And the
true.
upsets we're seeing are, I mean, I think a lot of it comes out of that, right?
Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. And a lot of it is people made too many changes for this event.
Yeah.
And they haven't panned out. They haven't had enough time to battle test them, really. You know, you can test them in the test box all you want, but what did the man say? Everybody's got a plan till they get punched in the mouth, and that's very much so showing true here.
I heard something really interesting. Jonathan Schultz is here pitting for Slam Plan, I believe it is.
Yep.
And his whole thing is don't change anything. Why'd you change it?
Yeah, leave it alone.
Don't leave it alone.
Leave it alone. Just stop.
Your mistake? Change it.
Yep.
Every time, like he's got 12 ways to say it, and it's the same advice over and over and over again. And yeah, I kind of agree with him. Like, we had events throughout the year. That's the time to experiment. Now's the time to take what you know works, do the best of it.
All right, we have a judge's decision from that last matchup in the 12-pound division.
Elucidate me, Kyle.
And it does look like Hooligan wins over Bumble Blitz.
That's starting to bring some of these Maryland Hive folks, their path to the championship is narrowing rapidly.
Dwindling down quite a bit, yeah. So that is not the way that I thought that judge's decision would go at all. But Hooligan did a phenomenal job in that matchup, so they will be moving on into the tournament. Bumble Blitz is all donezo, which means that now Liam can focus on his other robot. So we'll see how that goes.
That's going to be something really interesting that we see today. So many teams here have more than one robot. So many teams have more than one entry.
Yeah.
And as they narrow down, they can focus more fight to fight on a smaller number of robots. And a lot of times we see their level of preparation, their level of concentration just jump up. So a robot that struggles maybe the whole morning, suddenly it's got more attention and it just takes off and runs with it.
Yeah,
so,
hopefully peaking at the right point in the day
yeah,
to get themselves through to the entire tournament.
So
in the meantime,
go take it away.
We're going to go to Cage 1. This is two of the best competitors in the 12-pound division, but all of them in the 12-pound division today are ridiculous. This is Psycho and Carmen.
Carmen looking about the cleanest I've ever seen it today.
Absolutely, yes.
I think there's literal carnauba wax on this robot. It's sleek. It looks like it just rolled out of a showroom floor, or at least it did this morning. Psycho having an interesting run, though, today. Much more on the ropes than I usually expect to see it.
Yeah, well, that comes down to the Mo Robots, Mo Problems paradigm that you get here at this tournament, and especially that you get with Jamison Go qualifying in 3 weight classes with 3 different robots. It's hard to balance your attention on all 3 bots, and he is currently here with his meta design 12-pounder in Psycho. I mean, this thing is built for speed. It is built for big hits.
And Jameson's someone who doesn't come with a whole posse of folks. Not that he never has teammates, but
no, but he brought everybody he can, everybody he trusts today to help him out. Aaron Fang is here. I know he's got his mom and his dad here to help out. So he's got as many teammates as he's usually comfortable with, but that's still not a lot of hands for a whole bunch of robots.
Some builders, Kyle, have a mindset of it's better to have fewer people if that means you can really rely on each and every one of them.
Yeah, amen to that.
That depends on your build style and so many other things. But looking at the way that Psycho and most of Jamison's robots are put together, it's like, yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want a novice working on this.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
But speaking of the really powerful robots, Carmen has traditionally been one of the best robots in this weight class, and recently has really had a glow up. Not sure what happened to the Shores, but they've run off for a second. Perhaps they forgot something up in the pits.
Possibly.
So they've left their robot kind of unattended.
This might not be the event for it, but this is the kind of moment where a cute prank might be fun.
What kind of prank?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. I do imagine, though, given that they're not there, that this is these robots must be in their repair window. We do allot some last-minute, very basic cage side repairs at the expense of, I believe it's a TKO point or a demerit, but you get a basically one free pass to do some very basic, very quick work cage side. I don't know if that's what's going on now, since I don't see people physically working.
Shaking his head at his mom there. He doesn't seem very happy with what's going on. I'm not sure what is happening, but he looks pretty forlorn about something.
And I'll tell you, Jamison as a competitor is not someone who wants to win by technicality or any other way than in the arena.
Yeah,
So
this is an elimination match. I mean, you know, this is a do or die, have to win to get into the tournament situation for both of these robots, and that's not a good sign to see Michael so upset by the box. There's Gwen, who's the official for this matchup, coming over to talk to him.
this may well be the delivery of bad news. Gwen, excellent communicator, but
Yeah, delivering bad news is never fun, no matter how good you are at
no,
it.
it truly is not. At least not for normal, reasonable people. And, well, I shouldn't say that. We don't have very many normal, reasonable people here on staff at NHRL, but for the good-hearted folks that we like to associate with. No, it looks like this might be a questioning of, hey, is there anything else you can do? No? Well, that's it.
Yeah. Handing off the drill.
And some clap. That looks to be an official resignation, or I shouldn't say official, but that looks to be a symbolic resignation that this match.
Yeah, and there's
not gonna
JMO
happen.
coming over to console him. That's not how JMO wants to win, and JMO knows that Michael's a really good competitor.
And Carmen, truly a spectacular robot. I hope we're able to dig into this story because there must be a story there. This isn't something that just happens.
No, Michael's so experienced, and for that to happen during an elimination matchup, something had to have gone very, very wrong for
Yeah.
that team. So that is a TKO officially, which is just unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, they do happen, and you hope not to have them at this level of the competition.
Yeah.
But also your margins are tighter. You know, the stress is on. You've been preparing for this probably, and if you haven't been, you're stressing even more.
Yeah.
This is a moment where unexpected things can arise no matter how hard you tried to work in advance to prevent it.
Man, that is really unfortunate for Michael Shore.
It is.
Great robot, great competitor. We will definitely see them next year, but no more World Championship opportunity for them this season.
Unfortunate. But we will see more of Jamison, I'm sure. That's an easy win for him. He'll be locked and loaded for his next fight. I'll have to check the brackets to see who exactly that will be, but we'll march on in the other weight classes, I suppose.
We do have an official update for the cause of that TKO. I'm hearing from the control booth right now. So they were not able to get that weapon functional during that repair window. If you do not have a functioning weapon going into the matchup, you cannot compete. You have to have an active weapon in order to join a matchup.
Right.
And they were not able to get that working, which eliminated them from this matchup and also from the tournament. What a bummer.
Yeah, truly. But they also didn't have to sacrifice their robot, weaponless and unarmed, up against a very vicious psycho of an opponent. So
yes,
there's
that is a welcome rule in our particular tournament, that you don't have to fight even if your weapon doesn't work. That just makes for less entertaining fights and more costly fights for sure.
Now, that said, on the flip side of this, Psycho is kind of going to have it out of the frying pan into the fire moment. He's going up against Promheta next.
Yeah.
Carmen, great opponent, big, heavy hitter. Promheta is perennial terror. So
they are, I've always kind of put them on the same tier as far as robots go in this competition, but there has been a glow up for Promheta this year. Zach's attitude, Zach's really focus on winning this year has completely changed. It is a scary, scary machine.
I think Zach's approach to robotics in general is what's done this. I mean, his robots reflect it, certainly, but the level of detail we get, the questions that we get asked as staff on what can and can't be done reflect a level of forethought and just all-in-ness that we love to see and is rare and is it's really being reflected in the matches and in the robots.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
We're going to head over to Cage 4. We've got a little more big bot action for you. Let's tune in. In this, oh wow, so we've got Buzzkill and
Amphispina.
Yes. Woo! Amphispina is really kicking Buzzkill in the teeth right now.
Amphispina had a crazy run earlier this year, bringing home a golden dumpster for their team. It is an incredibly powerful dual weapon drum spinner. And that is a knockout that we just joined in on.
Yeah, a decisive one at that. This is a robot where you walk up to it, you see
Tap
one of their
out.
weapons laying on the table, and you're like, wow, that's an intense weapon. I would not want to get hit by that. And then you realize there's two of them, Kyle.
Yeah, there's... So that means Amphispina does advance, and Buzzkill stuck over there in the corner. Quite a knockout situation for them. They're not even able to get down with a little bit of help from the house bot.
No, this is going to be a situation where someone has to get in that arena and turn that robot off with a small hike in the middle. These are fairly large robot arenas. I mean, this shows the perspective with people poking their heads in here, but these are not small cages. You could have a small party inside of here if you don't mind having your conversation overloaded by a like 2,000 cubic foot per minute fan.
So Amphispina, brought to you by Alexander Richmond, just 10th overall. 4 events with a overall record of 8-4 before they got here today. Absolute terror at their last event, just devastating match over devastating match. But Liam King was operating Buzzkill. Liam King qualified 2 robots in the same weight class for this 12-pound division this time around. Buzzkill is the one that he really is focusing on. That's the one that he wants to advance forward. I'm not sure if that was an elimination matchup. I'd have to imagine it was this late in the day. But that is a rough showing for Liam King.
It is.
A rough draw for them as well.
It's true. Now, granted, Liam, along with a lot of the Honeycrack folks, plays a bit of a numbers game here. Statistically, they come enough, and they build good enough robots that things do make it into the championships.
Yep.
But then they're set with a thing of like, okay, yes, in one of 3 events or 4 events we qualified. How do we make sure that that event we qualified is now the standard we have moving forward?
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen that today from this robot. This is a robot that's certainly, no slouch, but is it behaving like it's, on a top tier? Not quite. So
Well, that wasn't an elimination matchup. I just got confirmation from Control. So
he's going to have one more shot to take it up to the level that he needs. We're going to go to cage 1, and we're going to see what kind of level they're fighting at. Full Court and Steggy are fighting.
I am very excited for this matchup. This is a tough one for Steggy, I would say, just based on the geometry of these robots. But Full Court is a robot a lot of people are waiting to see. This is the reigning and defending world champion from our 2023 season in this weight class.
Robots fight.
Full Court is looking fresh today. The new red and black really pops. Such a large robot and so Oh!
Wow, that's a lot of smoke.
That is a motor burning up on the weapon of Steggy. That is not where they want to be. You can see Full Court, really interesting lifter mechanism. They've dialed that in year after year. It can do a pretty impressive lift considering the design they use. But right now, all they're going to have to do is control Steggy for the duration of this match. Full Court is very, very durable. We won't expect them to go down without a fight, and unfortunately, Steggy just doesn't have a lot of fight left in it now.
No, definitely not. Yeah, John Flack brought Steggy. John Flack is from Tampa, Florida, survived a hurricane this year to bring this robot to us. And 2, that is correct. Look at that lift right there. You can see those lifting arms in the back. It's a really intelligent and efficient design on Full Court.
Yeah, it's a shame. John designs really impressive robots.
Good pin.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that.
All wheels off the ground on both the multi and Steggy. Really well done.
such an impressive design. It's so compliant. Oh, and did you see that, Kyle? The sawdust being kicked up by the wheels.
Yeah.
There are big cleats on these wheels. They dig into the floors to give them more traction than is you might think possible.
Wow, you can see the multi-bot from Steggy is wedged underneath the side guardrail over there, not able to get out. That's leaving full court to basically just bully Steggy, the weaponless Steggy, around. Now Steggy's up on the side rail, no wheels touching the floor.
He's going to call for an unstick and immediately get it.
There's just not a lot Steggy can do now other than just be bullied by these two control bots.
And they are stuck on the rails again unless the mini-bot frees them in a fit of charity. That is going to be the end of the match. Full court kind of waving in salute. Let's call it a respectful salute to its fallen opponent.
Knockout.
That is your fight. Your winner by knockout is Full Court. Really impressive showing. Granted, Steggy's weapon going down early made it a bit of an easy walk for them, but still. Full Court is going to be advancing in that bracket. Man.
Coleman, just an intense competitor. No celebration, just straight wins.
It's a really interesting world that Full Court has built for itself. It does have robots that it's very weak to, but the majority of robots here that are trying to beat the meta are going to be weak to Full Court.
That is correct.
And it is so durable. It is so compliant. Even if it has a bad matchup, it's not a cakewalk for its opponent to get a decisive victory. It tends to go to the judges.
Yeah, there is a reason they are the reigning and defending world champion.
Man.
And Coleman's driving is phenomenal. He's just so talented. He controls that box. I mean, that bot basically covers almost a full quarter of it anyway. And he controls the entire pace of those matchups very well.
Different robot designs have kind of a different pathway to how skilled you are. So you take a four-wheel drive vertical spinner, right? That's a pretty linear path to getting good.
Yeah.
You start off, you're not so good. With enough practice, you get very good. A full body design, or sorry, a super width lifter design, low kinetic energy kind of thing like Full Court, pretty easy to get off the ground. You know, you have to be pretty bad at it to lose every fight. And then there's this huge width of like, yeah, you're not that great. Yeah. You have to get through this large period of time of gaining experience before you can take it to say, yes, I'm really skilled with this kind of robot. And yeah, he's finally gotten there. And there was a long time when he was sitting in the middle.
Yep.
You know, he was good. The robot's good. It's no slouch.
It was entertaining.
It was entertaining. Don't brush it off. But it's not great.
Right.
And sometime in the last year, his driving has crossed over to a point where it's like, no, he's getting, 9.9 tenths of the performance out of that robot that he possibly can.
Yeah,
So it's
and
been really
you see
interesting
that
to
in the
watch.
weapons that he's chosen to use as well, right? When he wasn't taking this as seriously, or he wasn't as serious of a competitor, he was running in here with tiny little chairs, right, as the weapons and stuff like that. Now he has a really innovative lifting design that's super efficient, makes a lot of sense, and gets a ton of lift on the opponents. I mean, you saw it was all wheels off the ground.
Well, it actually is a little bit of a favor to him, right? The rules have evolved at NHRL to change what's allowed and what's not. But it just so happens that, like, if the rules had required him to have that more aggressive lifting mechanism when he first started, he probably would have had a harder go of starting off early.
Yeah.
But as he's gotten better, the rules have asked more of him, and it's been this back and forth that has worked out really well for his driving style and his accumulated talent.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, definitely a bot to watch in that weight class today. Could very easily win the entire thing again. But that 12-pound division is full of killers, just absolute murder machines.
It's such a changeover. The 12-pound class used to be a little bit of a forgotten class.
Yeah.
We didn't have this fierce competitiveness, and people figured out that, hey, you can have the big bot big cage fun. It's a limited field of people who know what they're doing, so you get this intense competitive experience.
Yep.
And yet there aren't that many robots in the world that are competitive here, so you still have if you're
great
good,
shot.
you have a great shot
Yeah.
to getting to the championship.
And we saw that with bots like Hot Leaf Juice, who just like owned that division for so long.
Right.
There's no owners of that division anymore.
Not anymore. Now it's you know, a communist development of everybody has a little piece of this weight division, at least of this like kind of talented meta community of builders in the 12-pound class. So.
Let's go check in on the pits upstairs and see how that communist development is shaping up. So you could see the pits are kind of cleared out a little bit, but not for the reasons you think. People aren't really packing up to go home. People are probably getting ready for their next matchups. They're probably downstairs. There you see Jameson acting way more calm than a guy with 3 robots and 3 weight classes probably should.
I mean, eventually, Kyle, you kind of become a ringmaster. He doesn't have the flashy suit on, but it becomes a thing where, yeah, you need to focus on managing your sub-teams and your team focusing on things so that you can focus on them focusing on things.
Yeah.
It really becomes a management exercise when you have 3 teams here. So we're going to go to cage 1 now. We've got, oh, baby. Yeah, we've got Caldera 12 is going up against Junkernaut. Now, this is an elimination match. Again, of course, in the 12-pound class. I think we're going to see some robots flying here, Kyle.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Go. Caldera 12 hits so hard. Really interesting choice by Junkernaut to have that armor package they're running. One bad hit.
Junkernaut only has 1 package. They don't run a lot of configurations.
To make that work, they're going to have to drive perfectly, and so far they may have done it. It looks like that weapon on Caldera 12 is down.
Did Glenn just tap out?
I think Glenn Boxell just tapped out. Yep, that was it.
We just got a Glenn Boxell tap out in the 12-pound division.
And almost immediately. Look, see how flat and vertical and sharply edged those blue armor pieces are?
Yeah. Not great for horizontals.
One bad hit with a horizontal, and you're going to go flying. In fact, you can see they got one minor glancing blow. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, it's got a notch out of it. If that had gone just a little bit deeper, that entire robot would have gone flying across the arena, and that would have been it.
Jeez, that's great. Chill out, Rummel.
That was
listen,
surgical strike.
I had a conversation with Chris Rummel earlier today where we talked about what's changed in Junkernaut. And Junkernaut is basically a resto mod now. It still looks like Junkernaut on the outside. Nothing is the same on the inside. It's got upgraded drive motors. It's got all new ESCs. It has got a new weapon motor. And, by the way, the weapons are all brand new on it.
You know, it's really interesting you say that. The resto, I haven't heard that description, and it fits really well. And we've got one of 2 things. We've got, like, robots that had a spa treatment before finals, and we've got resto mods, because part of our rules when you're coming to the championships, you can't completely change your robot. There has to be a carryover from the robot that you qualified with.
Yeah, it's like 50%, right?
Generally, yeah, it's 50% of your robot has to be the same, and that means either all the guts are going to be different and the outside's going to be the same, or the other way around. Usually, sometimes it's a bit of both. Let's see how that played out for him here. We're going to go to a replay. Look at this. Bam.
Boom. And that is weapon to weapon and not what you want to see when you are...
And the chaining of those hits, that was perfect. It was such reservation
Look at Glenn.
in the strength of his hits.
Not happy about that at all. Yeah, tap out. He's hitting the tap out button. I love how he tapped out by banging the glass, by telling the ref there was a tap out, and then hitting the tap out button, because Glenn's been here through several iterations of how to tap out at this tournament.
And part of that is you let the ref know. Part of that is you want to be seen by your opponent.
Yep. Please stop hurting me.
Yes, it's so hard to know what's going on when you are cage side. It doesn't matter how many lights are going, how many people are yelling in your face, how many robots are on fire an inch away from you. You need every signal to know, okay,
Absolutely.
I can calm my nerves and stop. Let's head over to cage 4.
So this is Doppelgator versus Battletoads elimination fight. Doppelgator is a dual weapon robot taking on a multi-bot, probably the ultimate multi-bot in this weight class in Battletoads.
It's really interesting that we have multiple weapon robots that have made it to championships. I think we've only ever had maybe 1 or 2 at a time, and we have several today.
It's a very effective design.
Woo, that was a big hit on the green half of Battletoads.
And that's showing the strength of this kind of dual weapon system. The first weapon hit, and then the second weapon came in and hit again as the first weapon was slowed down on Doppelgator. Really just redundancy of impact.
You can see those TPU forks on the front half of Battletoads really doing a great job repelling the weapon and preventing damage to the main chassis. However, it's also meaning that Battletoads can't get their weapon up against their opponent.
Yeah.
The trouble is when you have a keep away stick that pushes your opponent away is it pushes you away too.
All right, so this one is going to go to the judges. But that was quite a decisive last couple of seconds we saw there for Doppelgator.
Yeah.
Really good matchup for them.
Half of Battletoads down for a substantial portion of that match, and the half that was functioning not exactly dominating the exchange.
Not winning those exchanges over and over again like you'd hope. That was a very interesting matchup. We'll have to wait for an official judge's decision on that to see how that goes. But that is an elimination round, so
somebody's going home.
Somebody's going home from there. Yeah, the Battletoads team, very excited to be qualified for this event, very excited to be here. But that is a rough matchup for them overall.
It is. I imagine, though, like looking at the robots, they were not completely dismantled. They weren't, in pieces across our arena. Either one of those robots, I'm sure, is going to be able to get prepped and ready for the next fight. And that's nice for us as, well, we're not exactly spectators, but as people watching with you folks at home, it's nice to know that the next fight you're going to have, they're probably going to be able to fight on all cylinders.
That is very true. And something to keep in mind, Kevin Biagini, who is one of the captains of the Battletoads team, he's had a wedding between the last event and this one.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations to him and his now wife, Ariel. And that's phenomenal. But that's got to cut into your robot preparation time, at least a little.
I would hope so. Ariel, I hope he was able to take a little time off. I saw a sign the other day that was like, Saturdays are for the boys, and it was a sad wife, and it was a I don't want to see like Saturdays are for robots, and so like it's a Friday wedding or something.
Yeah, well, in that family, every day is kind of for robots, I think. So
yeah. I mean, if you could have the robots get married and you could just stay home.
That I would pay to see that. I don't know how many other people would, but
I'm sure there's a corner of the internet that can cater to you, Kyle. But today we're going to be fighting robots. We like to think they can all get along, but that's not why we're here today. We've seen some of the biggest hits of the entire year, and I think that's simply because so many heavy hitters have come here today. Statistically, the odds are good.
Roofing's in the 30-pound division. We've seen an interior panel get damaged in the 30-pound division today, which cut one of those fights short, which I kind of wanted to see. I wanted to see Warhard at XXL taking on Emulsifier. I thought that would have been really great.
Kyle, I'm going to let you in on something. I have a feeling you might see that fight later.
It might happen later, yes. There are some pictures floating around in some of our chats now. I hope we get a picture of this, but it is what happened to Warhard XXL's drum in that weapon-to-weapon impact with that top-secret material that Emulsifier is using, and it is a full-on just chunk ripped out of the edge of that drum, and that is a very substantial weapon.
I'm really hoping to take a closer look at this a little bit later. Just as a robot nerd myself, I want to go up, and there's multiple ways that could have failed. Looking at the photos, I don't know if it was a brittle failure. I don't know if it was a plastic deformation. I want to see how exactly that failed, just to better understand this mystery material that emulsifiers bring into the stage here.
Yeah.
Certainly, it's a very hard material, and certainly it's not brittle enough that it's shattering, but beyond that, there's so much you just have to try it and find out to experimenting with new materials, and we see so much innovation on that front here at NHRL.
Absolutely, and that has been one of the best kept secrets in the game. We still don't know what that material is. They debuted it, last year?
Yeah, and it's rare. I mean, part of it is builders are very proud of what they do. So a lot of times they just want to tell people, like, hey, look at this cool thing I got.
Right. Tegris was a thing, and then now everybody had Tegris, right? That was like instantaneous within the community.
Yeah.
And this is not that way.
They have
kept
and
it tight to the chest.
I think this is a little bit of an indicator. This is a litmus test of the type of competitors that we're seeing. That type of competitor was a rarity 2 years ago. It was unknown 10 years ago.
Right.
Right? But now having competitors that say, I've got a competitive advantage and I'm going to keep it to myself because I take it not just serious, but this particular kind of seriousness where, yeah, we want to come, we want to have fun, but what we really want is to win.
Yep.
And it's interesting to see those folks take off in a competition and see how they coexist with the more traditional competitors that say, I love this sport, let's just smash some robots.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't get me wrong, Matt Bora is one of the nicest guys in the pits. He'll help anybody with anything.
True.
But yeah, he's keeping this one real close to the chest here.
It's really fun too, right? Because Matt Boras and you've got Adam Wrigley working with him, both the Wrigleys. They're so different. As staff here, we need to talk to them, and sometimes we need to understand competitive secrets.
Yeah.
And it's funny talking to them and seeing the difference between how they talk to opponents in a very polite and supportive but definitely reserved way, and then they finally get to take that cap out and be like, oh, but look at how this works.
Yeah.
And it's like watching someone's inner child come out sometimes.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It's really rewarding. It's really fun.
That's really, really cool. Yeah, that team is absolutely insane. I mean, their multi-bot configurations are bar none. Like, they really are very thoughtful about it.
We ran out of paper earlier. They had to have 2 pieces of paper to list all the different
What's great,
strategies.
they've been 6 pounds under what they've been allotted almost all year.
Yeah.
And this is the first time they've ever taken their full allotment of what they can actually do with multi-bots. That's bonkers. They have so many bots that they field out there.
Yeah, and some of these, we call them mini-bots, right? But the flamethrower robot that they brought today, this is the first time flamethrower bringing to championships. That's a bold move to start with.
That is a bold move.
It's larger than my laptop.
Yeah, it's a big bot.
Like, if you stacked 4 of them on top of each other and added a blowtorch to the front and wheels to the side, it's roughly that size.
It could be a competitive 12-pound robot here.
Easily.
Yeah, by itself.
And, to think that they were that competitive and that devastatingly damaging, despite the fact that they had this self-imposed weight handicap.
Yep.
Terrifying. So we have a judge's decision for you here on our fight from a little bit earlier. Doppelgator has unsurprisingly defeated Battletots. Doppelgator will be moving on, and Battletots will be headed home. That was an elimination fight.
Yeah,
that
no
is
surprise
the
there.
end of their journey for the 2024 championships.
Well, maybe Kevin and Ariel can actually start their honeymoon now.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Go home and build.
Yeah, they got more stuff to do. No, that was a pretty devastating matchup. Doppelgator looking really good. I love that this dual weapon design has shown up now twice in that weight class for that division. And both bots doing very well today. Amphispana looking really, really strong. It'd be really cool to see them go up against each other at some point today.
I agree. It would be a really interesting matchup with those two. I feel like my money would be on Amphispana, but
Same.
I'm eager to be proven wrong or proven right.
All right, so let's get into some 3-pound bot action here in Cage 2. This is Half-Life taking on Turbo Fiend. Turbo Fiend, I know, has got 1 loss on their docket for today already. So yeah, the winner of this matchup does advance, and the loser is eliminated. Ah, interesting. So the winner will fight Radix in the bracket. That makes sense.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Turbo Fiend off to a pretty good start here. Domineering that mini bot and the main bot of Half-Life, not engaging that hard yet, surprisingly.
Yeah, some real drive issues going on with Turbo Fiend,
big
interestingly
chunky
enough.
hit.
Turbo Fiend's kind of a combination control spinner bot, and without that drive being at full force, it's hard for them to win matches.
It's so interesting listening to the weapon engagement of Turbo Fiend on Half-Life. You hear this like zit, 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 bang, and it's the different types of metals and materials that spinner just happens to be contacting on Half-Life. There's big aluminum panels, then there's steel panels, then there's plastic, and the robot bounces between them and attacks.
So Matt Lantry, you see him over there on Team Half-Life, or with Half-Life. He is a phenomenal control bot driver. Definitely somebody you want on your team if you have multi-bot configurations. Half-Life, one of the few non-kinetic bots qualifying in this weight class.
Now Half-Life has shown up threatening a variety of weapons, but it's really that lifting arm that is consistently delivering for them.
Yep.
And man, that mini bot is just really coming into play hard here and helping with the control points. This is a good look for Half-Life right now, at least compared to the first half of the match. Man, when it becomes a one-on-one match, the control of Turbo Fiend just completely dominates.
Yeah, just that big, wide dustpan. Scooping up the opponent, getting them into the corner, trying to find an angle with that small but very powerful weapon.
You can see Turbo Fiend trying to both free itself and show a little bit of aggression by swatting its arm at its opponent.
A nice little slam and hit there from Dima and Turbo Fiend. Whoa,
I
that's
see
a belt.
weapon belt down. Well, it may not be a weapon belt. It could be drive.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Immense hit. Biggest hit we've seen so far in this match.
Yeah. Props to the builder of the minibot, though. It's still alive, still driving.
Yeah, that does appear to be a drive belt. Wow, big hit. We're going to go to judges on this one as the timer runs out.
There you see Dima and her brother Julian. There's Matt Lantry with his team.
I mean, credit where credit's due to Half-Life, but that match was so dominated.
Yeah.
By Turbo Fiend. I don't think there's any mystery there.
Absolutely. All right, we are going now into Cage 1.
B-Force is going to go up against Tsunami today. Oh, look at this. The crowd is excited. We've got some robot part collecting Turbo fans?
3,
We're going to go from Turbo
2,
Fiends to Turbo fans,
1.
I think.
Fight,
Away we go
robots,
in this
fight.
match. Tsunami quick out of the box and quick to get hung up on the floor. Team Honeycrack coming in with B-Force. Just a tremendous amount of Maryland presence. Does me some hometown pride. Now, oh my my goodness. Those, I don't think it sinks in at home, but the thud of those hits, just immense. You can feel them. And this is a great pin. Half of B-Force effortlessly holding Tsunami in place up against the rails. Well, they're going to ask for an unstick. When the weapon is down like that, it really can't free itself. Flow is going to come into play. Away they go. Weapon immediately back up. Oh! That is it. I think the electronics have broken, maybe along with a couple of my fillings, Kyle. That was a that was a hit. You could feel that in the building. The armor package on Tsunami is this kind of soft plastic. And on the one hand, it can absorb a big hit, but on the other hand, it absorbs all of the hit. It just goes right into the robot, and it shakes the ever-loving snot out of the inside of it when it does that. And I think that's what we saw. Something got knocked loose. Some of these hits, you know, we've tested this at times. Some of these hits are hundreds of Gs.
Let's look at the replay to see if we can see what shut off on that robot there.
So you can see
really coordinated driving from B-Force. Beautiful movement there on both of them. You can see them coming in, getting their angles on the side of the robot, one on the back, one on the side, no friendly fire.
And that is so hard to do. It really does take practice. Not just, well, you have a choice, right? You can have one person engage at a time. That's easy enough. But if you want to have someone on one side and someone on the other and then have an effective attack without going right through and hitting your teammate, that takes a tremendous amount of practice.
Absolutely, yeah. Really impressive work from them there. That was a really beautiful showing of how the multi-bot configuration can be effective at any weight class. And we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of that next season, specifically from that team. That is their new strategy going forward is going to be a lot more tracked hub motor weapons, multi-bot configuration bots.
It's really, it's fun to see. It's also going to be really interesting, right? The rules have changed for the 2025 season. We don't want to get too deep into that now, but this is one of the few teams that said, you know, I know multi-bots are going to be harder. Let's do it twice as much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's lean into it.
Now, they are advancing to face Waddles in the next round. Waddles, I'm guessing, is probably going to throw out that undercutter spinner for that matchup and try to get as much damage on both bots as they possibly can. That is going to be a heck of a lot of fun.
Waddles has been fun all season, and there's such a excitement. They are so excited about what they're doing that it rubs off while you watch it, either from here at the announcer's desk or from behind the screen.
So we are now in Cage 2, 3-pound robot fighting action. So we got some Daimakeris versus Prom Frida.
See, very quickly getting into position. Zach looking focused. Oh, nope, looking distracted now. That is a concerned smile if I've ever seen one.
That means he forgot something silly?
Yeah, the best kind of thing to forget. In easily...
There you see Beckett from Daimakeris. Standing by.
Just because it's been a while, Kyle, can I take a second to say how much I like the name Daimakeris?
It is a cool name.
Yeah.
It's a very cool name.
People like to take, you know, names of antiquity, let's call it, and reuse them. But a lot of times they go right back to the same, you know, half dozen.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, this is a cool one.
Yeah.
It's traditionally a two-sworded gladiator.
Right.
From ancient Rome. Very cool name and reference to bring in here.
And it's right there in the name, too. Daimakeris.
Yeah. And this is Prom Frida.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we
fight.
go.
All right.
Uncharacteristically cautious first moments of that fight.
Yeah, it could be what was kind of forgotten there at the beginning, what kind of caused the delay. That's ooh.
Diamond Karras getting an excellent exchange. Prom 3 unable to immediately correct.
Yeah, stuck up against the side rail, now able to get themselves down. That's good, and the attempt itself right was a little chaotic.
Yeah, you could hear there. Did you hear that kind of rattling, rapping
what
noise?
was that?
That is a damaged belt, and you can see bits and pieces of the belt in the arena. The belt's still there, at least pieces of it are, but pieces of it got torn off. I would, consider that they lost their extra life on that particular belt. It won't take a lot more damage. Now, I don't know which robot that was that lost it. I want to say Prom 3. And they are, in fact, acting a bit more cautious here. I don't know if it's paying off for them yet. The front fork package on Diamond Karras is just so much more effective right now than the forks on Prom 3. And you can see, look at the plastic is bent up on those forks. That makes it harder and harder for the front wedgelets on the front of Prom Hida to work. Yes, the wedge package on the front of Prom. Oh, it's getting knocked to pieces now. That may actually help Prom 3. Since those wedgelets were not very functional, it's better, sometimes better that they're not there at all.
Yeah, getting in your way, preventing you from making contact.
Oh, and there's the rest of the belt.
Just melting away.
Yep, that is the end. They're maybe going to ask for an unstick, but with a weapon down, trying to fight off a very thirsty Diamond Karras is going to be a tough, tough battle.
Oh, wow. Unstick granted.
Yeah. It does happen sometimes.
"30 seconds left in this matchup."
Now you can hear how much quieter it is. Diamond Karras has dialed their weapon back just to kind of a minimum amount. They want to do damage, but they don't want to be mean, and they also want to be careful. They don't want to hurt themselves. This match looks like, yes, it will be going to the judges. I believe Prom 3 is going to be saved by the bell, but what a way to leave your opponent. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to be a Diamond Karras win. It's all over, but the judges signing the paperwork.
Beckett very pleased with how that matchup went. Zach very happy for him.
Yeah, there's no ill will here. These are consummate professionals as far as, cage side manner goes, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Everybody here appreciates the fact of how hard everyone has worked to get here, and it's all good sportsmanship once you get to this point. I got to say that it's really, we talked earlier about how we are seeing more highly competitive people get into this sport and how that culture is starting to evolve and maybe not seep in, but, present itself here at NHRL.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any sign of competitors who aren't still very kind, generous, giving, sportsmanlike, good-natured towards one another. I'm really glad to have seen that. So often, a highly competitive can turn into highly aggressive and highly combative.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. We want that combativeness to be between the robots, not between the builders.
So we do have a judge's decision in the 3-pound division. Turbo Fiend does defeat Half-Life in that last matchup.
That's good.
That does mean Turbo Fiend advances, and their next bracket fight will be against Radix. In the meantime, let's go to Cage 1 for some more big bot action. It is Hurricane taking on Anxiety.
Oh,
5,
baby. Let's see how the
4,
Brits do today. We had some very interesting
Fight,
talks
robots, fight.
with the Hurricane team in the pits. They've had interesting mechanical gremlins and electrical gremlins, but boy, does that robot look dialed in now.
Having gremlins across the pond is not the best.
Oh, what a hit!
No!
That was immense! You can feel it! Hurricane showing no signs of slowing down.
No, that sound is nasty. Something's grinding at the weapon that shouldn't be, but the weapon doesn't seem to be slowing down.
That weapon is going to need to be taken apart entirely, but oh, I think I see sparks coming from inside of the robot. Something is rubbing. But as long as they can, this is going to be critical, Kyle. They need to keep that weapon spinning. So often, when a motor goes down, they won't be able to get it back up again because of damage.
Because of what's impeding it, right?
Right. It won't have enough power to start. It only has enough power to keep going.
Is that self-propelled weapon from Anxiety?
Yes, it is. Anxiety was able to spin up for a moment there, I think under their own power. Oh, that is bad.
Yeah, don't hit the house spot. That's just thick steel that
And
you're
now
slamming your weapon
Hurricane
into.
Stopping its movement for a moment. It did not like that hit against the house bot. The left side drive is down on Hurricane now.
Hitting the house spot is the equivalent of punching a brick wall in the middle of the fight.
Yeah. It's a mobile brick wall, but it is a brick and it is functionally a wall. Look at this attempt to claw back into the game by Anxiety. It's using those forks against its opponent basically perfectly, and the weapon is spinning up.
Wow,
What a comeback this could be for Anxiety. Oh, man's hit.
Wow.
And Hurricane is not moving whatsoever.
No, wait, we have a little bit of movement from Hurricane.
These are two punch-drunk, murderous robots.
You could see a little bit of self-propelled weapon from Anxiety there, and plenty of drive.
Yeah,
look at the frame.
frame.
Look at that entire front plate on Hurricane, and look at all of those mounting screws.
And remember what I
are
told you here.
sheared.
That weapon is not going to spin up again. If it stops, your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Anxiety. That
At
fight,
what cost?
That fight was fueled just by raw perseverance and maybe a little spite to death itself.
Wow. Anxiety wins at what cost? The Robo Jackets team is going to have a lot of work to do back in the pits.
An incredibly strong start from Hurricane. Some of the biggest hits we've had in a long time. One after another. Just, yeah, massive hits. But right around now, you can't hear it, but right around now, that weapon started to feel tired, started to take some damage, and you can see it here. It's got too much mechanical damage to keep spinning. It can't keep it going.
And look at that wedge at this point. 4 of those mounting screws, 5 of those mounting screws gone on that wedge. And everything has been warped and distorted. They're never putting that back on.
Very excited Team Robo Jackets, and deservedly show that fight for your life.
Wow. Yeah, tons of work for that team back up in the pits. That is a bunch of damage they're going to have to assess and figure out. That's a heck of a lot more than just recharging the batteries.
No, either team walking away from there, had they won, would have had a complete disassembly and reassembly on their hands. Boy, Anxiety, they know how. That is a well-built robot.
Amen to that. Yeah, that team knows what they're doing. Meanwhile, we're going to go for more 3-pound robot action in Cage 2. Supreme Ruler taking on Impact. Lars is sitting. He's ready to go with Impact. Supreme Ruler, Jeff Waters over there in the corner, sitting, ready to go. This is just, a laid-back fight between friends.
It happens.
Peter Garnache jumping in to run the multi-bot for
sitting
Lars. Yeah, sitting in. And you can see everybody's ready for fire over on the Impact side of life.
I've been very impressed with the fire robots this time around. So many of the robots previously have said, I like to have big fire. I like to have big orange flames. Today I've heard I've heard every fire robot tell me it's like
5.
we're running hotter than
4,
we ever have before.
3.
Yeah, that's what we want.
2,
We want
We
heat.
want to melt our
Fight,
opponent. It's great to
robots,
look good for the
fight.
camera. It's better to leave a puddle of an opponent.
Little bit of flame coming out of Supreme Ruler there. And
There
yes,
it
that
is.
is tight, compacted flame right there at the front. The goal is to scoop up impact and burn away at small components within them.
Interesting, Supreme Ruler having a really hard time staying ignited.
Yeah, and Impact doing a great job juggling Supreme Ruler in the air.
Yeah, it's an impressive showing by Impact so far.
Lars just finding those angles where they can really get hits on Supreme Ruler. Supreme Ruler not built for durability, not built to take these giant hits from Impact.
Oh, it's interesting too. These, you can see the forks very smooth on Supreme Ruler. Unusual approach for them, but they built them for this kind of situation so they don't get torn off.
Yeah.
This is still anyone's game as we come in at the 2-minute mark. Neither robot taking appreciable damage yet, but a lot of action.
Looks like one of the forks on Supreme Ruler working just fine. Not sure on the other side.
There's excellent
Oh yeah, there you go,
pins.
both working fine.
Yep, no problem. They're flexibly mounted, so sometimes you don't see them spin as much as the motor is commanding them to do so. The mini-bot on Supreme Ruler surprisingly not coming into play as much, either in fire or fencing.
Yeah, the forks on that one do seem to be gone, and no fire coming out of it at all. And the fire is pretty much done on Supreme Ruler. We haven't seen anything for most of this matchup.
Big hit there on the mini-bot from Supreme Ruler. Defensive driving from Jeff. I don't know if that's by necessity or by choice. Getting bullied into the corner. That is not something you see a cam lifter suffering very often.
No, I've got to say it, at this point in the matchup, this is looking pretty close to an upset for Impact.
Yeah.
Lars, one of the best drivers, bar none, in
there you
this
go.
sport. Just phenomenal.
Solid pin that we can't see right now from Supreme Ruler, and then it's, oh, and there's the wheel!
Oh, that is not good for Jeff
With
Waters'
only 30
chances.
seconds left, we are not gonna see a sudden comeback from Jeff Waters and Supreme Ruler. They may well be able to put on a solid
Nice
last
job teeing
stand.
up that hit by Peter Garnache for his teammate. And once again, holding him up in the air, letting Lars come in and take the shot he wants to take against Supreme Ruler.
This is incredible driving from Impact. Doing a really
And look,
phenomenal job.
showing the weapon spinning up there at the end, showing functionality, showing drive functionality. We are now going to go to the judges with this one, but I gotta say it, Lars, phenomenal showing against the runner-up from last year's World Championship in this weight class.
Yeah, that is fantastic driving. There was some geometry at play there. I mean, Supreme Ruler had more of an uphill battle than they usually do, but that wouldn't have been worth a, wooden nickel if the driving hadn't been there to back it up.
Where do you come up with these phrases? All right, so Diamond wins over Promhita in a judge's decision in that last 3-pound matchup. That does mean Diamond is going to face off against Mako in the next round, which is going to be really, really interesting.
Wow.
That
what a fight.
Was intense. The judges don't have much of a decision to make as far as I'm concerned. There are some things to weigh out. Some damage both ways, but yeah, that was a really wonderful showing by Lars. Very impressive. First custom robot by Lars ever, and he is doing phenomenal things with it so far.
Boy, if the story with Lars is that he's been held back so far by not having custom robots, it's going to be a terrifying 2025
Amen.
In the 3-pound weight class.
Now, our next fight involves Warhard XXL. Chris has an interview with Jonathan Juarez about what happened in their last matchup. Let's go to them right now.
Now, going head-to-head with Emulsifier, there were 2 exchanges, right? Where you seem to have lifted Emulsifier, flipping them once, and then you had that huge head-to-head exchange.
Yeah, that's when I went
Can
to the
you
glass.
tell us about that moment of impact? And let's just take a close look at exactly what happened in that moment.
Yeah, so that one last exchange, they hit hard. This got a big chunk out the bar right here. That's when apparently it hit the glass, and then they made us stop the match. I really wish we could have kept going. I feel like it would have been a badass show. It would have been able to keep going.
Yeah, because outside of just a little bit of a bend in your front armor wedge here on the left, and this small chunk removed from your weapon, pretty much this bot just needs to have its batteries
It's still
charged.
ready to go. It was still ready to go.
And that was an explosive hit. Walk me through your weapon assembly real quick. Now, you said that this is hardened 4340?
Yeah, 4340 hardened. I harden on the low end so I can purposely make it deform instead of shattering. I'm sure people see on the streams when some robots get hit, instead of them little pieces coming out, they actually shatter and break, and then now your match is over. So I don't harden as much as everybody else's does. That way the robot, it's still intact. It's still usable right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So just in case you actually need to use this as a spare later tonight, it is still functional.
Yeah, so the next match, I have an extra bar. I'm gonna go ahead for balancing purpose, go ahead and swap it out. But this one will be good to go if I need to, if the other one gets more, damaged, whatever, then I can still use this one if I have to.
Yeah, so then coming up in your next match, you're going up against Brandon Bennett Young and Phenomenon,
Right.
who's having a little bit of struggles today, but it's one of those bots that can turn a match in his direction almost instantaneously. What is your thoughts going into that? What's your strategy going to be going up against another powerful vert?
Brandon is fantastic. He's really good at it. He's been doing this for a long time. I'm still fairly new to this. But I'm just gonna go full-blown weapon with him. As you can see, like when I fight crazy robots like Ares, even Emulsifier, it's not as scary as it seems. So I'm gonna take that little bit of confidence face to face with Brandon and see what happens from there. Hopefully we don't break the arena. Hopefully we can finish that match.
Texas looking strong today. Cannot believe that bot was still functional after that impact. That impact was absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Warhard having no power grid failures of any sort. No Texas curse there. I loved watching that little clip because you really could see close up the metallurgical differences that are at play here, and that is kind of what I expected out of Jonathan, but he's put such thought into, okay, this is the manufacturing ability that I have in terms of how I can harden or how I can change. This is the trade-off that I want and the results I want, and he got exactly what he planned for.
Exactly what he planned for, yeah.
Had it not been for the cage breach, he would have been able to keep fighting. I shouldn't say cage breach. Had it not been for the inner
panel
layer
rupture,
failure.
yeah. Now here we have Warhard, XXL, and Phenomenon.
Right into the action. Now this is interesting too. Speaking of those material differences, the weapon on Phenomenon starts off pretty darn strong, pretty hard. We have seen it soften up over the course of a match. Sometimes instead of work hardening, keep it a little less technical, sometimes though you end up with, there's a little percussive maintenance cage side. We're good. Interesting. What is going on with the mini-bot for Warhard? The rare pair timer has been started, so it may just be a power cycle kind of moment. Oh, I can just see in the corner too. Phenomenon's weapon is fresh. This is going to be something else, folks. This is an elimination fight. Both of these robots look as though they are coming decked out to the nines. All the new parts they could fit on there, buttoned up, ready to go. You can see Phenomenon ready in the corner. Now, there is a bit of a cursed bargain in terms of winning this fight. The winner will go on to fight Chunky.
Robots fight.
Of these robots is going to want to do that. Oh, drive issues immediately off the Phenomenon. Big hit! Another big hit. You've got bent forks right off the bat from Phenomenon. Warhard wanting to know if it should take another hit or not. Brandon deciding if he wants to tap, I imagine. Pieces coming off. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that is, yes, the UHMW weapon guards are now gone, so he can no longer use his weapon inverted. In a minute, he's not going to be able to stand up straight. Phenomenon with pieces miss. Oh, and a big hit. Oh! This is a brutal dissection of Phenomenon.
Brandon Bennett Young, a glutton for punishment, not tapping as of yet.
Listen, now's not the time to leave it on the table. If that robot's driving, if that weapon is spinning, Brandon is going to keep fighting till the absolute last electron in his battery packs. And this is why, look, Warhard has gone flying. It is on the ropes. Brandon needs to strike now if he's ever going to do it. The moment is, oh! Pieces going flying. The weapon has been extracted.
Ricky!
Phenomenon has been lobotomized.
Knockout.
Brandon understands. He's a disappointed man, but he understands that he has left nothing left on the table.
Look at that.
He fought to the last ounce of chance in the arena.
Oh my God, he was hoping, praying that Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL would make a self-imposed mistake, and they came really close.
Yeah, there was a moment that Brandon could have had that, but his robot just wasn't yet under control. He couldn't fully take advantage of that moment, and instead he got opened like a tin can.
Weapon locks. Okay, the really amusing thing after that was Peter Garnache could not even believe the level of destruction that Jonathan and his bot caused. Seeing it with your own eyes, causing that destruction yourself, that is a whole other experience.
Listen, Brandon builds his robots with a certain level of like integral engineering.
Yes.
Right? When one of these parts fails, the whole thing can just fall apart, which is it's rock solid, rock solid, rock solid, explodes like a, house of paper cards.
I would
Let's
love
go to the
see
replay.
a replay.
Well, here we go. Ready for it, you can see, oh my goodness.
It was
Phenomenon
right in that
already
moment.
Looking.
Oh, God.
Oh, that weapon bouncing about like a Beyblade.
He had him exactly where he wanted, and that double hit there, just spelling the end for Brandon's day here with Phenomenon. Oh my God, this is a robot that we have seen so reliable, so effective for years at this competition.
This is a failure point we have seen before, Lindsay. Once that weapon starts to take damage, since it takes the brunt of every hit.
Yes.
It's only held in by steel bolts, and steel bolts are only going to be so good when you can only fit so many of them, and it just once it pops out, that's it. The whole rest of the robot falls apart around it.
Gosh, that was brutal. I don't even think that that's a strong enough word. But you saw at the end there, the two competitors who just killed themselves in the box, went in for a hug. No hard feelings, obviously, but I know Brandon is probably feeling a little disappointed. He's had a remarkable year here at NHRL, and this is not how you want to see your robot ended.
No, he's going to take a minute to collect himself.
Yeah.
He's going to build his passions, and he's going to think, what can I do better next time? That's just Brandon.
He's always thinking, always iterating, and I know for a fact we'll see him next year.
We will. We will. In the meantime, we have a judge's decision for you at home.
Oh, boy. What is it?
I'm being told Impact has defeated Supreme Ruler.
Wow!
That is a huge upset. However, it is not a surprise after watching that match. Impact was so dominant, and Supreme Ruler just not able to deliver the kind of control that we usually see
And rarely do we see damage on Supreme Ruler,
Right.
and Impact was able to achieve that, so well earned for Lars and Impact.
Yeah, we're going to head to cage 2. We got another 3-pound fight for you. Monkfish looking a little creepy in the corner. Personally, I think Monkfish
5,
always looks
4,
creepy. They're going to be
3,
going up against Chubby
2,
Unicorn, but it ain't all
1.
sunshine and
Fight.
rainbows.
Robots fight.
It's a deadly killing machine, at least if you're a Monkfish.
Monkfish coming off a rough first match where its drive pod was impaired, but now we're trying to, we're fixed. We're trying to go for it all.
Oh, the weapon already down on Chubby Unicorn. The winner here is going to go up against Warhard, but man, this is still anybody's game, Lindsay. Monkfish has an undercutter spinner, and that is generally going to have a hard time with a front plow like Chubby Unicorns.
But without that weapon on Chubby Unicorn, there's only so much they can do other than just kind of ramming into their opponent over and over.
Especially with a robot so mobile as Monkfish. This is one of the best non-traditional locomotion robots that we have, especially in this weight class. They are so mobile and so fun to watch, and really don't have a lot of weaknesses. They self-right very quickly. Really impressively designed.
Just the mobility is so hard to plan for and go up against. It can turn on a dime. You don't know which way it's gonna move. Its shifty eyes, always deceiving you.
Yeah, there's something unholy about Monkfish's face.
You really don't like it, Ricky.
No, it's, NHRL, it sleeps, slumbers, waits to reawaken.
But when it reawakens, it is out for blood.
Right. When it dreams, it gives me nightmares. Look at the way it moves. It's unnatural, Lindsay.
It is quite unnatural. You really have no idea where it's going to go next. How do you plan for
I've
something
said this
like
before,
that?
and I'll say it again. Any robot that can be described as skittering
Yes.
gives me the Ghiblies, and it gives me the Ghiblies.
Simply not natural. And it is really having its way here with Chubby Unicorn.
I mean, to be fair, though, Chubby Unicorn not having any issues continuing to push around its opponent. Yes, there are pieces gone, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down any. But that Monkfish weapon it's an intense weapon. Oh, I think the whole weapon system on Chubby Unicorn is now kind of limp in its cradle. We're going to come down to a judge's decision. Chubby Unicorn did make it far enough for that little feather in its cap, but this is no mystery. This is a very decisive judge's call for Monkfish.
Yeah.
They will be going along to fight Warhard in just a little while.
Rachel de Guzman continuing her reign of terror.
Yeah, it's interesting with Rachel because she looks happy sometimes. She looks worried sometimes. She never looks like a, I won't say bloodthirsty, oil-thirsty, electron-thirsty robot executioner.
You wouldn't expect it necessarily, but I think that is what makes her story and just her, character that much more compelling.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It adds. There's a personal journey going on inside this woman that none of us are privy to, and we can only guess from the outside, and that kind of adds to the mystery.
What's that saying? Inside of each of us are 2 wolves.
At least a dozen wolves in the case. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, all right.
Well, little piece of my heart. We have Moccasin going up against Kazaa Light.
Now,
Moccasin has been having an interesting day. A big upset, I believe, in their first fight, fighting against Brandon Betta Eon. Kazaa, and then 2 tough losses, I believe, right? Or just a single loss? Yeah, they lost against Waddles, I believe.
Oh, that's a tough matchup.
And it was a big chunk out of that robot. And then Kazan Light, interesting start there. They had one bye, but before that they had a false start issue. They do happen, but they were disqualified from that fight. Mistakes happen, but they were basically the way this works is you can have a false start, but as soon as you engage with your opponent, if your weapon makes contact, you lose the fight.
Yep.
And unfortunately, the flame system did spin up. It did fire up. It did flame its opponent, and consequently, when that flame made contact and did at least some level of damage, that was the end. So they have one TKO, essentially. Yep. They have one bye versus Moccasin, one win, one loss.
So it is do or die for both robots.
Absolutely.
Right in this moment.
And it's going to be something else. I mean, you don't see, there's several things at play. How many times do you see a flamethrower go up against a prehistoric beast wearing snake's clothing? Rarely.
Not often.
No.
Not often.
This is at most my second time today.
Ricky, what do you think is really flammable on Moccasin? What are some of the weak points that Joshua would try to take advantage of? Because I'm not seeing a lot, to be honest.
There isn't. What it would want to do is get up under this robot. So older versions of Moccasin use very high temp plastics in some of its gearbox casings and stuff like that. I believe that is no longer the case. These are PLA or versions of PLA. If they get flamed long enough, there's a lot of power in that weapon system, and that weapon system could potentially blow itself apart when the plastic no longer holds the various metal pieces together.
Fair.
That, I think, is the best case scenario for the flames to do damage. What I would be more worried about if I was driving Moccasin right now is ingesting one of these multi-bots.
Interesting.
It's so easy to get a robot up underneath that serves as a weapon lock.
Yep.
And there is enough power in Moccasin that it won't do it in one hit, but if you weapon lock it a couple of times, it can snap that chain, it can bend its own frame. There's thousands of pounds of force there.
No one knows this robot better than you, Ricky. This is your brainchild.
It's interesting. There are people that might know it a little better than me. They've got more stick time. They've got more drive time.
Of course.
They have modified this robot in ways to suit their tastes. I won't say they're better or worse, but there's a lot of things I looked at, and I started to say to him, what are you doing? That seems wrong. And I looked at it, I was like, you know what? No, that's what works for them. These robots have to be a reflection of the builder. And the things that I've seen that they've changed, while not the choices I would have made, seem to be working for them pretty well so far.
Now, Ricky, I don't want to interrupt you, but before we start this match, I do want to announce a judge's decision.
Okay, hit me with it.
In fact, Monkfish has defeated Chubby Unicorn, so Monkfish will be continuing on, and Tim Hebert and Chubby Unicorn will be calling it a day here.
That is not surprising. I'm interested to see how Monkfish ascends to the top of the aquatic food chain today.
There are quite a few.
All right, I'm also really interested to see a flamethrower fly through the air.
Yes. Should make for some beautiful artwork, like still frame artwork.
I sure hope so. If there was ever a time to get some good fast shutter speed photography, this is probably it. It's all going to come down to whether Moccasin breaks itself. So if they play defensively, this should be their game. They're also going to really have to use that multi-bot to hold off.
Fight, robots, fight.
Each piece. But, it's a slow start from Moccasin. Interesting.
There's that
flame. Robot being bullied around. Oh, it needs
friendly fire there.
Yeah, it needs help from the multi-bot to get off the rails right now. That millibot has to get in there and work to get itself free. There it goes, maybe? The wheels are off the ground on Moccasin right now. And it's struggling to move at all. There it goes. The Tegris is on fire.
It's not just a sitting duck. I think it's a peking duck right now.
It's terrible, and I love it. Oh, man, so much fire in the arena. It's so good to see Kazaa Light really firing on all cylinders, literally firing on all cylinders. Moccasin just not able to get those, get its lifters around onto its opponent, and it is getting barbecued in the process.
Those forks.
The control is just not there so far.
I envisioned Ricky.
This is exactly the flame that Moccasin does not want to have to contend with. It's trying to get free and struggling. It is an easily high-centered robot. So if you can get under those forks, if you allow your opponent to get under you, it's tough. It really is. You have to not let this happen if you want a chance.
I thought that Joshua Reinhardt's bot was going to be a
There was
tasty
one
little snack.
small hit from Moccasin.
Yeah. But he's done a really magnificent job so far of controlling this fight.
There it is. Small hits on Kazaa Light. You can see the heat has melted pieces of Moccasin.
Great pin here from Kazaa Light.
Look at the heat damage on Moccasin right now. You can see so much peeling. Now, granted, that's not structural, it's not functional, but it is a big deal. Now, this is the time Moccasin needs to strike. If it doesn't, it's only got 30 seconds left to make a decisive victory. Half of Kazaa Light has gone down for unknown reasons.
Can it get a heat? It has a great position, but it was not able to capitalize there.
There's a few hits, but not much. Oh, a good pin.
Good.
They need to hit hard, though. This is not the time to be playing it safe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they don't have that power.
It's a good bit of control, but boy. And then a high center, neither robot really showing a lot of advantage there.
Now this is the end of the match. It will be going to the judges.
That is not a good look for Moccasin. The multi-bot aspect of Kazaa Light really coming in critically there.
Yes. Yeah.
They were so well. It was like watching lions go after a literal elephant, right? You can fight off one. It's really hard to fight off two apex predators.
I think that we need to re-dub over this match with David Attenborough.
I would love to hear David Attenborough.
It really was like a pack of hyenas just descending on its prey. I really thought that, you know, the shape of Kazaa Light, that they would just kind of be a tasty snack. They'd ride up on those cam lifters and they'd have, you know, just be a treat for that yeeter on Moccasin. But they did a really remarkable job being able to get around the robot, to the back of the robot, which is always the goal, and so hard to execute. But they were able to pull it off.
They were. Now, looking at how this goes, you've got working. Well, we're going to head over to the cage. We'll get to Moccasin and Kazaa Light a little later. We're in cage 2 here. Silent Spring is going up against Fully Defined. Both of these robots looking sharp. They've got a little bit of at least a visible glow up.
Yeah.
Fully Defined has had a lot of design changes over the course of the year. I believe Silent Spring is still mostly similar aside from its aesthetics. Both of these robots, big hitters. Anybody's game, frankly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Jameson here with 3 robots today. Silent Spring represents his robot in the lowest weight class, the 3-pound bracket. But man, is it deadly. It has those shuffler pods. It is extremely mobile. It has a bit of a weight bonus because of that. And he is able to take full advantage of that. And he has so much experience fighting with Silent Spring, who is been around for so many eras of combat robotics.
Well, Lindsay,
but, wow.
That may well be it. That was quick.
fully defined, I believe they still have a they have a
Yes, but
stick.
it's not stuck right now. Those wheels are touching the ground. They're simply not working.
I see.
So
Knockout.
that's going to be it.
Now,
What?
that's interesting.
Wow.
It seemed like a small hit, so I'm not sure exactly what may have happened there. Ian looks a little confused as well. But one of the easier matches for...
Fully Defined is going to be going home. Silent Spring's moving on. They're going to be fighting, let's see here. Spartan next. Okay, yeah, they're going to be fighting Spartan next. That's really interesting. We saw a couple of quick, decisive moves from Fully Defined. Obviously didn't make a good weapon-to-weapon connection. One good pop from Silent Spring, and that was it.
Sometimes that's all it takes, and it's hard to predict exactly why. But I am sure Ian is going to take that back into the pits, try and diagnose what may have happened there as he reflects back on his 2024 season and thinks ahead for 2025.
Yeah, we should have a thinking corner, Lindsay. Somewhere in the building.
Yeah,
Just,
a nice quiet thinking room.
Yeah, think about your choices. Think about what you've done. We're going to go back to a replay real quick. We can see the one defining hit.
Slowly approaching
See
its
a
prey.
nice quick movement, a narrow miss, dodged by Silent Spring. Silent Spring coming in. That's it. Something silly had to go wrong there. That was not the big, massive impact that we usually see that causes a problem with Fully Defined. Fully Defined is no slouch. Something strange must have gone wrong there, something unexpected.
And we have come to, expect a lot of reliability out of Fully Defined. It's a robot that you often see deep in a competition, no matter when it is competing.
If you had to ask me what my most expected fourth seed robot in any given event was, it would probably be Fully Defined.
Absolutely.
And that kind of ranking comes with durability and consistency, so it's weird to see something.
Yeah. Well,
so it goes. Here we are.
So it goes, and Jameson goes
So it
on.
goes. We have a judge's decision for the previous fight. Kazaa Light has won. They've won over Moccasin. I don't think there's any surprise there. Good job to the team. I believe that means Moccasin is going home for the day. They're knocked out. Unfortunate turn of fate for them. But they had an interesting journey to get there.
Yeah.
It's great to see them here at the finals. They're done for the day, but I'm sure we'll see them again in the future.
And great work from Stack and Cody, who have kind of taken the reins on Moccasin. And I mean, I will think back on that fight with Phenomenon earlier today as one of the highlights. They did exactly what you intend to do.
That fight is an example of everything that the rotary lifter design archetype can do and the way it should do them. It's interesting, right? Because the team has prepped for that. I don't think they prepped for a pair of flamethrowing multibots.
And that is kind of the advantage that the design that Joshua has put forward has. 2 flame robots, more than one, which is already hard to prepare for just one. Now you have 2.
And but so far it's really interesting because it's hard to tell what a potentially unmeta robot is going to find to be its meta opponent. When you bring a lizard to a rock, paper, scissors fight, lizard is people figure that one out. If you bring a folding chair to a rock, paper, scissors fight, you don't know whether or not a garden hose is going to be, I'm going to leave it right there.
I like where you're going with it. I think you stopped at the right place. You left a little mystery for us to unpack. But I would like to know, I imagine that this is not the end of Moccasin here at NHRL. I'd like to think it'll come back. Are there any changes planned in the pipeline? Do you have any insight into that?
I mean, at this point, I'm an advisor to the robot. It's not my robot. I don't make the changes. I have suggestions, as I do for all of my robot babies here. But Yeah, I hope they can get more power in a smaller package. They can get a little better ground clearance. I know cleats on the wheels were a topic.
Ah, interesting.
Being able to be still competitive and have a way to free yourself even when the robot is sans multi-bot, as they probably will be next year.
Yeah.
These are all things they're going to have to figure out. I hope that the robot is able to do things like Motorama and other
Yes.
events. It would be cool to see it out there in the wider world of combat robotics.
Well, I, for one, am really hoping that it returns. I have had a lot of fun
Take it or leave
watching.
it.
I've had a lot of fun watching it. I'm sure it's been an interesting experience for you, as this was your baby, and now you've become just the mentor, the advisor.
It really has been not just an experience of watching my robot grow up, but having the team members go off and both work amongst themselves and also bring in other folks and the teamwork between teams. It's all very heartwarming. It's all very strange, but it's all very heartwarming, and I think that's kind of a pretty story.
I love it. It's kind of the heart of so much of this community.
Yeah. We're going to go to Cage 2 and see another thing that is at the heart of this community, which is robots beating up robots. Greatest challenge, the greatest challenge, not just any greatest challenge, the greatest challenge is going to go up against Chainsaw Kitty. This is quite a matchup. Both of these are pretty heavy hitters. The greatest challenge, when they're going, boy, do they hit hard, but Chainsaw Hitty, Chainsaw Hitty.
That should be the new name, Ricky.
Chainsaw Kitty wants to make sure they're a Chainsaw Hitty by the end of this fight.
If that kitty's hitty, it's gonna winny. Oh my God, don't let me talk.
No, I'm
again.
gonna stop you right there. None too pretty. The winner here is going to go up against Repeater, I believe.
That is a terrifying prospect, as Repeater has looked to be at the top of its
5,
game all day.
4,
But first, they got to get
3,
through this.
2,
Yep.
1.
Away they
Fight.
go.
Robots fight.
Greatest challenge. Up to a good spin start. Ooh, winning exchanges with Chainsaw Kitty. I wasn't sure that was going to happen.
Aerial attack there from Chainsaw Kitty.
Greatest
here-
challenge, a bit of a hockey puck.
Ooh! A frisbee over there.
You ever roll a hula hoop in gym class? That's what we just saw.
Slice it, Keziah, slice it.
Keziah wondering when to strike. Biding her time, that's usually a smart move.
Oof. Yeah, that was a great pin there from Knife Cat.
There are no tortoise and hare lessons here. Biding your time when you are in the lead is almost always the right thing to do.
Yes, we've seen examples just today of competitors clearly in the lead, kind of pushing it and feeling the effects afterwards. So it's always a gamble. You got to continue to show that aggression and damage and control, but at some point you got to also bide your time.
Greatest challenge really holding up beautifully here. It is such a durable robot. As I understand it, that aluminum ring that comprises most of the structure is often reused for many events in a row. You'd be hard-pressed to find any other robots here using so much of their robot fight after fight. Look at the tracks it's leaving in the arena. You can see the heat that is being imbued into the floor.
Normally,
Look at the pieces missing from Greatest
no.
Challenge. The terrifying thing is that could be from a year ago, Lindsay.
True. Not great to show the judges because that could be old damage. You never know.
It's
but I'm
true.
not
However,
seeing movement.
you know what isn't old damage? Not moving in the corner. Look at Keziah. She's right there. She's like, listen, you get up. I dare you. I absolutely dare you to get up. Little victory dance, well earned.
That is a win. Keziah wanted more than anything. I have had so much fun watching the Greatest Challenge this year. I think it is incredible melty brain. But this was Chainsaw Kitty's time to dominate the match.
That
It was just undeniable.
intense.
That was a rough fight. Hold the box first, then power down and remove the box.
Now, Chainsaw Kitty was experiencing some electrical issues earlier in the day. It wasn't quite at that level that we have come to expect from that robot, but at least from that showing there, it looks like a lot of those early gremlins have been addressed.
It does seem that way. We're going to go to a replay now. We'll see if we can get any more insight on that match. Maybe see where it all went right or all went wrong, depending on your perspective.
Knife Cat went in for the pin there, and Chainsaw Kitty was like, nah, I'll take this one.
It just says nope.
I'll take it.
And there's a great little push into the corner. It clearly wasn't what did him in.
No, but whenever Chainsaw Kitty can show control, that's a good day.
It looks as though, yeah, that is a lot of winding showing on that motor. I think they may have gotten a direct motor hit in the corner, taking off some of the can. They're called outrunner motors. They've got a what we call a can on the outside. You can see Kazaya basking in a little glory, but she looked stressed after that fight. That was a tense one.
Yes. I think she's had a lot riding on this whole year, but all right, we will go look and see what is happening in Cage 1. There are so many people crowded around.
Vorion going up against Synthesis 30.
Now this is Brandon's last spot in the competition.
5,
Phenomenon
4,
has been
3,
eliminated. His
2,
hopes are now
1.
on Vorion.
Fight.
Yeah,
Robots
this will be
fight.
interesting. Synthesis 30 has been having a little bit of a rough day too.
Yes, it has.
Oh, the weapon is the weapon not up on Synthesis? No, it is. Okay, just a little hard to see. The loser is heading home here. The movement on Vorion very tenuous at best.
Yeah.
Oh, and then a weapon belt now already down on Synthesis 30. It does have redundant belts, but not infinite.
Some
And that's it. The redundant belt is gone. The weapon is down on Synthesis 30. This is Vorion's fight to win now, folks.
But is Vorion mobile? Is it just being pinned? Yes, it's mobile.
But struggling.
Corey has had some issues with belts all day long. This is something that he, I imagine, will have to rethink over the break between now and the 2025
This
season.
is a great pin by Synthesis. Do not count Synthesis 30 out of this.
Absolutely not.
We have seen today that for whatever reason, I think it could be drive, it could be something else, Vorion has struggled with control robots.
And this is a very precarious and dangerous situation for Vorion.
Yeah, the self-rider
right
not working on Vorion right now. They are going to call for an unstick. Interesting that they're keeping their weapon going for this process. Maybe up the odds of the unstick happening, functioning. You know, as soon as it hits a wall with that spinning weapon, it's going to go flying.
That's a scary sound right there.
Yeah, that's not what Vorion wants. That weapon is getting bogged down. Ooh, this is troubling. This is troubling. It's going to take a lot of luck. Oh, I think that's it. That's the end of the unstick. Yeah, the countdown has begun. Vorion is going to be going home if they don't pull out a miracle.
My heart breaks for Brandon, but I'm very happy for Corey.
That had to be a hell of a nail biter for Corey.
And that's why even if it seems like your bot may not have a chance, you don't tap out in a situation like this. You just have to hope that your competitor has its own issue, and that's what we saw here.
Knockout.
That was Brandon's last robot in the competition. Both have been eliminated, and it's sad to see the emotion on his face. He's had such a stellar year all season with his robots.
For such a quiet man, he does have such a depth of emotion, and you see it. You see it fight after fight. We're going to go right to Cage 2, but I'm sure we will be back to check in on that fight a little later. Right now, though, we have Clyde going up against Jelly Baby. Now,
I am so excited, Ricky.
yeah, Clyde, probably our OG effective fire robot here at NHRL. They are what really turned, I was going to say turn the fire on, but like lit a fire under competitors to build fire robots. They saw the damage this robot can do. Take a look, take a pose here if we can on this shot. You see those two silver things there in the
Yes.
back? Those are fans,
5,
Lindsay.
Wow.
They duct
3,
air towards the fire
2,
to have a hotter, bigger
Fight,
flame.
robots, fight.
And they make it such a more, like, the deadliness goes up tenfold.
These are two wide body robots, but the reach advantage absolutely goes to Clyde with that fire.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an elimination match. The winner will be going up against Scurry Fest. Loser is headed home, potentially in liquid form.
I am so pleased to see the fire on Clyde working. They did have to forfeit their first match. The fire mechanism just wasn't working. But look at this. This is an
beautifully
inferno.
done. And there's little bits and pieces falling off of Jelly Baby already.
Oof.
As if Jelly Baby wasn't chewy goodness enough. We're going to get it right up to optimum serving temperature here.
That gold tape helps, but only to an extent.
It's amazing the aid that the gold tape gives because you reflect so much of the heat away from you. It's not that it's armor against the heat, it's that it literally bounces the heat back at your opponent, which is, you know, almost a secondary weapon for Jelly Baby in this fight.
And Jelly Baby now is it's a little bit of a hat.
A very hot hat. There's a video somewhere of the internet with me wearing a hat that's on fire. Man, look at this
Wow.
flame. This is perfectly executed. Those are going to be some sticky tires. Oh, yeah, the tire on the left side just falling off from the heat.
Clyde taking absolute advantage of every single opportunity to pin Jelly Baby and absolutely liquefy it.
This is a veritable barbecue. However, Jelly Baby's still running. Like, they are still in this. They are moving. Although, look at the aggressive tapping, and look how the lifter is no longer solid enough to lift without bending.
It's almost like that lifter has turned to jelly.
Man, I would love to see the temp cam after the fight ends and see just how hot these robots are getting.
Yeah, how much heat that Jelly Baby is retaining.
And
that
now-
wheel has fallen straight off.
It does. Now, let's point out, it looks, I was about to say it, look, yes. As the tank goes down on Jelly Baby, it can only fire intermittently because there's less fuel to evaporate and it gets cold and it takes longer to evaporate in the can. So they can flame just a little bit. It's not a point against them if they run out of fuel because fuel limits are for safety reasons. We don't count that against you. But it does appear that it is either out of fuel or almost out of fuel. You know what? I don't think it needs any more.
No, I think the job is done. This will be going
This will
to
be
the
going to
judges,
the judges, yes.
I believe. I don't think this is a knockout.
No, this will be going to the judges. Look at that hat! I'm Mr. Heat Miser. I'm Mr. Sun.
Gabe is just a fashion icon, a heat icon. He is feeling really good about that performance. Paige, on the other hand, Jelly Baby gave everything it possibly could there.
Yeah, it didn't leave anything on the table, or it left it all on the table, I guess.
And then some.
Yeah, I think some of it might actually be stuck to the table for the rest of the day unless we get in there with an angle grinder.
This was just a tough day, I think, for Jelly Baby, who its first fight was Eruption, who they had previously lost to, one of the only robots, honestly, that they've lost to in the past. So that was a tough draw for them. And then going up against a bot like Clyde, where it has that reach advantage, that fire gives it such a leg up.
Now, sorry to interrupt here,
yeah.
Lindsay, but let's look at the screen for a minute. It does appear that Jelly Baby can drive. It also appears that the weapon does work, however, not well. So while I think this is very much a foregone conclusion, those are things that the judges are going to mark down. They are going to note these differences, and I know it doesn't mean a lot necessarily in the scheme of the outcome of the competition, but to me as a competitor, I want to know, did I just barely lose?
Right.
Did I lose by a mile? Did I lose every point that I possibly could have lost? And clearly Jelly Baby hasn't lost all the points.
Right.
They did make it to the edge of the match. It is a judge's decision, and they did have a lot of functionality left. It clearly wasn't enough to win, but that's something to take home. I mean, you are at the championships.
Yeah.
You got through your last fight without going home in a body bag?
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I would much rather lose 9-8 than, 17-0. Like,
yes.
That's at least I could know I did everything that I could, came up a little bit short, but you don't know. We're going to throw it to the judges. We've seen, the judges make their own decisions today, so it's up to them. It's not up to us, and thank goodness.
Yeah, I've been in that seat. It's not a fun seat.
No.
Even when you're anonymous, it's not a fun seat. But
No. Especially on a day like today.
yeah. But hey, that's why they get some number of bucks.
Some number.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it big.
Yeah, that's.
Look at this.
They're actually. Oh, that is super cool.
Yeah. This is Ricky, I'm so sorry, but he's upstaged you.
How dare you?
His outfit officially wins the day.
Okay.
Your jacket's nice, but does it have words on it?
Yeah.
Like that?
Clyde has, I'm just going to jump to it. Clyde has, to get off this awkward topic where you're embarrassing me, Clyde has won the judge's decision. I don't think that surprises anyone.
Okay.
I'm also going to throw this out there. They've actually banned me from wearing EL, lighted stuff because it interferes with our headphones, Lindsay.
Oh, so he has an unfair advantage.
He does.
I see. Okay.
I tried.
You know what? I don't doubt that. I'm not surprised. I do appreciate just the sheen that this has. I would like you to stay very far away from Clyde, however, because I do fear that this is extremely
I walked
flammable.
through a hallway upstairs. It was static, and I was like, I'm not doing this. Turning around. By the end of the day, though, with all these flamethrowers, we're going to be sweating enough that there will be no chance for static electricity.
It all works out.
Yeah. What a day. We've had some great fights. That was one of the best firefights we've seen in I think the best of the day.
And I don't know if Gabe gets enough credit, because without Clyde, there might be no mixtape. There might be
There almost
no
certainly
Dutch
would
oven.
be no Dutch oven.
Right.
That's a huge contribution, not just to NHRL, but to the sport.
To the world.
To the world. I know, you're right, though. We're going to go to cage one. Let's look in on a little more big bot action. Ooh, Nitro Oxide in here going up against Mirage. Nitro Oxide, one of the most compact robots in its class. Mirage on the other, end of the spectrum. This is a big, beefy, bolted together, heavy hitter. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens. Now, Mirage is a multi-bot. They are bringing in some extra. I'm sorry, they are a non-traditional locomotion robot. They are bringing in some extra weight here. They're taking full advantage of our rules. For those of you who might be tuning in for the first time today, if you bring a robot that doesn't use wheels, we let you have an extra 50% weight on your robot to make use to have these, walking mechanisms.
That's pretty good.
Fight, robots, fight.
You can see those little leggies chomping along. Oh, massive hit. Nitrous Oxide punted into the arena wall. The weapon spinning down on Nitro Oxide. I think that could very well be it. I just barely see a twitch on Nitro Oxide and no wheel movement.
Wow.
Nitro Oxide's mini bot. Yeah, Nitro Oxide is tapped. Your winner by tap out is
Mirage. Now, Mirage, this is a new robot as of this year, built by Matthew Marini. I think that, at his first event was when he qualified, if I'm not mistaken.
And first event here.
Here, sure, yes. And I think he was somewhat even surprised by his own level of success at NHRL. And
Maybe.
I'm not surprised now because look at that.
That was a man who came in very confident in his robot, but very curious about the scene we have here.
Yes.
So it's one thing to say, yeah, no, I build a fantastic machine. I build a real, like, butt-kicking monster. But you don't know if that's the case when you show up, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 miles away.
Right.
He's coming to the other side of the planet practically to fight this.
Yes.
And you cannot account for that.
You really can't.
For folks at home that maybe don't have this perception, right, there are cultural differences between robot building communities across the globe in the same way that there are cultural differences in all other ways. And what is a competitive robot in Britain or Brazil or whatever may or may not be in either United States or even more specifically NHRL. So we are going to go take a look at what a competitive robot looks like today in Norwalk, Connecticut here at NHRL.
Brian is dialed in.
2,
Yeah, he is focused.
Fight, robots, fight.
So this is Brian Boxell with Eruption, Jared Bleepson with Red Panda. Brian is out for blood right now. He wants to win this more than anything.
I like the pink that they brought today. I don't mean to take away from the play-by-play commentary, but the pink just looks good.
He did say that all of his robots now are going to get this full visual design upgrade.
Wonderful.
And I think it's really making him stand out.
Yeah.
And he's punching Red Panda through the air, so that helps too.
Yeah, Red Panda, obviously no slouch, but it does appear its weapon is down. It's winning some of these exchanges, but it's definitely not coming out on top on average.
Ricky, I have to tell you a little bit of trivia here.
Trivia me.
If Brian wins this match, he will fight his father, Glenn Boxell, and Caldera. So they have never done that across 16 events here at NHRL where they've overlapped.
That's incredible.
But Jaren stands in the way. Red Panda is still functional. It is zipping around, and it's going to try and do everything it can to prevent that historic fight.
And let's be clear here. The drive right now is struggling on Eruption.
Yes.
It is struggling hard. The mini-bot also doesn't appear to be a major factor in play. In fact, it's holding its bigger brother or bigger sister back. Red Panda may have come from behind here.
Brian is shouting something. All right, he's freed from his own mini-bot.
Red Panda, interesting that they are able to win most of the pushing matches in this arena.
Yeah.
That's not just a function of a working drive. There's all sorts of points at play, your traction and the weight distribution and everything else.
Now, Ricky, how difficult will it be for Red Panda to get the win with a disabled weapon?
There is a very clear path here, but they need to really impress the judges in the next 30 seconds. They wish they had 30 minutes to get this right.
I think I see a belt loose on Eruption.
One of the weapon belts is loose. No, that is a drive belt.
Oh, that explains the drive issues, I guess.
Yep, but look at this pin. They need to hold this pin. They want to hold this pin for the full 10 seconds or just about.
That's how you want to leave it with the judges at the very least.
Yeah, great move here. I think they're going to be able to re-engage and pin. If they could end this match on a pin, I would think that would seal it for them. Oh, look at that! What a perfect
he's freed
place.
himself. That was a photo finish there. Brian feeling it. It's not over. I don't know which way the judges will go with that, but I don't think that was how Brian expected that match to go.
I can tell you that this is close enough that the rubric is going to be coming into play. This is not I can eyeball it and tell you for sure, and this is what makes it so hard sometimes with us, especially as commentators. Right? We're engaged in what's happening. We're not taking notes on the back and forth. We can't see right now as they do a functional check to see what works and what doesn't. To keep this consistent. Oh, that is That is wonderful. He is feeling it right now. I get that. That is a hard set of emotions.
I wouldn't count out his
no,
robot,
you wouldn't,
though.
but you can't hold it back at this point,
I
Lindsay.
know,
I mean,
I know.
he did not want to be sitting at a judge's decision. He didn't want to be sitting at a dicey judge's decision at that, or a judge's decision where he's on the back foot. And to know that that happened because, maybe not because you're at fault, but because the match didn't go out the way you wanted it to go.
Yeah.
Clearly his strategy didn't play out the way he wanted to play it out. It's another thing to say, I wanted to go in and do this, I did it, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
But to say I want to do something and I couldn't make good on that, that's a hard thing to sit back and wonder about as your fate is being decided by a group of judges.
Obviously, everyone in this competition are competitive at heart. I think Brian is, he has a competitive spirit that's even stronger, I think, than a lot of, average builders, and it means so much to him, as it does to everyone, but it this is something that he saw, I think, going one way, or it had hoped it would go one way.
Yep.
And that's not what happened, and now his fate is in the judges. And props to Jaren,
Yep.
who used Red Panda.
He made the
top
absolute
effect.
best use of that robot, even in its somewhat dilapidated state by the end of the match.
Yeah.
So
All right,
we're
let's take a look at cage 1.
Oh, baby,
Look
here
at
we
this.
go. Look at that slam plan in the blue corner. I've been hearing all sorts of fun strategic tidbits throughout the day about this robot. It is so min-maxed in so many ways. You can see,
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
see the duct tape
5,
armor on top.
4,
Sometimes that's all
3,
that is standing
2,
between
1.
the opponent
Fight,
and all of
robots,
the
fight.
squishy inner goodness.
The mins are low and the maxes are high, and is hoping that that is enough to carry him to victory over questionable choices.
Listen, robot opponents and me alike always go for the squishy underbelly when they can. It's usually, for me, it's cats. You tickle them and they just love it. But this is going to be tough. That robot, questionable choices, just doesn't have enough height to
Right.
reach anything critical on Slam Plan unless Slam Plan makes a grievous error.
However, it's quite zippy and is doing a really good job of avoiding that.
Oh, little purple guy going flying.
Little purple guy! Doing a really good job avoiding the major danger zone between those wheels of Slam Plan.
I am loving the ability of Slam Plan to punt this little purple trooper.
Little purple guy almost seems like too low for him to get a good bite on, but that's not the case.
No, it's amazing the depth of cut that Slam Plan can get here.
I am not hearing or seeing any weapon movement on questionable choices from Mark Liu.
No, they took some damage earlier, so this is going to be a pushing match.
Ooh.
And let me tell you, Slam Plan, out of all the big wheel designs we have, has one of the most enduring weapon motor setups. Wow, punted across the arena and ripped open. Little purple guy has been gutted. Questionable choices now struggling with drive on the right side.
Ooh. Now, Business Cat, Brendan Steele, the builder of Slam Plan, came in for the first time to the October event after several years off. Oh, no!
They have the technology, Lindsay.
They do,
They can
but-
escape this, but it takes some... oh, this is brilliant. Look at this. Questionable choices is pinning its opponent into this really difficult situation. This is incredible driving, Lindsay. Look at them taking full advantage. They're going to make them
my
wait for the unstick
God.
and then unpin and then restick. This is incredible.
There we go! Oh, and dishing it right back to
right to the
questionable
kisser.
choices.
Like, I'll show you pinning me down in the wrong spot.
Questionable choices looks like a cassette tape that you have unwound and the tape is just coming out of everywhere.
Yeah, that TPU armor is getting shredded. Look at this. This will be going to the judges, and what a fight it has been. I think that was pretty decisive, but man, that was fun to watch it play out.
Yeah, that was the biggest test for Slam Plan that we have seen. He came in October and swept the competition after, this was his first time with the robot here.
Listen, we know Slam Plan is going to walk away with a judge's decision on this one. That's all over, but the crying. But we have to talk about questionable choices driving there.
Pristine.
Not just perfectly executed, but creative.
Yes.
To recognize that opportunity and to jump on it not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row in a way that is rules compliant, and to have that level of understanding and think on your feet ability. Like I can tell you, being cage side, the tunnel vision you get to do the thing that you wanted to do is mind blowing.
Yeah.
So for them to take a step back and say, "Oh, that's neat. Let's do this." Incredible. So while we wait for that judge decision, we've got another one coming in. Red Panda going up against Eruption. Eruption brought it home.
Wow.
Unanimously.
Unanimous, Ricky?
Yeah. I am surprised. Now, I'll say this. In fact, I feel like I have to say this.
Yes.
A unanimous judge decision does not necessarily mean a blowout judge decision.
That's an important
You
distinction.
can have 3 judges who agree that the robot wins by 1 point.
Yep.
Or
9-8 down the line.
It happens all the time.
Yep.
So we can't say it was a blowout, but it was unanimous. And man, I imagine there is just this incredible sigh of relief in the Boxel pit right now.
Yeah,
However, maybe that's a short-lived sigh of relief, considering now they're going to be fighting each other.
Boxel on Boxel death match.
Yes.
We're going to see it for the first time. It has been a long time coming.
We have had Boxel on Boxel bloodbaths before, just never in this weight class, never these 2 robots. They have fought each other before, just not,
just not Eruption, which is a perennial competitor, or Caldera,
You got
a
it.
perennial competitor.
Right. That takes a lot of luck for that never to have happened, considering how many fights these robots have under their belts. So
now, our very own Luke Stengel, I think he did confirm that it was 16 events that they've competed together at the same event, and it just never shook out.
That's crazy.
That's astronomical.
That's Stengel. He's always got the angle every time.
Stengel angle.
Wow.
The roller coaster that Brian must have gone through just now.
Truly, it's that man was almost overcome with. He was over. He literally he dropped, if not to his knees, then into a low crouch by the cage, simply because he was overwhelmed with emotion. Not even from the win or the loss, just from the lack of knowledge that he was going to win. The reaction he must be having. This you can't hide the emotion in the size that he must be expressing.
Nor should you.
No, it's not time for that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, congrats to Jaren as well, who put up a heck of a fight.
That was a really impressive showing by Red Panda. They lost their weapon really early. To do that well, sans weapon against any robot, but especially up against Eruption, is fantastic.
Yeah. Ricky, I have another judge's decision for you.
Oh boy.
Slam Plan officially has defeated questionable choices.
I don't think there was a big mystery there, but congratulations to Brendan Steele. The business cat has more business to conduct, and we'll see it just a little bit later today. So
And
stick around.
Yeah, congrats to Mark for really demonstrating, like you said, some of the most creative driving we've seen all year, to be honest.
Yeah,
so,
I'm thrilled to see it. I've always wanted to see that happen.
Yeah.
A few robots have attempted it. I don't think anyone's ever pulled it off to that level of effect. Bravo.
It's a little feather in his cap.
Yeah, we should have feathers. We should have little NHRL branded feathers that we give out for, what's the word? Superlatives.
Yeah. Yeah. I have have some news, some additional
You're a
news.
fount of knowledge.
I know, and I have it all naturally in my head. No one pipes it to me. I just know it all.
Okay.
The 3s and the 30s have completed. The qualifying rounds are over. So those brackets are locked in. You can find them online if you really want to know. And I'm sure you do. And you can check the YouTube description. You don't have to look very far for the link, so go into that YouTube description. You'll find it. However, we're still waiting on the 12s. So the fights that you'll see from here on out until we take a little break will be 12s. Or no, I guess I suppose we're going to...
There's five more
more.
in the 12s.
Yeah.
We may jump to an occasional 3 or 30. Remember, too, we have, of course, our championships fights going on. We do have a lovely aspect, we'll call it, to our events here called freestyle. If you're not in the actual main competition, if you're not going for the crown, or rather the golden dumpsters, or the golden Bretts at the end of the year, if you're not doing that, you can still bring a robot, you can still fight, you can throw it in a cage against other people for fun, for practice, for experimentation purposes, or just to have a good laugh. And we may see a few of those fights throughout the day. Sometimes there's some really interesting stuff going on. So.
I've heard that there is a positively hysterical in the house.
Right.
One with, well, I don't know, he might be wanting to keep the weapon a secret, so I'll just leave you hanging. But it is here, it's ready to fight. And Tom is looking very dapper today.
Yeah, he's stylish. I feel bad because he's always excited to show me his outfit, and then he always gets a little bit discouraged.
Yes.
Yeah, I won't go any farther into that. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's review. This is, of course, the NHRL Championship event for the year. We have the best of the best robots. They have qualified in one of several events across the course of the year. What do we have, 7 this year? 6?
7.
7?
7?
Well, it depends on how you count them. We have some non-qualifying events.
Well, we had the one in Rochester.
Yes.
I think that was our 7th.
So, yes, you have to have earned your spot here by being one of the best of the best. The top 4 robots in each weight class earn a spot to come here at the end of the year to this, the NHRL Championship. We get to fight it out in front of a great crowd surrounded by the best robot builders in the world.
Look at these lovely signs. Ricky, I have to tell you something. There has been a new phenomenon going on in the stands over the last several events where these lovely kids, shout out to all these lovely kids, show up and they make signs saying that they collect robot parts. And they are vultures. They're scavengers. They want anything you can give them.
Chunk goblins. Chunk goblins. That's what we call them in the biz. They'll latch on. They smell blood and they strike.
And they've already identified me as a
Look at them holding up their bounty.
Yeah, nice job.
I think you just yelled, "Give me a part." They're shameless and we love them for it.
They know what works.
Oh, he did get a wedge. Look at that.
When I, am doing cage side reporting, I hang around the cages during prime time, and they have identified me as a weak mark. They know that I am a softie, and will try and get them every little part I can.
Well, we're giving them sharp objects, it looks like. We should have... let me tell you about this, too. They're going to take a step back. Do you see the dirt on their hands? The stuff that builds up in the arena fight by fight is this probably irreproducible substance that's ground up robot detritus, tires and smoke and metal and magnets. That will be in their being for the rest of their natural lives.
Their parents
and
have okayed it.
Another 200 to 300 years after that. We're going to go to Cage 1. We've got a big robot fight for you.
Fight.
Away
Robots
they
fight.
go. Son of Cram with a Supreme Ruler style mini-bot along with them. Going up against, Creature with a Supreme Ruler mini-bot going along with them. Going up against Son of Cram. Creature not moving at all. Something has gone horribly wrong.
Getting an unstick here, I'm not sure if that is the issue.
It absolutely is not. That robot is just not functioning properly. I did see just the tiniest amount of movement, I think, of a belt, but the wheels are not spinning, the weapons are not going. Yes, this robot is dead in the water.
And I do wonder, was this the result of a hit from Son of Cram, or could it just be a funky issue that they entered the match with?
The countdown has started. Son of Cram is going to cakewalk their way into the tournament bracket, and I believe this will be the end for Creature. They will be headed home. Oh, this is it? Wait, no, this is legal. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a multi-bot and your multi-bot can be used to push around the part of your robot that is disabled, that does count as movement.
They are going to have to rely on that now for the next minute and a half.
Is Son of Cram not moving now? As my voice gets higher with questions.
Any questions?
I think...
Knockout.
That was a knockout.
Oh, I see. That was not Creature. I was right the first time around. That was Son of Cram's mini-bot.
Oh,
so,
that makes sense.
Yeah, it's all well and good to push your opponent around a little bit. It's not so well and good to use your own mini-bot to help your robot stay alive on life support for the duration of a match. So, Son of Cram is going to walk away with an easy win there. Son of Cram helped out by Jeff Waters.
You can see the real, just tangible look of disappointment on Matt Nolan's face.
I'm looking
and the
at
rest
the
of the
tangible look of disappointment on the children's faces who have relatively few parts to take home after that fight.
Yeah, where are all the parts? That match did not produce any parts.
Yeah, that's as much as it's a little disappointing for us to see robots not work properly. Heartbreaking for them.
Now, what do you think these children do with the parts? Do they make it home, or my theory is they probably lose them.
They throw them at wildlife
somewhere. Oh, they throw them at wildlife.
That's what I've witnessed every time.
God.
People, I don't know if it's an aberration, but throw them at wildlife.
I don't know if I can continue giving these children parts. I can't aid and abet.
They throw the batteries right in the ocean.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I've been told that's fine. I've been told that's the proper...
The ocean's big.
Yeah, the solution to pollution is dilution. Back to the robot collecting calls.
Wow. She has a bag.
Maybe hold that up with a different hand, buddy. She's got a good collection going.
And next time they're going to have to bring pillowcases. Like it's trick-or-treating. I feel like these kids are living their best lives right now.
Yeah. Oh, that is a big piece.
What?
Oh,
is that a windshield wiper?
No, I think it's one of the lights from the arena.
Wow.
That is something else. That is a prize. Oh, bonus points if take it home and plug it in. It still works.
I'm sure these parents are thrilled that now they get to bring home a bunch of trash.
Let me tell you, at least they're not bringing home vuvuzelas. Do you know how many angry letters I got when I gave a bunch of children vuvuzelas?
Oh, no.
And then some of these children had like a 6-hour car ride to take home.
That's when throwing something out the window and littering might be
justified.
Almost acceptable. Yeah.
You'd never give a goose a vuvuzela either.
I would love to try.
I don't know. I'm not going to be around for it. I'll just put it that way.
Ricky.
Ow!
Ooh,
nabbed my hand under the desk. It bit me.
The spirit of the goose was like, oh, you're not going to get away with saying that.
That honking hurts. Goodness. Okay, well, let's get back to robots here. We're cleaning our cages. We're getting ready for some more fights. We are on the cusp of an all-elimination bracket moment here in the House of Havoc in Norwalk, Connecticut. We just have 12-pound elimination fights left. Just to remind the folks at home the way this works. You fight your way through a number of fights to kind of figure out where you're going to be seated or if you're going to be seated at all. The top robots from those original 1 to 2 fights of the qualifying robots then get seeded into a bracket. Once you're in that bracket, it is single elimination, fight for your life. Die once and you're out. Try to work your way to the championship intensity for the rest of the night. We are there with the 30s. We are there with the 3s. We are right about there with the 12s. Just a couple more of these fights that will be used for placement. And let's not pretend that the placement is unimportant either.
Oh.
Some of these robots aren't even guaranteed to fight yet, so they're already fighting for their lives.
Yep.
On top of that, there's a huge question of, are you going to fight the number 1 seed robot or number 2 seed robot, or are you going to fight the robot that just, squeaked its way into the tournament? And that could be a huge factor too. So
it is, but you also have to think about even the lowest seeded bots that make it into the final bracket here, they are terrifying.
Yeah, there are no slouches.
There's very few, if any, easy paths, but you have to do whatever you can to make sure you're optimizing your chances as best you can, and that's why you want that higher seed.
Lindsay, I think the easiest way to say it is that the top seeds and the low seeds comes down to consistency, and that's about it. They're all capable of doing amazing things. It's just a question if they do it every fight or every other fight.
Speaking of consistency, we are now moving over to Cage 1, where we have Promheta, a longtime veteran,
5,
consistent robot,
4,
versus
3,
Psycho.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
This is Jameson's make or break moment for getting all 3 weight classes qualified. If Psycho takes this home, and that is a big hit, that is a decisive exchange in favor of Psycho. But Psycho's weapon is down. Their weapon's no longer going, and Promheta is certainly going.
Now, these robots have fought each other before in March of 2023. Psycho got the KO on that match, but without his weapon working here, it's going to be very difficult to land a KO. And he's going to have to hope for a miracle to get the win.
Yeah, this is not the spot that Jameson Go wants to be in. He's certainly mobile. I could certainly see this going to the judges, but if he doesn't pull out some driving miracles, Promheta is going to take an easy win.
Oh, man.
Oh, you can see the left side drive trying to move just a little. Oh, all sides are still moving. This is an unstickable situation, but I don't know that it's going to put Jameson into any kind of good position. Yeah, he is moving, but not well. The weapon on Promheta is not spinning, but I don't believe it's down. I think they're just kind of holding back for the moment. That's a smart move. With Psycho upside down, they can pretty easily bully Psycho.
He gave JMO quite the little bit of assistance there. Psycho able to get back right side up.
And then
not for
right
long.
back to it. Yep. Promheta is being a good sport. They are being a cautious competitor, but they are in full control right now.
Yeah, and I feel like that's, wow, huge hit, chunks coming out of Psycho. But we've seen so many times today, bots in the lead, kind of giving it up by unforced errors of going a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
And Zach is not going to make that same mistake if
Zach
he can help
is
it.
having none of that nonsense.
I see smoke, Ricky, coming out of Psycho just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that may have just been, he's pushing his whole system hard there.
Psycho.
Hoping perhaps to get a little bit of motor movement.
The number 2
Knockout.
ranked 12-pounder being upset by the 6th ranked Promheta.
Headed home.
Well, Psycho's heading home, but Jameson remains because he has 2 more robots qualified for the final bracket here at the
Jameson
championships.
remains because he's an inhuman robot fighting machine. And yeah, you can't get him that easy.
Yeah.
He just shows up places. You can't tell him to leave.
It's like, what is it, the Baba Yaga?
Baba Yaga?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Yeah. The Baba Yaga or the Babadook, or both?
Oh, the thing from John Wick.
Okay, yeah, the Baba Yaga.
Yeah.
I see how you would be inspired by Jameson to invoke that character. It wasn't really where I was going,
Oh,
but
I'm so
I
sorry.
see what you're saying. I meant more in that sense of like a house guest that shows up. And,
Oh, okay. So like a house guest that doesn't leave, not
Yeah.
quite like a house guest that is uninvited and also terrorizes you.
yeah, although you may or may not deserve it because you weren't nice to a dog. I don't know. Whew. This is something else. I don't know. We're at the point where anything can happen. I don't want to say that, oh, wow, I'm surprised to see Psycho go down. Prom Hedda is anything but a light hitter or an easy ride through. There's nothing surprising about a robot losing to Prom Hedda even when it's Psycho. So.
There are so many builders that I have seen in the Discord who are builders in the 12s, and when they're asked, who are you most afraid of? Prom Hedda comes up time and time again. They know what a threat it is.
Yep.
And not that Psycho isn't. I just think that the 12-pound bracket in particular, there's no necessarily like runaway standout amongst the weight class there is in the 30s with Emulsifier. And I do think every 12 has a legitimate path and chance. And so it's not surprising when one wins over another, one loses over another. It's just kind of how it shakes out here.
Yeah.
They're just operating at such a high level, each and every one of them.
And again, this is relatively new. We didn't see this
Yeah.
a year ago even, let alone 2 or 3 years ago.
It's almost terrifying to think what next year holds.
Well,
What we can't even predict.
We've kind of there's a couple things at play here. The rules have changed a little bit for next year, so that's going to shake things up a bit. But we are seeing a lot of 12-pound builders say, 30 pounds looks mighty nice about now. So I'm normally the tech transfer flows from 3s up or 30s down. We don't see a lot of 12 pounds out.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to change in 2024.
Interesting.
Here we go.
Wow.
What a day. We haven't had a single slouch of a fight. We haven't had anything less. Some of the matchups unexpected. Some of the matchups going in ways that are resolved quickly or not quickly. But I don't think there's been anything that hasn't been at least interesting to look at happening. We've had some fights by competitors that are just duked out for the duration of the match, and then we've seen some really interesting driving. I think that's really interesting because I guess it's a part of the fact that we've made it to the championships now. There are no inexperienced drivers here.
Right.
There's no driver who's going to be thinking, I just need to drive that way, or I need to try to hit the other person maybe. You're going to see builders who say, yeah, I need to come in from the left flank. I need to feint them and then, bait them into going in this direction, and then come up and smack them in the butt, hug them from behind, whatever it is. These are the strategies people have.
Yeah.
They don't have, I think I'm going to hit that guy strategies at this level of play.
I mean, if that, I'm just going to hit that guy has gotten you this far, I would be surprised.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was mentioning this earlier. Aiden with Robotics, he took a photo of his entire, kit of parts, like his tool cases and everything that he was bringing, all in one tidy photo. And then on top was a black binder that said strategy documents. And I was like, that is wonderful that you have all of that information, and also a little bit of psychological warfare.
Yeah, I'm going to start bringing a binder that says that, even if there's nothing in it.
And to be fair, there could be nothing.
Menus.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it. We're going to go to Cage 1 and see what's happening. I don't think these competitors have any Chinese food menus in their strategy today, but you never know. We've got Steggy going up against Doppelganger. This should be an interesting matchup because you've got two pretty fierce beater bar weapons on Doppelganger going up against a equally wide but much more diminutive drum on Steggy.
And these are two Florida robots, I believe, teammates, going head to head.
Oh, you're right. You are right, Lindsay. This is going to be really interesting. Now look at the fork configuration on the front of these robots. Yeah, no, you actually are right. These are not only both from Florida competitors, but these are teammates. Yeah, look at the fork configuration. You can see in side profile here, Doppelganger has forks that stick out just a bit further than Steggy. What's going to happen here, more than likely, in more than 50% of the exchanges, is that Steggy is going to ride up on top of those. However, the weapon is lower on Steggy than Doppelganger. So you're still going to have a weapon-to-weapon hit that could go either way, where either Steggy is going to kind of be hitting up into Doppelganger, or Doppelganger is going to be hitting forward into Steggy. And it's going to offer some really interesting dynamics if they do have these big weapon-to-weapon hits that we're expecting.
Fantastic analysis, Ricky. This is what we keep you around for.
I thought that was the half a dozen other things, Lindsay. Actually, I'm told it's only for the used clothing market in Norwalk, Connecticut. I single-handedly keep the thrift stores afloat.
You can't tell me that you found this marvelous jacket at a thrift store.
No, I meant that I have to put them somewhere afterwards. I can't fit them all in my closet. There's too many skeletons.
This one's a keeper, though.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is an elimination fight, of course, at this point. We are looking at the last chance to make it into the elimination bracket for both of these competitors. The loser will go home. The winner will fight Son of Cran in the bracket.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, interesting. John leading weapon side back. Both robots.
Butt to butt.
I wonder if this is a strategy to save their robots for their next fight. They've come a long way. They might not have the spares that some robots have. Is this a gentleman's agreement not to damage the other robot? This is really interesting, and you see this sometimes from teammates.
But it can only last so long. There has to be a winner, Ricky.
There has to be a winner, but that winner doesn't have to rip the throat out of its opponent.
And this, sometimes you get teammates, they want to start off slow.
Look at this, only one weapon running on Doppelganger. I think that's by choice, but it's hard to say. There you go. See, this is what I'm talking about. The hits from Doppelganger are going to push Steggy across the floor. The hits from Steggy are going to pop Doppelganger up into the air. Wow,
Steggy looks to be stuck in the wall.
Yeah, that was a quick, just sprint headlong into the wall.
That mini-bot for Steggy, I imagine, would try and get the unstick here,
No,
but
it's stuck probably an inch and a half into the wall. This is going to take a lot of force from Flo to get them free.
Nice job, Flo. Gentle touch there.
So far, you've got, oh wow, I was going to say a mild advantage to Steggy, but they're widening that advantage as we speak. This is still anybody's fight. It is interesting to see how the competitors are both doing their best while still clearly holding back for the sake of their teammate.
Oh, they're not holding back anymore. Doppelganger going flying. I see both weapons up on it running. But there you go. We've got a tap out. I don't know exactly what happened there, but after that huge hit, it looks like the tides changed a little bit for Doppelganger. So Doppelganger will actually advance here over Steggy. Steggy has tapped out. And the Twin Beast-esque, Amphisbana-esque robot in Doppelganger continues on. But overall, great showing for the University of Florida. Both builders here just representing their school well. Brooke Silber with Doppelganger, John Flack with Steggy. Well done. And as I sit here, I would love to welcome my friend Sam Hansen to the desk. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Lindsay. It's so good to be back on the desk. I've been running around all morning watching fights from the pits, from the other building a little bit, from everywhere. And the energy here is just so amazing. I can't even see the cages in front of me because these crowds are so thick. And
I have no idea what's going on. It's just a sea of people.
It feels really good.
Yeah.
It definitely does to see all these folks out here supporting these amazing robots and the fights, Lindsay.
The fights have been amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, not a surprise. These are all the top robots in their field in the world. I wouldn't expect anything less, but they're delivering.
Yeah, and we were up in the pits yesterday taking beautiful glamour shots of all the robots, and everyone really brought their A game. And look at this crowd. We've got the kids that are so into it, eager to get those bot parts.
I know our VIP tickets sold out really early
A
to
long
this
time
event.
ago, yeah. Just so much fun.
Hello, everybody. So exciting to see how many families are here, how many kids are here. People, not only do builders travel from around the world, around the country to be here, so many people in the crowd have driven, have flown, have traveled hours and hours and hours to watch. And I just love each and every one of them.
Well, there's nowhere else like this on Earth, Lindsay. This is the spot.
Try and find me another place, and guess what? You can't. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Hello, fans.
Hello, fans. Oh man, it's been so exciting to see the boxes for the Eric kits walking out the door. Like,
oh yes! Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and maybe where people can learn more about it?
Yeah, so it's part of the Havoc Academy, which is shipping now. You get the crash course, which is the Eric kit, as well as like the full video series for teaching you how to build this robot. And it's just going to be expanded upon and expanded upon. So
Cool.
More lessons to learn, more modules to add to your Eric, ways to customize it and make it your own, ways to make it a heavy-hitting fighter. It's really cool that it's now into people's homes, and I'm just so excited for the future of it as well.
One of the things that I really love about it is it's not just teaching you how to build a kit of a robot. It's teaching you the basics and the skills that you need to know to then take this robot and make it something that's your own and expand upon it and make it, personal to your driving style, your fighting style. It equips you with the basics.
Yeah,
and I feel like that's so important.
Exactly, and it's approachable. So it is very basic to start out with, but you can go deep into different aspects when you're ready. But
I'm ready.
I'm ready too.
I'm also ready for what appears to be happening here in Cage 1. Although there's such a sea of people, I couldn't tell you what that is.
Yeah. Let's check it out.
All right, we have Buzzkill here versus Junkernaut.
Buzzkill in the pink corner, Junkernaut in the blue. This cage floor is looking mangled.
Did you guys not replace the floor in between events? Is this left over from October?
Oh my goodness. We replaced every floor between events. We prepped spare floors for every cage.
5, 4, 3.
All right, and we're
2,
off.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So this is Buzzkill from Liam King and Junkernaut from Chris Rummel. Chris representing the Pennsylvania builders better than almost anyone. This is a bot built out of just spares from his old robots.
Thus the name, I would imagine,
Yeah.
Junkernaut.
And it is as formidable as any new robot out there. Whoa, okay. Both of those faceplates, however, are no longer attached.
Oh, and there's a wheel.
Those wheels are no longer
Is there
attached.
another wheel? Are we having a yard sale a piece at a time here?
Liam King is a man on a...
There's a battery.
Sam! Well, you know, not much you can do when your battery is eviscerated.
Solid win for Liam and Buzzkill. I like a battery eject that doesn't necessarily result in a battery fire.
Yeah, easier for you, easier for the crew. A little sad for the audience. We love to see a good fire smoke situation.
So it sounds like Buzzkill's going to be advancing to fight Promheta in the 12-pound class.
At this point, it's like you win, but at what cost?
Yeah, another heavy hitter.
Everyone that will face you afterwards is mortifying.
Yeah.
Would leave me shaking in my little boots. So, you know, Liam King is going to get what he asked for and face Promheta.
But he knows how to bring it home.
Oh,
he knows
yeah.
how to take it to the top of the bracket. There's the battery. Let's see. What is that? Is that a 6-cell? 4-cell? I can't really make it out.
Now, Sam, do you think Chris can just take that battery and plug it back in and be good to go? Or is there some kind of safety risk here?
He'd probably go ahead and inspect it, make sure there's no big dents in there, make sure none of the individual cells are starting to bloat. He might also give it a whiff and see if it smells like sickeningly sweet, like a pungent sort of lithium polymer battery smell.
Not my favorite smell.
No. When you notice that smell, you want to address your batteries.
And get some PPE.
But it might just be fine. It might have just been ejected, and maybe he'll top it off and then throw it back in the robot.
All the kids out there with the I Collect Robot parts, I think they're going to be eating well after this match because, all right, Jim's giving this one a little bit of a look.
Okay, glad Jim's inspecting the battery in the cage. Let's get it going.
I think he gets to maybe use it again if he chooses to.
If it went into a bare hand like that, I'm sure it's fine.
But look at all of these parts. The kids, they are going to basically consume Chris Rummel alive, trying to claw their way to get some of those parts, if he chooses to share them.
This is like a new aspect of the sport that wasn't really around when I was growing up doing it.
Were you one of those kids as a little Sam just harassing these builders for trash?
I kind of generated my own trash, really. And I still have it. It's what I build robots from these days.
It works out well.
I mean,
I think.
it's titanium's not going to degrade. The bolts still screw into nuts.
I put a challenge out here to all of the kids collecting robot parts. Please make a robot. Enter next year.
Yeah.
Make use of all of these trash components that have been handed out, because I'd love to see it being repurposed.
You know what? If one of these kids does make this robot from the junk parts and they enter into a tournament, they get into a fight, we will absolutely refund your entry fee.
Wow.
Or I guess
generous.
We'll get you your deposit back, which is
kind of what happens.
For everyone, yeah. But don't tell them.
It's a good deal. Sam, I do think that this is a newer phenomenon over the last several events. I was saying before how when I do cage side reporting, I hang out down here in between the matches, and the kids are relentless.
Relentless. Okay, that's
Look at them. Look at them.
Oh my goodness.
Next, I was saying you got to bring a pillowcase next time.
Yeah, they're like trick-or-treating. He's holding out his hat. Oh my goodness.
All right, that's a little piece.
Oh, what
that's
did he?
Not bad.
Countersunk bolt.
You got a thumbs up. I really think these kids are living their best lives right now, and these are hopefully formative moments for them.
What did he get? Oh, a bearing. Loving the art from these kids, too, on their signs.
You know, this doesn't have to just be kids. If you're an adult and you want to shake these builders down for trash,
yeah, get in line behind the kids.
I love it. It's so silly. I see some more robots loading into Cage 1.
Excellent.
And I believe one of them is Minen and Plusle.
Yeah, how could you tell, Lindsay?
It's very, very difficult. They have a very generic look about them. No distinctive branding or costuming at all. Just a hunch.
I only saw the Plusle side loading in, and I thought it was Santa.
So here we are, Cage 1, Minen and Plusle. We've got 2 Pokemon here fighting cage side.
Flo's all set, backing into the corner, ready for this fight to begin.
And they're going to be going up against Jack, Sapotnik, and Hooligan.
All right. And Jack is from the Texas contingency?
Yes, Team
he's
Texas.
a transplant from Florida, I believe.
Oh.
And the Texas crew, they came deep out to the championship.
5, 4,
Zoe
3,
is here
2,
leading the
1.
charge for Minen and
Fight,
Plusle,
robots, fight.
who have done an expert job so far of really driving in unison as a duo.
That is their biggest advantage if they can drive as a team. Because both those robots weigh less than Hooligan, they have to drive tight. They have to not do any friendly fire. They have to coordinate their attacks.
Now I'm seeing some issues with the red portion of the robot. I think they may have just been stuck on a portion of the floor.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting really torn up. You can,
Whoa!
oh, baby. Was that a roof shot?
If that was real close. And that's, kind of the danger of being a lighter robot. It's easier to get thrown around like that. Just kind of like chew toys here.
But you can see Plusle coming around trying to hit Hooligan from the back while Minen is distracting it. I'm assuming the blue is Minen and the red is Plusle. But so far, none of these exchanges seem to have taken out any weapons, any drive sides, so everyone's tanking them well. But I've yet to see Minen and Plusle get a good solid hit on Hooligan.
Every time they get a chance, it seems like Hooligan also lands an equal hit against its other half there.
Looks like the red one's having some issues.
Yeah.
And maybe not with the cage floor.
Hooligan also appearing to have some drive side issues.
I'm not seeing the tracks move at all on the red.
No. Weapon is still going, but not able to get a bite on that butt of Hooligan, for lack of a better word.
Okay, it looks like it might just be a left side drive issue on Plusle. But Minen holding their own.
Yeah, Minen really taking advantage of this compromised drive on Hooligan to finally land some hits, but Hooligan's weapon's still working.
It's got to be a heavier weapon. The whole robot's heavier. This is going to be tough when half of Minen and Plusle are down.
Less than 30 seconds here. With half of Minen and Plusle still fully operational, they can continue this fight.
Ooh.
Wow.
Just every exchange seems like it's going Hooligan's way.
Yeah.
The Pokemon are really only able to knock Hooligan up maybe a foot, if that.
All right, this is going to the judges. I wouldn't be feeling super confident if I was Minen and Plusle, but you know what? Woo! It's for the judges to decide, and certainly not me.
Yeah, when you're driving in the fight, sometimes you just know.
Yeah.
But I've just known before and been pleasantly surprised. So you never know when it goes to the judges.
No, and that's the danger, right? You feel like maybe you have it, maybe you don't, but it's in the judges' hands. But they do win my heart for best costume.
What other good costumes have you seen today?
I don't know if I'd call it a costume, but I think Johnny Sumpas has a really killer look.
Oh, his fit.
Yeah, his fit is fire, I think, as the kids say. He looks straight out of, like, Warriors,
Okay.
the movie, you know?
He's ready to come out and play.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. Anyone stand out to you?
The Clyde team, for sure.
Oh, easily.
From the pants to the hat.
Yeah. I love when, teams really have fun. Think about the whole look and feel of their entry, right? It's not just can the robot hit, can the robot survive, does the robot look good? Do you fit with the theme of your robot? There's a lot to plan, and for the teams that really think about it holistically like that, I think they just really take it to the next level.
It elevates things for sure.
I was talking to Brian Boxell earlier, and Eruption has a bit of an upgrade in terms of like the visual design.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, this is going to be like full visual design, full graphics for his heavyweight fireball, for Barbie, which he's thinking about renaming, but I will let him announce that.
Okay, yeah.
And Eruption as well. And yeah, it really adds something.
Well, I really like how Eruption's looking.
Yeah.
He showed his compliant mechanism fork system that he has.
Ooh.
And he was talking about how he's got a setup for the start of the day when the cage floors are perfectly fresh. And then as they get more progressively chewed up from the fights that have occurred, he's got a different setup. So probably more compliance to get over the divots and the gouges.
That's so smart, because we saw, Minen and Plussel struggle a little bit with that. Even early on in this match, the floors take a beating throughout the day, and you have to plan for not just having a robot that is good on flat, perfect terrain, but also rugged. You need like a cross trek.
And that's why that big wheel design that we're seeing with Slam Plan, it doesn't really care about the floors whatsoever. The more chewed up, they're better. It's better for them because their opponents are going to get stuck with those ground scraping forks.
You really have to be adaptive in this sport, Like, so many variables change, whether it is from your competitor, from just like the war of attrition of it all, the cages, like every little thing. If you are able to think it through and have a plan for it, it will increase your chances for how far you will make it in the competition. If you only plan for pristine, ideal cases, it's not going to go very well.
No, definitely not. And Lindsay, did you see some of the game plans that the teams were posting?
No, can you tell me?
Oh, they broke down every robot that they would possibly fight in their weight class, and they had a strategy listed for each one. Some teams did PowerPoint presentations for them. Just about everyone had a spreadsheet, and it's cool to see that level of dedication where they're planning out every possible matchup. They'll have their configurations listed for that matchup. They've got the weight tracked for each configuration. These builders today are prepared for these fights. They want to take home these golden Bretts.
I wonder if this has any correlation to like the rise of college teams, because they, these are students from a host of colleges: MIT, University of Florida. Oh my gosh, the list goes on. Don't come at me for WPI, Northwestern. Like the list goes on, and they are obviously very prepared students.
Yeah.
Does that help transfer to
I think
becoming,
it absolutely does, because the one that stuck out in my head the most was the MIT teams.
Yep.
Oh, I see. I hear cage managers and refs are telling folks to back away from the cages.
I know what that means.
What does that mean, Lindsay?
That means fire is afoot.
Uh-huh.
Not that there's any risk of anyone being injured from fire in our cages.
We like to keep our fire marshals happy.
Yes.
And this is one of the things we do to do that.
The fire marshals ask for it, we comply. So everyone is moving 2 rows back, because I believe that means Kaza.
Oh, it's gotta be.
Yes.
That's the only flame bot in the big cage. Actually, I'm
wrong. Wait a second.
I'm wrong.
I might be over. overstating it here.
I know Emulsifier's mini bot has a flamethrower this go around. But I still think it's Kazaa.
Oh yeah, I see Joshua and I see Mirage there. Mirage, I think, is one of the dark horses in this competition.
Yeah, there's a lot of those, right?
There are.
I listen to the podcast, Lindsay.
It's very difficult, Sam, to choose amongst the 12s. But I do think that Mirage has even escaped some of our original analysis as a serious contender. Yeah.
They came in kind of under the radar, but I think they're well suited to fight Kazaa Light in this fight.
I think so. Matthew Marini here, back with Mirage. Joshua Reinhardt with this double duo of flamethrowers and Kazaa Light.
I'm glad that he was finally able to get both sides of Kazaa Light in this tournament. I know that was his plan all along. And some of the tournaments he was fighting drastically underweight.
And much like the OG Kazaa, the music download app that the kids used back in the day, it will set your electronics on fire.
Yes, or trick you into downloading something that you wish you hadn't. Oh,
that is the image of the day.
What a beautiful, not disgusting chair.
Yeah, don't get too close to that. I don't know what's going on.
So Peter
there.
definitely has branded miniature chairs. I think it's only a matter of time before he upgrades this one.
I think he would have to just buy one and leave it here, because I don't know if he's going to fly back and forth from Texas with his own folding chair.
He's an engineer. He could fold it really tight.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. We have a judge's decision, Sam. Hooligan is your winner over Minen and Plusle.
All right, well, perhaps that'll bring some Texas energy into this next fight.
Team Texas is cleaning up today. Will they do it again here? Time will tell. Joshua Reinhardt is here to stop them in their tracks. Will he be successful? Does he have what it takes?
I don't know. Which side is Peter even on?
Yeah, I saw the chair, but I'm not.
Okay, Kazaa is a multi-bot, so perhaps he's on one of those set of sticks.
Yeah, I think you are right.
Yeah.
Joshua strikes me as someone who is just so happy to be here, and it is infectious.
How could you not be? If you can pump your fist and the crowd cheers, that's kind of a cool power.
One day I hope to possess that power.
All right. So we got both bots in the corners. Looks like the drivers are ready. The ref is shouting it down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
The Kazaa's definitely faster out of the corner. They are using wheels while Mirage is not. But let's see how those legs hold up to these flames.
Beautifully.
Oh, hi, Kyle.
Hey,
It
how's
is
it going?
beautiful. It's going so great. Oh, look at that. Sandwiching Mirage, flaming on both sides. The broiler and the oven.
There's just something there about a Mirage getting cooked, you know, high heat. I don't know what it is, but there's something there.
Oof, our kick plate is getting cooked. Oh my goodness. Kazaa is under Mirage, giving him the heat. There's sustained flames now. Coming out of Mirage? No, that was just a Mirage.
Living up to the namesake.
Those forks on the Kazaas are doing a pretty good job of preventing some significant bite from the weapon on Mirage. And doing a great job of getting the flames underneath the hood as our kick plates continue to burn. solid death hum coming from Mirage as they were pushed into the wall by Kazaa Light. Now getting pinned up against Flo.
Winner of this fight does go on to face Megatron in the next round. That's going to be insane.
Yeah, something to look forward to or fear. A solid corner pin. Uh-oh. It's looking like Mirage is not having any leg motion. I see their shaft collar spinning over there. I wonder if that was always a live shaft. Smoke coming out of the inside of Mirage. I think they're cooked, Kyle.
Yeah, looking pretty cooked.
Called for an unstick, but I don't know if that's going to do anything. Those legs are not moving. Oh, smoldering in there. What is that? Paper towel? Whoa! Okay, left side drive back on. So in come the Kazaas. 15 seconds left in this fight. I think this cage is gonna smell kind of nice. Not too much robot burning, some nice wood burning, beautiful flaming puffs from the Kazaa team. Great showing from Mirage for the year. But it seems like Joshua and the Kazaa team seem like they have this in the bag.
Top 8, baby.
Peter Garnache thinks so as well. Yeah. This one is going to go to the judges, however, but we will let you know what they say. You've been having a good time today, Kyle?
So far, so good. You can't complain. The fights have been great. The stories have been really good. Texas is owning things. I don't understand why they've had such a meteoric rise. But yeah, no complaints.
Oh, I smell that lovely fireplace smell now that they've opened the doors.
Yeah, it's really bringing you home for the holidays, you know?
Yeah, which are coming up. I've had a blind eye to them for a bit.
You forgot that you were supposed to be preparing for that?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm hosting this year. I got all the family coming to my house.
Oh man,
It's going to be fun.
How many folks?
Way too many. My parents had a lot of kids.
Okay.
So yeah.
Good luck.
It's going to be a good time.
I know you've been preparing then.
Yeah. It's going to be a good time.
All right, we've got the judges' decision, and Kazaa Light officially the winner of that one over Mirage.
Congratulations to Kazaa.
So they're going to go on to face Megatron. I wonder if they have a top attack configuration of sorts, or if they're just going to give him the heat. Still all smiles over there as they prepare to unload their robots. Little safety spurt of the CO2 fire extinguisher from former henchman Jim over there.
So that is going to be Megatron versus Kazaa Light in the next round officially. That's going to be fun.
This is the best I've seen Kazaa.
Yeah.
By far.
Absolutely crushing it today.
Having both sides makes a difference. That sandwich cookery that they did,
yeah,
getting on either
it's
side
cool
of
looking.
Mirage.
It's very, very cool looking.
Some might call it a panini while they're getting pressed under heat. Either way, made the Mirage have to go into the sand pit like an overcooked panini.
Didn't they cook a shoe in their last fight?
Did they?
Yeah.
Why was there a shoe in the cage?
Yeah, it was a full-on moccasin.
Oh, you got me. You got me good. You got me. I missed that one.
But it really was. It was a sandwich pin of moccasin. Totally burned away, like part of the wheels. And you could see the internals starting to get all crispy as that fight continued.
Wow.
So, yeah, that was a quick tap out from that team.
Where do the internals even live on Moccasin?
You know what? High, which means when when heat rises,
oh, yeah.
it ain't so great for him.
But I guess most weapons are kind of near ground level. But you can't plan for everyone.
No, definitely not.
You can try. You can have a configuration in mind.
And most bots don't know what to do against a Moccasin, whereas Kazalite knows set it on fire.
That's pretty much their strategy for everything, I'd imagine.
It works. It works well.
You can see Mirage wheeling all the way into the hazard area. And they're going to go into that cage to cool off.
Yeah, negative air pressure system on that cage.
I would think a positive air pressure system would be effective in cooling stuff off with that hose going outside.
Actually, yeah, fair point. Maybe not if there's things actively burning inside. Feeding them the oxygen might not be the right way to go about life, but if you're just trying to cool it off, it's a good way to go about it.
And this one didn't seem too bad as far as getting your robot cooked goes. It wasn't dripping.
In the degree of getting your robot cooked, this was pretty reasonable.
A first degree.
All right, we are heading right over into cage 2 for some 3-pound action. So we've been looking forward to this matchup. This is Radix taking on Turbo Fiend. This is do or die for both of these competitors. The winner continues on into the bracket. The loser goes home.
All right, Turbo Fiend is in red. They're going to be in the blue corner. Radix in the blue shirts. They're going to be in the pink corner.
Because we wanted it to be confusing for everybody.
We do that on purpose.
Yeah, that was the plan.
Because if you put a blue robot in the blue corner, then they're going to camouflage, and that's unfair.
No one needs that.
I saw one Turbo Fiend fight earlier today, and they won so fast.
So we are full on round of 16 action now for the 3-pound division.
And what does that mean, Kyle?
Round of 16 means there are 16 robots left in this tournament. The winner will be your new 2024 3-pound world championship and holder of the Golden Brett.
And so is it, if you lose, you get another fight at this point?
Oh no, it's do or die for this point on. Everybody goes home if you lose. If you lose, you go home. Now, if Turbo Fiend wins this fight, and if Mako wins their next fight, they're actually going to face each other in the round of 8 quarterfinals.
Really?
Little family, little brother, sister, sibling battle action.
That's exciting.
So, you know, keep an eye out for that. Might not work out that way. There's a lot that has to go right for those two teams for that to happen, but that would be a cool story. I don't think they've ever faced each other in an NHRL arena.
I bet they've faced each other so many times in different forms.
That's why I qualified. In an NHRL arena, I'm sure they fought each other all the time in many other forms, yes. In Mario Kart, in suplexes into the bedroom, and, you know, all of the things that siblings do. Do you have siblings, Sam?
I've got one, yeah. And we've never faced in an NHRL arena either.
Yeah. Me and my siblings have not done that either.
You've got a lot to choose from, though.
I do, yes. My older brother and I have probably fought physically the most. He's always been bigger and stronger than me, so that's always fun to try to figure out.
Not these days, though.
No. Well, he is. He's still bigger and stronger than me.
All right, it looked like the mini-bot on Turbo Fiend might have had a little turning on issues, but looks like it's all locked in now, connected to radio, signals feeling strong, got full telemetry.
The mini-bot definitely is a big help in the strategy for Turbo Fiend, so it's good that they have it going, but man, they're not really going to have that option next year. It's going to be interesting to see how that works out.
I am excited for their true multi that they're definitely going to do, so that they can continue to fight shoulder to shoulder as a team.
Will they call it Turbo Mako though? Because I definitely, or Turbo Fish.
Mako Fiend.
Mako Fiend. Radix getting a lot of cheers from their fans in the audience.
Looks like he's readied up. The Papazians have readied up.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we're off. A little bit of a tangly mess from the Turbo Fiend side. Oh, that was a quick gouge into the floor. We'll see if Brett can unstick these two.
Yeah, that's a big old smack into the floor. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get them out.
Oh, no problem for Brad there.
Wow, all right. And the weapon spins right back up on Radix. Nicely done. Aiden doing a good job preserving that weapon after getting lodged into the floor, although now I'm not seeing a lot of spin from them.
Yeah, that takes precision to stop your throttle right before that impact. Because if you're spinning hard when you're going right into the wood like that, it's going to damage a lot of your robot. Turbo Fiend currently inverted by that hit from Radix. Oh, nice. The Minibot coming in, doing what it can, taking a hit to flip Turbo Fiend back on its feet. Radix doing what it can to get around to Turbo Fiend's sides, looking to remove a weapon, but right now it looks like they're locked in with that blade into the TPU of Turbo Fiend.
It's just too sharp. It's just too sharp, that blade.
They've
all right, so we are
paused this
paused to do a safe and reasonable separation of these two robots. Stop moving, you're paused. I'm sure that was the ref telling them to move to see if they can shake it loose. But yeah, they're stuck. I mean, that's...
I bet they would both prefer to try and drive to the door together rather than have Brad's assistance, but...
Yeah, no, it's safer this way.
Brad's faster.
Yeah. Safer, faster. But yeah, quite a dig into the side there. Look at that. And there you see Ref Gwen getting out the safety crowbars for safety separation. Insulated handles and a lot of distance between your hands and those weapons. Nicely done, expertly removed. Yeah, you don't want your hands anywhere near those bots, even if they're turned off, even if they're safe. You just gotta be as cautious as possible when you've got live robots in the box.
No robot separation is worth a finger.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Now, by the way, the only thing Gwen is responsible for is separating these bots. She's going to try her best not to damage them, but that's not her job. If they get damaged in separation, that's just part of the game.
Yeah, when your only tool is a crowbar, sometimes damage is inevitable.
Yeah.
Turbo Fiend with a pin. Released.
Fun fact about our ref, Gwen, she's also a competitive fencer, so she's used to using long-distance tools in a very precise way.
That's a good skill.
Right? Moral of the story, don't fight Gwen if she has a sword.
Would you fight anyone with a sword?
No, definitely not. But especially not Gwen. She knows what she's doing. Radix doing a great job just taking apart the mini-bot.
Yeah, it's looking like right side drive issues on Turbo Fiend, and Radix is definitely going to take advantage of that as long as they don't get stuck with that sharp blade.
Yeah, Turbo Fiend having some drive issues throughout the day today, losing one side of their drive in another matchup. That is stuck in the wall.
Uh-oh, they've had their unstick, Kyle.
Yeah, they're donezo now. They've got no more unsticks, and they've got plenty of time to be counted out if that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think that is the count out happening right there.
I see the fingers. It's happening. And they did not beat the clock. That's
it. That's the end. 5 seconds left, and a knockout is called. Your winner, Turbo Fiend. Dima Papazian moving on. She does now have a chance to fight her brother.
A bit of a buzzer beater there.
In the quarterfinals of this tournament.
Tough result for Radix, but they were looking solid in that fight.
All right, so we are heading over to cage 1 for some big robot action. So this is going to be Waddles taking on B-Force.
All right, Waddles is in the pink corner. This is some 30-pound action. And B-Force in the blue corner. That's the 2 vertical spinner multibot. And Kyle?
And Waddles is over there in the pink corner, and that is it's a modular robot, and it's currently got its vertical attachment on, and they've got a cam lifter multibot with them. Listen, the winner of this fight has to face Ares in the next round.
Ooh.
So, your prize is certain death and destruction.
Waddles is all readied up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, I love that death hum on Waddles.
Yeah, Waddles is just a terrifying robot. Now, there is a big difference between these two multi-bot configurations. Waddles is much heavier and more powerful than the 2 B-Force halves.
Oh, man.
B-Force is a true multi-bot configuration where everything is kind of even Stevens between the 2 bots.
Yeah, and half of B-Force was getting fully pinned by that cam lifter.
Really smart strategy. Just keep that advantage away, right? If they're limited to 1 robot.
Oh, now Waddles is switching its target.
They've got a distinct disadvantage against a more powerful opponent like Waddles.
Looks like B-Force did call for an unstick there. Flo's going to go and try and help the inverted one out as the other one keeps sparring with Waddles.
I'm not sure if Flo's going to be able to do much there. They're pretty stuck on their weapon. Wow, actual interference from the mini-bot from Waddles there. Oh, no, that is a lot of smoke, and it is dark.
That's thick smoke.
Yeah, dark smoke, and is that flames licking out of the side there?
The smoke is just so thick, it's flame
It kind of
adjacent.
looks like it, yeah. That is not good. So you've got 1 bot on fire, or at least smoking, and another bot barely moving.
It looks like Flo was able to get the other half of B-Force back and going, though. Unless Waddles is on it. That cam lifter is really effective on the Waddle side, especially in this 2-on-2 fight, allowing the main Waddles to just focus on whichever side of B-Force is not getting high-centered. But now, are they both smoking? Is that it? That's got to be it. The tread is off and jammed on the left side of that yellow B-Force. They're counted out. It's a KO for Waddles.
Wow.
A tough one for the Honeycrack team. I believe they definitely have some robots still in this tournament. They came deep today. Qualified.
Yeah, lots of qualified tracked hub-motored robots from their team.
They found something that worked, and
they are sticking with it. They're even expanding on that strategy for next season.
That's cool. You know how like pods of orcas all over the world develop different hunting techniques? It's cool to see teams that are larger developing techniques that you see throughout the team itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, a different kind of language of combat robotics, if you will, developing over there in Maryland.
I wonder just maybe would we see tracks on like a Vorion or a Phenomenon? Would it spread outside of Honeycracked into the rest of Greater Maryland?
I gotta say, it's already spreading into some other teams. There's a lot of similarities on Megatron now between what you're seeing on Team Honeycracked. You know, a lot of design influences kind of carried over.
And I know they weren't the first to use tracks, but do you think this is an emulsifier effect?
Oh yeah, the tracks are definitely an emulsifier effect. Listen, if your bot is a world beater like emulsifier, people are going to start taking design ideas from you. We all remember when that started happening with the shuffler pods, right? The shuffler pod was very much so a Jameson Go and invention in the 3-pound division, and then all of a sudden you see all these kind of copies of it popping up in all of the other weight classes. Very similar designs, very cool takes on that design.
And he's not really running it so much anymore, is he? Or
Yeah. Well, he is this event.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so cool that he can go back and forth and be just as competitive with or without
he
it.
busts it out whenever it like makes sense, but this event, both of his versions of that robot are shufflered.
When does it not make sense to be heavier?
I think it depends on, like, he's always had a non-shuffle version and a shuffle version. I think if he wants a heavier weapon,
okay,
he might just go with the wheels because the shuffler pods do take up quite a bit of weight comparatively. But if he needs more weight in the bot total, then he might just stick with the shuffler pods. The shuffler pods also have the unique feature of they're spiked, so there's a lot less pushback. Like if you need a more pushy robot, he's actually getting more push out of those shuffler pods than he is out of the wheels.
Is better without wheels.
Yeah, significantly better without wheels.
I guess so is mine. Better in shoes than rollerblades.
Yeah, for sure, right? Similar concept, except for, these are cleats. He's got full-on spikes.
Yeah. All right.
All right, we are going straight into Cage 2. This is Mako and Dimakaris. If Mako wins, then Julian has to go on to face his sister in the quarterfinal rounds.
Oh, man. I'm excited about this configuration on Dimakaris, Kyle.
Dimakaris has had a really solid day today. I mean, a really solid day. Phenomenal performances. The bot is working beautifully and being driven extremely well by Beckett. I'm not sure what this configuration is.
Okay, I saw this one in the pits, and I asked him about it because it is so weird
Okay,
looking.
tell me about what is he doing here?
He says this is his approach for like cam lifters and long forked robots to kind of be wide enough set with his wheels in the front where he can pivot out of any sort of high centering that may occur to him. He also has this one set up, believe it or not, as a fire robot config. So that the spokes, those white spokes going to the wheels, that's printed in a PPS, which is better at taking the heat.
Fascinating.
It's got aluminum
4,
and steel inside,
3,
so it should be pretty strong.
2, 1.
But I still think Mako can cut right through it.
Fight.
Okay, so weapons up to speed. Mako taking their time, waiting to get a good shot in. Ooh, okay. Fork's doing a great job deflecting the weapon off of Dimakaris in that first engagement, but then they're able to get the angle on the side and knock them back. There you hear it, Mako weapon firing up, not able to get a good shot with it.
I really like the pitch on Mako's weapon that it makes. A really good squealy sound.
It is, it's a bit terrifying too. There's a lot of drama in that weapon. This is such an interesting strategy from Dimakaris. It's kind of hard for Mako to get a hit. Whoa, that mini-bot is now chopped in half and on fire. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, that was basically Julian saying, I'm tired of you. Be gone, mini-bot.
Julian he eats carbon fiber top plates like no one's business.
Yeah, this saw is extremely effective, but not able to get a hit on the main bot and right into the wheel. And the wheel is now gone, and a cut into the side panel.
Oh, that belt doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, no, that's gone.
I see Ty sparks out of there.
Doesn't look like the saw is spinning anymore on Mako.
Man,
I wonder what's happening there.
Another cell caught on the mini-bot.
Oh, that's right into the bottom plate.
Are we going to have to put 2 robots in the sand pit?
I certainly hope so. With 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this matchup, there's a really good chance, and I haven't seen the weapon spin up on Demicharis since that first cut into the bottom plate, so I'm not sure what happened there. And so there you see Julian and Dima doing a great job keeping Demicharis up in the air. 52 seconds left in this matchup. Taking it easy, taking it slow. Oh no, there it comes.
Ugh. Every time. The mini-bot on Demicharis still smoldering over there.
Yeah, that was a big part of their strategy. Oh, yeah. Cutting right into the front and into that side wheel side. If they're able to cut all of the front wheels off, I think all they'd really have to do is knock them back over. They're like shaving them like an ice sculpture. Did you see that just like off the side?
The confetti maker. Starting to see a bit of wobble on Mako's saw, though.
That's not uncommon. That arm is pretty pliable, but yeah, that doesn't look intentional anymore at that point. And that is the end of that matchup. This is going to the judge's decision. Beckett looks happy, but I think just because that was a fun fight, not because Beckett won.
That was a fun fight. And this means...
well, depends on the judge's decision.
Absolutely, yes.
But if the judge's decision goes the way that everybody's eyeballs went when watching that fight, we will have a Papazian on Papazian fight in the round of 8 in the quarterfinal round. First time they've ever fought in an NHRL box, and it's happening at the finals. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
I really do.
That's so much fun.
So do you think they're gonna, how are they gonna pilot 2 robots each, you think?
They're not. They're gonna go one-on-one. All right, so here's a good replay. That's when the mini-bot got just shredded. Bye-bye. We're done with you. See you later.
Demicharis did get a couple of good hits in.
Oh, for sure. Extremely well-driven robot. I love this config on it. So it's weird.
A new approach.
Nice chop into the back plate there. Yeah, more of a wild performance from Mako than we're used to seeing. Normally you see Mako be very cautious about where those hits go.
This is more fun.
Yeah, much more fun. So that was a lot of fun. So now we do probably, right, we still have to wait for the official judges' decisions.
I'm not
But
waiting.
we do have 2 qualified for the round of 8 quarterfinal matchups from Papazians, and they just so happen to be facing each other.
That is
I'm pretty happy about that.
Pretty cool.
That's
I wonder if they've
time.
considered that matchup or discussed it.
Every single time I have talked to them up in the pits, and I make a point now to just go say hi, check in, they do talk about what that matchup might look like and how that matchup might go. It is interesting because they have a very solid idea of how that fight will go. I don't agree with them. I don't think it would go that way. So we'll see how it...
You don't think Turbo Fiend would take it?
I do think Turbo Fiend would take it, actually.
So what do they think then?
They think Mako would take it. Right?
Well, we got a judge's decision,
All
Kyle.
right, so here we go. And your winner officially, Mako. Papazian on Papazian quarterfinals coming your way. You gotta love it. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Cool.
So that means every matchup you see for the rest of the day is do or die. And that means Demicharis is going home.
A great run for the season.
Such a good run for that robot for the season. Super fun to watch. Really well-driven robot. And I love some of the innovations they brought to the World Championships today. That was a really, really cool setup.
Yeah.
So
Very
we
unique.
are loading into Cage 1 where we've got some big robot action. So it is Synthesis 30 taking on Anxiety. These are 2 hard-hitting robots. Synthesis 30 having a rough day today. Having some challenges, but they're here. So the winner of this matchup, well, I'll say this. The loser of this matchup goes home.
Yeah.
The winner of this matchup takes on the reigning and defending 30-pound world champion Emulsifier.
And not just last year's world champion.
No, multi-time world champion, reigning and defending world champion Emulsifier.
No big deal.
To date, the only thing that can really kill an Emulsifier is a Megatron,
5,
and only
4,
sometimes.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, we're off. Anxiety starting fork forward. Which is smart because Synthesis is set up for a horizontal blade. So he's got his wedge on there, which is weak to ground scraping forks.
Yeah, it's a really good idea until you get past the forks. That was a beautiful hit. And that's the thing with Synthesis 30. It does always have the possibility of a one-hit KO. There is so much energy in that weapon.
Anxiety got their unstick. But I don't think, oh, blade spinning up. Just one fork ajar, really. Wow, still zippy. So fast. That's a roof shot, Kyle.
Yeah, it was.
Wow. But did that do it for Synth's blade? I know they have multiple belts on that thing. And it looks like they're still attached.
They've been losing belts a lot today on this robot. Oh, Nye, that is up to speed. It doesn't look healthy, but it's up to speed. Yeah, that's it for the Minibot on Synthesis 30. Oh my, ow!
This fight turned around. Now Synth's back spinning again.
Yeah, Anxiety did come from behind to win their last matchup, so they've got a chance. They always do. It's extremely well-built robot by this Robo Jackets team, but ow!
Uh-oh. And they already called for their unstick.
Yeah, they've got nothing left as far as unsticks go.
I would spin that blade if
I don't know if they can.
It's looking a little taco-y.
Evan is looking pretty upset about that. That is a knockout.
What a fight.
Your winner, Corey Nason, Team Pandemonium, looking good.
That was awesome. I really enjoyed that fight.
These big, heavy-hitting vertical weapons in the 30-pound division are just getting scarier and scarier as time goes on. There's Evan and the Robo Jackets team congratulating Corey and Team Pandemonium. Let's watch a replay of that ridiculous action.
Oof. That was the final blow there, where their fork pierced into the ground, keeping their wheels off the floor.
Yeah, the weapon just wasn't working. They weren't able to get any movement.
I want to see that roof shot again. Great fight.
Yeah, really solid fight between these two teams. Synthesis has had a bit of a rough day. But here we go, another shot there. Launched over and then pinned right there to the floor. Beautifully done. Not the biggest hit of the fight, but a really great way to end it. Synthesis has had a rough day today. Barely qualifying, belts going off on the bot all the time, but they are looking good now, maybe looking to peak as they get into the quarterfinals, as they get into the final rounds. We'll see how it goes. But meanwhile, 3-pound robot action, Cage 2. These are two bots to watch today. Repeater and Chainsaw Kitty. Repeater, the rare multi-bot in the 3-pound division, and it has been dominating. But on the other side is the glass cannon in Chainsaw Kitty. This bot hits so hard. It's driven incredibly well. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I hope our camera people are ready to
5,
take a look at the roof on this
3,
one.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, looks like the
Knife Cat doing a great job pinning one of the repeater bots over there in the corner, making it a 1v1 fight. Not a bad way to go about things.
Uh-oh. Chainsaw Kitty is looking not stable at all with that blade spinning. I think something is
something
unbalanced.
is definitely askew. I'm not sure what, but that's scary. And that is a big advantage for Repeater. That's a belt lying over there in the corner. I don't know where that came from, but that is a tap out. Oh, no. Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah. And that adds up because that was a really unstable spin. That weapon was very unbalanced. And even if it was in piece enough to deliver hits, that rattling is going to affect your belt. It's going to affect your connections.
You broke my weapon bar.
You broke my weapon bar, she just said to him.
You broke my weapon.
Peter is freaking out.
He's squealing.
That his robots were able to break the weapon bar on Chainsaw Kitty.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
In like the first hit.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane.
Hey, you got a little scratch.
Wow. So that's it for Kazaya. Qualified for the World Championships, but now going home.
Great showing for Repeater, though. I didn't see any slowdown on either side of that robot. I don't think they're going to have much repairs going forward, which is awesome as we get this deep into the tournament.
They're going to go on to face either Spartan or Silent Spring.
All right.
In the quarterfinals.
Nasty horizontals either way.
A hard matchup for a multi-bot configuration like them, because that's a lot of sideways energy that they're going to have to deflect with not a lot of weight. Each one of those bots only weighs about 2 pounds. Wow, yeah, look at that. Just a clean break on her weapon there.
Oh, yeah.
That's not supposed to be just a nubby sticking out there. That's a full, a full weapon blade, normally. And there you see the other part of the weapon blade lying over there in the corner.
Have we seen Kazaya's blade break on Chainsaw Kitty yet?
Never. Never, and especially not like that.
What a time and a place.
Yeah, right? I'm not saying that should have been a cakewalk. That was going to be a hard fight no matter what you do, but I never anticipated a weapon break ending that fight.
No, you wouldn't think from a robot that's less weight than you.
Right.
You would think maybe
smaller weapon, less weight. Like you're not expecting that at all, and that was an insane break.
But now that I think about it, Kyle, I think the blades on Repeater are probably heavier than the one on Chainsaw Kitty.
Oh, that's a valid point, actually. Yeah,
because they got the full egg beater.
Yep, that's a valid point. But yeah, that's still quite a surprising outcome there. You just don't expect a break like that in any of her fights. That's the weapon is usually one of the most durable parts of that robot. You know,
I was expecting roof shots. I wanted roof shots.
There was no roof shots happening for us today. That was just broken Chainsaw Kitty. Lots of changes on Chainsaw Kitty between the last time we saw her and this event. Whew. A lot to work on for next season, but right now we are going to Cage 1. This is something that people have been looking forward to all day. This is Chonky versus Warheart XXL.
You know, I was wondering why the refs were double checking the cage before this fight.
You know, there's two bots in here that have got a lot of kinetic energy. Winner of this fight has to face Pegasus in the next round.
I know Chonky's running like a 20-something pound shell in this 30-pound weight class. They are shuffling underneath that shell. They are not using wheels.
No, it is such a cool robot. They're facing more vertical spinners today than they ever have in their entire career. Not an ideal situation for them, but you know what? They qualified for the bracket. Here we are.
Yeah.
But if anybody can knock them over, knock them upside down, or knock them into the ceiling, it is Warhard XXL.
All right, the winner of this match is going to go on to face the Brazilian team and Pegasus. Another vert.
Yep, another vert. Tall order getting past Warhard
5,
XXL.
4, 3.
A tall
2,
order getting past Chonky.
Fight.
This is going to be a
Robots
good one.
fight.
Both bots up to speed. This is not going to be fun for anybody. This is going to be a very expensive hit! And there you see the rail. That's the rail holding the polycarbonate in place has been knocked loose over there in the corner, or in the middle of that wall. That's a giant chunk of plywood that has been ripped off of the floor.
Did we? Okay, this looks like a match stoppage. The fight has been stopped.
Obviously this needs to be a
cage.
stop. The poly looks fine, but the bracket's holding the poly in place, not so much.
So this is the steel piece that sandwiches the inner layer of polycarbonate. You can't bolt through this polycarbonate. It creates stress risers.
Right,
it,
yeah, you
it
don't need
doesn't
that.
flex like it needs to. So this is compressed to hold in the inner layer, and it has been peeled away by that massive exchange between Chonkiv and Warhard XXL. So we've got cage crew coming out to examine, to make sure none of these panels are coming out.
The Robo Jackets team cheering on their bot. Let's watch that replay of that hit again, because that, I mean, the anxiety building up to this impact in the room was palpable. Look at that shot, ripping the piece off. It hit the far side of what actually came off.
I didn't even see what hit that one element that peeled off.
No, that's the thing. It's like it seesawed, see? Wow. It hit the other side, and it knocked that side loose. How does that happen? Yeah, it seesawed it off. It hit the opposite side with enough force that it ripped that side off.
Oh, so much power. This is just physics unleashed.
That was absurd. Now, Chonky able to self-right, but I gotta tell you, doesn't often have to. Very rarely do you see that robot get upended by an impact.
Yes,
it's stable. It is a stable spinning device, and that was completely upside down after that impact. Self-righted, we're back on wheels, or back on shufflers, I should say.
I wonder if either robot can still spin.
I mean, considering after that last impact where the interior wall of the cage was shattered, look at these guys trying to get everything back in place.
This is our cage crew, Eamon and Aiden, and they are beasts when it comes to anything around the facility here. They know how to fix it. They know how to make it look good.
I mean, you've got to imagine things are not in the same shape as they were when this cage first got put together this morning. So,
yeah. So I think their biggest concern right now is the frame of that pane of polycarbonate bending in some way.
Yeah,
or
they've got to make sure that all of the connectors, all the fasteners are still within spec, are all still good. But look at that.
We also run gasketing in between the two layers to
absorb
maintain that
impact,
air
right?
gap. So
Yep.
that has to be made sure that it's lining up properly and the air gap between the two layers is appropriate.
Wow. Don't worry, Eamon, no pressure. Just get it fixed, okay? You can see other people holding, Ed there is holding the glass in place so it doesn't fall down on anybody while they're working on it. So it's official, once again, A Warheart XXL fight going to the judges because they broke the interior of the arena during the fight. The interior of the arena is made to be sacrificial, but I will tell you, it takes a whole lot of force to sacrifice it.
The championship is hard on the 30-pound cage. There's more big bot fights going through this cage than any other tournament. And you know the big bots, they tend to have the most energy, and they're more than willing to unleash it on our poor sweet cage.
Well, that's the thing. At a normal tournament, some of the big pots have a ton of energy.
All right, we've got an update. This is, in fact, not going to go to the judges. They will resume this fight.
After they get this repaired, they're going to resume this fight. I wonder what the difference is, but yeah. Wow. And things do seem to be lining up. Now they're going to the inside to get the inside piece lined up so they can bolt those back together. Because those sandwich pieces are what threw bolt together so they can hold the glass in place. And essentially what happened, it looks like, is when the impact on the opposite side of that bar happened, the head of that bolt sheared off, which is what caused the piece to completely cavitate in towards the arena. That is so much energy. Those are what, grade 10?
Grade 8.
Those are grade 8? The amount of force it takes to rip those off is in the thousands of pounds.
Some pry bar action. They're looking to reseat that panel. Now that they've removed it, they can put it back on straight. They're going to line up the compression bolts. But with someone on either side, and they've done this many times.
Many times. But still, that is an absurd amount of force that could have caused that. And look at the wood that has been removed in that area too, just from that impact. If both bots are fully functional after that hit, A, I won't be surprised. And B, it is a testament to the engineering prowess of these two teams making such durable machines to survive not just that impact, but the secondary impact after hitting the wall. All right, so while we're waiting on this, the next fight after this one is going to be Silent Spring versus Spartan. Johnny Sumpas of Spartan is a very interesting builder. We got to catch up with him earlier today. This is what he had to say about that fight.
Now you're in the bracket, and you are going to be essentially fighting the winner of the outcome of Silent Spring or Fully Defined. Two different style bots. Like, what are your thoughts going into that first round of the bracket?
I fought Silent Spring before in August. That's my dream fight. And I went into it, tried to spin up the weapon, and it didn't spin. So Fully Defined scares me because it cuts, and I have a lot of carbon fiber. I don't want to get cut. I don't want my battery to explode. And everyone wants to fight Jameson. So I think I want to fight Silent Spring. I think I outreach him, so I'd be excited about that. Sharpen my bar.
If you do end up going up against Silent Spring, horizontal on horizontal, are you going to be playing defensive, offensive?
I am going to try to target the pods. I've been targeting wheels this entire time, and it's worked so far. But if I need to go head on, I should be fine because I outreach him.
Good luck, and I hope that we see you later on in the bracket.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Johnny Sumpas, not just one of our most talented builders, but one of our most fashionable builders. Always looks fantastic coming into these. Takes this look very seriously, and I really appreciate that. His bot also looks terrifying. It's got like this kind of Romulan warbird thing going on.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it.
You know, it's very cool, like very sharp edges. It's not fun to carry. Like you see him carrying the bot around and he's like very carefully like where he can touch because everything on that bot can hurt you. But we're going back to cage 1 to finish this fight. Let's go back there right now. I just don't want them to spin all the way back up again. I don't know if my heart can take it. That was so much anxiety. Get it? Anxiety? Because the other bot from Robojackets is anxiety? Get it?
I got it. So did that guy out there that pointed at you when you said it.
See? Get it? Get it? Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Wow, yeah, look at the chunk of plywood off of the floor there. Look at all of the wood off of the side rails. What do we use for these side rails? Are those 4x4s?
Something like that. 6x6s,
I think
maybe.
they're 6x6s, yeah, solid lumber.
And fresh for this tournament?
Well, yeah, I would hope so.
Fresh at the beginning of the day, at least.
So was this floor not too long ago.
Yeah,
and we're
so
coming up on 5 o'clock, and
panels.
everything is just wrecked. Peter is patiently waiting so he can jump in there with his buddy Jonathan and keep this fight going. Jonathan Juarez has always been consistent in the 3-pound division, right? Like not the scariest bot in the 3-pound division, just consistently good.
Yeah.
Holding his own, keeping a really solid record. And this year, both in the 3-pound division and now in the 30-pound division, he is just an apex competitor. Super scary robots.
He really hasn't been in the sport that long.
No, yeah, he's actually still relatively new.
And he's just on turbo mode to the Golden Brett, really.
He's one of those people that started with a heavyweight in combat robotics. Like he did not go up in weight first. Like he started at the top of what's the hardest thing to do and then came down.
I feel like people that do that perhaps do the bare minimum amount of research and then dive in. They're the type that just wants to get their hands dirty with stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, it works out. We're talking about guys like Aaron Hill do that, and then they become world champions twice over in several different tournaments, right? Like, it's not a bad way to go about it. There's a good track record of people doing very well with that.
And it's just because something works for someone else doesn't mean it's going to work for you.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
The opposite.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the recommended way to get into combat robotics. You know, don't start with a 250-pound robot. They can cost like tens of thousands of dollars and a whole lot of your time.
All right,
interesting.
So this fight is going to start. Run for 15 seconds in which they do nothing. And then they're going to go at it at the 15-second mark.
Which means spin-ups don't happen for 15 minutes? Oh, no. Is that because they can't make it to that side? Or is that... Okay, no, he can drive. Okay.
He's just limping. It looks like right side drive issues.
I will start counting us in from 5.
So Gwen's explaining how she's going to run this matchup to both teams.
Do not listen to that. Listen to me.
Okay, 2:45. We only use 15 seconds. Great.
Very efficient.
Very efficient, she says. Yes, it only took you 15 seconds to cause a 5-minute delay. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. Robojackets team getting ready to go.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so just to remind folks, there's going to be 15 seconds before these robots actually begin to engage. A very tense 15 seconds.
Okay, so here we go. Danny Vale trying to get control of his robot for Chonky and knocking his multibot into the wall. There's a lot less control on that robot than we've seen so far. But he is taking out the multi pretty well before going in to take on Warhard.
They just want to make sure they get those points for destroying that mini. Oh, but what a death hum.
Oh my goodness, and now coming in to try to face Warhard, they do not want another weapon-to-weapon impact again if they can avoid it, because anything can happen with that weapon-to-weapon impact. So they're picking their shots and really aiming for the sides and back of Warhard. Warhard kind of cornering themselves to try to get that weapon facing in the right direction. Oh no!
That was the same panel.
Yeah, it was the same panel. They're like magnetized to it. Warhard really having some drive issues after that first ridiculous impact.
They're just doing their best to keep that spinning part towards Chonky, but
you can tell, I bet up in those pits right now, the emulsifier team is staring at this, concerned, amazed, and cautiously plotting what this next minute and 12 seconds will bring to their tournament bracket. Ah, that was nasty. But you still have some drive.
yeah, he's not out yet.
Oh no! That's a side rail off of Warhard, but now Warhard able to move on that wheel because they are upside down. 52 seconds left in this matchup.
He calls for an unstick.
There's an unstick called with 46 seconds remaining. Jonathan not looking happy about it. I can't believe that there's not been an unstick called so far in this matchup. You could hear the Robo Jackets team cheering on Chonky. You could see the drive is mostly working on Warhard, and they are under functional. 20 seconds left. There is no knockout if the bot can move, and that bot can move in spite of appearances.
I don't know if it's got much spin left in that weapon.
I don't think it has any. But if you can drive, you might win. 1 second left, and that's it. Chonky showing a final hit right there at the end. This goes to the judges. It went the full distance. Not a knockout for Team Chonky, despite the appearance of Warhard XXL at the end of that fight.
Chonky team looking pretty pleased with themselves after that.
Well, Chonky looks fine.
The cage got wrecked. Warhard got wrecked. Their mini-bot got wrecked, but Chonky
looking just fine.
So solid.
Daniel Vale looking pretty confident, looking pretty happy after that matchup.
Wow.
Yeah, nodding and smiling on that one. You should be. It is a true team effort there on the Robo Jackets team from Atlanta, Georgia. They work very, very hard.
All right,
let's do a replay right now so we can see some of these secondary and tertiary impacts. But yeah, so there goes the Peter Garnache factor. It's
split
gone.
In two.
And then up in the corner, and then the drive starts to come apart, and now the whole side of the robot has come apart. And Jonathan Juarez, to his credit, continuously did not hear a bell and kept wanting to fight, calling for an unstick, fighting to the very end, making this go to a judge's decision. I don't think the judges are going to have a hard time, but we are now into Cage 2. Spartan versus Silent Spring.
All right, we got Spartan in the pink corner, Silent Spring in the blue. Both robots rocking a horizontal spinner.
JMO is already bouncing and ready. Johnny is bouncing and ready. They are teasing and taunting each other, playfully, but teasing and taunting each other from across the box. There is a lot of design inspiration from Silent Spring in Spartan. Jameson Go, an inspiration to Johnny Sumpas in this sport. But Johnny is a competitor all his own, with all his own style. These are very different robots. So fun fact, Spartan's record in fights ending in a knockout is 28-8.
4, 3, 2,
and judge's
1.
decision
Fight.
is 7-14.
Fight.
Johnny wants a knockout. But knocking out Silent Spring,
Pretty tough.
that's like the tallest order in the game. Very few robots have gotten a knockout on Silent Spring. And the names of the robots that have gotten knockouts on Silent Spring, you know them. You know them all. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, that is not supposed to be there. That weapon is supposed to be attached, Johnny. What happened?
He got turned into a pile.
De-sandwiched the robot. There was a sandwich that had a weapon in the middle. And now it's just bread. Johnny's back, though. He wants some more. He says, I'm unstuck. I want to fight.
Moving.
He's kind of high-centered on what's left of his weapon, but he's still fighting. So the winner of this matchup has to fight Repeater. That's not a bad matchup for either of these robots, if they can get there.
What's JMO's strategy now? That
don't die?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, you're going to win if you don't die. That's all he has to do is just not die. And there you see Johnny trying to go into Melty Brain mode because there's not a lot else he can do. He's got one wheel that's not even engaging with the floor. But hey, he's got a weapon that's fully engaging with the floor. Not engaging with the weapon shaft or the belt anymore, but the floor, no problem. Is that weapon lodged inside of his frame too? Is that why it's like staying in there? Like the blade is like lodged in the frame? Yeah, it's sticking out the top.
That's so wild.
Okay. All right, Johnny.
At least he's holding on to it for safekeeping. He won't have to.
He could still use. I mean, it's it's really strong steel. He could still shove it into JMO's weapon. Is that the bottom plate coming off too?
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. So that means the what is used to be the top plate, now currently the bottom plate of Spartan is also being sheared off. Probably as JMO chops the heads off of all of those screws as he attacks with this undercutter. 27 seconds left in the matchup. And Silent Spring looks fine. Just looks fine. It's just shuffling around. Picking its shots.
10 seconds left though. Spartans go in the distance. Okay.
All right.
I respect it.
Yeah, Johnny. Well done. Johnny was going for a knockout and did not get it.
Can I see drive? Yeah.
Can I see drive?
It's there. Okay.
Can I see weapon? It's there, he said. It's still attached.
In a way.
Yeah, it's technically still part of the robot.
Thank you very much.
That was insane.
Dude, I did not expect. Funny. Dude, yeah, you cut the nut off and then the bolt just went.
Whew. All right. So we have a judge's decision for the previous fight. No surprise. Chonkeeve over Warhard XXL. That means Chonkeeve is going to face Emulsifier in the next round. That's going to be absurd.
Oh, man.
And in the meantime, we're going to go check up in the pits with Chris. Chris, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, I'm here with Keziah Sky, builder and driver of Chainsaw Kitty. Chainsaw Kitty has had a year. You have proven yourself to be one of these builders that is constantly dedicated to, pushing yourself, pushing the community, pushing the people around you, people gravitate towards that. And based on that, we are honored here at NHRL to present you with this year's Community Award. You are somebody that helps make the NHRL and combat robotics community what it is, and we are eternally grateful for everything that you do to build this sport and build up your peers. Any thoughts, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Thank you for everybody for still being here, supporting me, cheering for me. I know I've been gone a bit this year. Promise I'll be back more next year. Just keep coming back. I'll be here.
Well, I'll tell you this. We'll keep our eye on you.
I'm sure.
Keziah, thank you so much for everything that you do. We all love you, and congratulations on your award.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Keziah, amazing for the community and building quite a team of her own in the Sleepy Anime Girl Club. That team has really been on the rise this year. 2 bots qualifying for the World Championships. Absolutely amazing performances from them.
And they're so new to the sport.
Brand spanking new to the sport.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Like, how fast these new teams are coming up. It's awesome.
It was like the end of 2022 that she started playing the game at all, and now like building up this great team, pillar of the community. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, really cool.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's time for some more ridiculous big bot action. We are going into Cage 1. This is going to be a fun one. Prom Hedda versus Buzzkill.
So we've got a 12-pound matchup for you all. Prom Hedda is in the pink wheels and wedge, and they'll be in the pink corner.
I'm so glad they're back in pink.
Buzzkill is rocking the yellow blade, the cam lifter over there. They're going to be in the blue corner.
Now the winner of this matchup faces Maximizer in the next round.
All right.
Maximizer getting a bye, so they'll be starting in the quarterfinals. Really going to be a fun fight there. But yeah, in the meantime, 2 of the top-notch competitors in the 12-pound division. Now listen, there is not a single name I can mention in that 12-pound division that is left that would make you go, oh, wow, it's weird that they're there. No, it is all murderers left in the 12-pound division. It has been all murderers all day long. It is just complete psycho mode.
Thank goodness this is only once a year, because it's just too much good stuff. It's like a sugar rush and overwhelming.
Whew. The big surprise, speaking of which, Psycho did not qualify for the bracket in 12 pounds. That has really opened up some pathways for some other teams.
5, 4,
but still in
3,
it, reigning and defending
2,
world champion,
1.
full court. So we'll look out for them. In the meantime, this first hit is going to be,
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, nobody came out of that well.
Wow.
That looked like it hurt. Okay. Are they moving? Oh, one of those wheels is, yeah.
Itchy twitchy from Buzzkill, that's something.
They're high-centered on something over there. Hopefully it's not their weapon. And there you see Pramhita also high-centered on something, and that's Buzzkill's mini-bot.
He wants another oh man, what a hit.
That was practically a roofing, if not a roofing. That was insane.
Fairly clean self-right from Prom Hedda there. Both these robots are 1-1 against each other. They've knocked each other out once. But Buzzkill is not looking too solid right now.
No, they're high-centered on some portion of themselves. I'm not sure what.
That blade had to have been bent. Something had to have been bent from that solid first hit.
A piece of the floor wedged underneath their weapon? I'm not sure, but they are not in a great position right now. And so yeah, you can see Pramhita taking their issues out on the mini-bot.
Oh, that's a good way to leave them, though. We'll take that.
Yeah, you know what?
Zach Knight knows he can take that. Arms up.
Zach Knight has had a ridiculous glow-up this season.
One more, and it came back
a lot
on
of fire. That was goes instantaneous and a whole lot of fire.
Promhita just Icarus buzzkill. He made him too close to the sun.
Look at the look on Zach's face. He is not happy. He is not sad. He is just here to kill robots. That is all that man wants out of life. Promhita goes on to face Maximizer in the next round, and I gotta tell you, Jay Kaufman, I'd be pretty scared if I were you. That robot is looking terrifying. Zach Knight, for 2 years, has been somewhat of a gatekeeper in this division, and this year has decided that that is not the case. It's been an attitude shift. It has been a construction shift on the robot. He just wants to kill. And it has been very evident in his fights today and all season long. Zach Knight is a man on a mission.
Okay, it looks like Flo is struggling to fire extinguish here. Mostly just changing those eyes. Maybe we get it closer to the door so
she's trying her
Cage
best.
Crew.
You don't have to.
I have high expectations for Flo, for Floop, for Brett, for the whole crew.
Yeah, those flames are lingering though.
So maybe we get a fire extinguisher going.
I think that's going to be necessary. Yeah, look at that underneath. There's still flames
just
licking.
pouring out of the bolt holes.
Still don't know what high-centered them. Still don't know what set them on fire.
I think Promhita might have set them on fire.
There's no flamethrower in Promhita. Look at that shot up in the air. They were on fire in the air before they came down.
Only a battery.
Do you think the battery is what was high centering them?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, what if the battery was pumped out?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
We don't know. We don't have any confirmation of that, but that's a good active theory. Maybe the battery was already starting to poof up underneath them, and that's what high centered them. And then that hit ruptured the battery.
It was just ready to pop.
Because it was instantaneous. I mean, they were on fire the instant they got hit.
Yeah, like a split second. Ugh.
We have a judge's decision. So no surprise there, even though they went the full distance, Silent Spring defeats Spartan in the last round. So Silent Spring will be moving on. Johnny Soompas is going back to Hawaii.
Is he in Hawaii now?
No, it's not where he lives. He lives in the Bahamas. He's Johnny Bahama. But no, so he is going back to the Bahamas. He is all done. And we are going to Cage 2 for more 3-pound robot action.
Oh, what a matchup we have in Cage 2 for you. We've got Warhard in the pink corner out of Texas and Monkfish, the blue scuttling undercutter.
Winner of this matchup will either face Knuckle Sandwich or Impact in the next round, depending on how that fight goes.
And you know who runs Knuckle Sandwich, Kyle?
I do. It's the man you've seen by the cage more than anyone else today.
5,
the seated
4,
wonder, Peter
3,
Garnache.
2, 1. Fight, robots, fight.
Altogether, these bots have a combined 33 knockouts.
It's chaos in the ring right now. I see Warhard hitting its own mini-bot, Monkfish hitting its own mini-bot. What a mess.
Before this event, Monkfish has only ever won 1 judge's decision. Or sorry, 4 judges' decisions. It's won by 13 knockouts.
Uh-oh, looks like a divot has caught Warhard.
Not surprised. Monkfish, is their weapon going or are they done?
Tough to say.
That weapon on Monkfish has been relatively bulletproof in the past. Oh yeah, we got some spin. We got some spin.
And
Monkfish
Warhard
down the drive side.
The divot, but they did use their unstick for that, I believe.
Yeah, it was at least called for.
Looks like Monkfish is having trouble with that one side of their drive. But is Warheart getting counted out right now?
I think it is.
Wow.
And that's a knockout. Your winner by knockout. No surprise there. She's already got 13 of them under her belt. Rachel de Guzman and the Monkfish.
Well, at least Peter won't have to fight himself in the next one.
He'll end up fighting himself at least once today.
I'm sure. What a chaotic match.
Break for Jonathan Juarez. Both Warhards now out of the tournament. But beating Monkfish, tall order. Tall order. For anybody. That is a Golden Dumpster winner. An extremely powerful and reliable robot, even with half of its drive side gone, able to pull off the knockout victory.
Jonathan had a pretty decent year, though. He was out in Rochester when we did the RIT event. He's been to a bunch of tournaments.
Yeah, he's been up from Texas a lot. He should get an apartment here, quite frankly. He's been here so much. But yeah, he's got a tough. We're not able to get past the round of 16 in both weight classes, despite qualifying in both weight classes. Rough draw for him today. He's had some really, really, really tough fights. And quite frankly, I think his enemy was more the arena than anything else in that 30-pound weight class.
No, he gave me a smile as he walked by. I think he'll be back next year.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to see Jonathan Juarez again. That guy is an incredible competitor, super smart guy, really talented individual, and his bots just hit hard and work really well, and they look amazing.
It's a great combination. I'm excited to see what he brings out next year. I'm excited for his future in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan Juarez, really quality individual too. Always one of my favorite people to talk to up in the pits. Peter Garnache kind of freed up some of his schedule today, so he's got several other things going on. He doesn't have to jump in and help his Texas comrade Jonathan anymore.
But he does have to fight Monkfish, and that is no short order.
And Silent Spring. Don't forget about that.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, because repeater.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, so we've got a big fight coming your way. In just a bit, it's going to be Caldera versus Eruption, the first ever Boxel on Boxel, Boxel Fest, if you will. We spoke to Brian earlier today. This is what he said about the possibility of fighting his dad.
I'm here with Brian Boxel and Eruption, who just was in an absolute slugfest with Red Panda. And the way the cards fell, you have unseated Red Panda and you are making your way into the bracket. Can you first just really quickly sum up that fight, because it was a nail biter?
That was my third time fighting Red Panda. I thought I was going to have that a lot more handily than I did. I had it in the bag for 1 minute and 30, and then I lost my left side drive. I haven't gotten a chance to look at it yet, but I did not feel confident about getting that win at all. It did not inspire confidence. I am weary.
A lot of confidence has to get pulled together because you are now in the bracket and your very first match is with your father and Caldera.
Yeah.
You have been in 16 tournaments with your father, and it's the first time that you are going head-to-head here at NHRL with him. You probably have a lot of insights into his drive style, his bot. Tell me, what is Eruption going to do? What is your drive style going to be going against your dad?
I know that robot better than anyone else. I designed Caldera. Caldera was a Christmas gift from my dad. He's taken it and made modifications, but that is the robot I designed. I designed the weapon stack. I know where the weak points are. I know where the strong points are. I know that robot inside and out, and he does not know Eruption.
What's your drive style going to be against him?
Hit and hit and hit and hit in all the right places. I know that my weapon stack is stronger than Caldera's. He does not stand a chance on head-to-head.
Do you have a family wager on this?
We do not.
I'll just throw it out there. Loser shovels the snow all winter.
Whew, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Brian,
I think I'm going to do that either way.
Eruption looks great. This belongs like in a kit. Like, congratulations on pulling together this brand. The bot it's phenomenal. And I'm very proud of you for making your way into the finals here. I hope to see you later in the bracket.
Thank you. Today is the best chance I've ever had to win, and today is the best chance I'll ever have to win. This robot is very ready. I know I have what it takes to go to the end, and I'm going to do it.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Aww. Aww. That's
like
such
that.
a heartwarming story of two absolute killers. Yeah. You know, that's a lot of confidence coming from Brian Boxwell. Brian's had a lot of confidence all day. Yesterday when he walked up into the pits, he had the most energy of anybody I saw, and it was because he feels so prepared, so ready for this tournament. His bot's working beautifully.
Let's see what happens. Let's go to cage 2. Oh, well, that one's coming up in a bit, but this one.
Yeah, no, it's Knuckle Sandwich versus Impact. Speaking of Peter Garnache,
wow.
the guy never even makes it back up to the pits. He's just gotta stay
4, 3,
the whole time.
2,
The winner of this fight has to face Monkfish.
Fight, robots, fight.
Knuckle Sandwich getting the better of those impacts there, and taking out the multibots.
Impact sending itself flying, trying to self-right.
There are very few people here that I would say have a chance at beating Lars in a driving competition, but Peter Garnache is definitely one of them. He is an amazingly Oh, no!
Whoa, weird.
The weapon got speared. And it looks like the drive is struggling a little bit there, but yeah, he was able to capitalize.
All right, Lars, let's see a big shot on Knuckle Sandwich.
Not gonna happen, not gonna happen. Now the weapon-to-weapon impact definitely goes the way of Knuckle Sandwich. That weapon's just a little bit faster.
The mini-bots are locking horns over there.
Ooh, nice. So Lars speeds the weapon up to try to win those engagements. Nice shot from Lars. Lars wins a lot of competitions across the country.
Yeah, he grinds. He is everywhere fighting with this robot and his whole fleet of robots.
He is here at NHRL a lot, but he is yet to pull home the NHRL gold. Definitely going for it today, and you can see it in his drive style. Lars's parents are some of the best bot parents you will ever find. Both of them so supportive of their kid. His mom is definitely the more competitive of the two. His dad just wants everybody to win.
Silence coming from the weapon of Impact right now. That is his means of self-righting, so I think it would be spinning if it could.
Yeah, not good. Knuckle Sandwich weapon, you could hear it. It's quiet because it's so well balanced, so well put together. But it hits. Better get some movement there, Impact. I believe they've already called for their self-right, so they don't have another one available to them. And I just heard it called. That was for the pin. So they were able to get out from under there, but still not a lot of movement from Impact, just kind of twitching over there in the corner with 10 seconds left.
Oof. One last good one for the judges from Knuckle Sandwich.
Yeah, this is going to the judges, but man, Peter did not make it hard for him. All right, we are going to go right to cage 1 for more big bot action. This is Void taking on Slam Plan down there in the blue corner. This is going to be a very interesting matchup just because it's a bot, and a bot it's designed to kill.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Slam Plan is made to fight Void. Those big wheels are designed to straddle compact vertical spinners just like Void.
It is the car wash of death for small compact robots. Oh, that's stuck on the wheel. It's stuck in the wheel. That rubber guard around the wheel has been sucked into the weapon on Void. They are now entangled. That's not the purpose of that rubber guard. That is to give the Slam Plan some traction, but they are now trapped together. So now we have to see how the refs decide to separate these two robots. There's several ways you can do it, but it is not their job to unentangle the weapon on Void. So I do believe no matter kind of how this unstick goes, that weapon is going to be down on Void. Wouldn't you say? Yeah. Well, there's
I don't know.
I mean, it sucked it in there. Like, it's in there.
It's in. If it's really in there and wrapped, they're just going to have to cut it, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's all you could do to separate them. That means the weapon is still going to have a bunch of rubber, or whatever that material is, wrapped around it. So you can see the safety clamps getting put on, make the robots as safe as possible so you can do the separation. That's not the right tool for separating
you need some
them.
Scissors.
Yeah, you need some scissors. That's an interesting idea. Like I said, the rubber is not meant to be an entanglement device, right? It is there to give Slam Plan traction. In fact, I've never actually seen this happen before with any of the big-wheeled robots. And there you see the knife was pulled out to cut the material. So it is, I mean, it's inside, and you can see he's banging on the weapon to try to shake the material loose, but that's not their responsibility. They don't have to do that. Wow, but they're going to try. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's nice as a way of phrasing that.
But typically when a material gets sucked into a spinning weapon like that, it's not a quick fix. Especially something like that could possibly melt, you know? Like it's in there. It's in there.
Zach from Promheta examining. He's got some experience with similar situations.
Boy, does he. He sucked an entire airbag into his weapon once. Yeah, that's right. An airbag from a motor vehicle. Just sucked it into the weapon. This is not quite as devastating, but probably going to have a similar effect on the fight, that's for sure. Void, very similar style of robot to Promheta.
All right, looks like they might let them back at it. Doubt we'll be seeing much spinning out of Void. Hopefully we'll be seeing it out of Slam Plan.
So Trevor from Void gonna have to drive his pants off here because there is no weapon. Okay, we're still seeing the paused match sign, so we're waiting for them to get back into their position. It does look like one side of the drive is also kind of down on Void. Good for Trevor for wanting to continue the fight, but oof. Entanglements happen. Intentional entanglements are not allowed. But if it is just a piece of your robot that is intended for something like traction, getting sucked into a weapon, that is an unfortunate side effect. So the hope here for Void is to try to get some control points, try to outlast Slam Plan. try to make Slamplan break their weapon against their own body. 2 minutes left, anything could happen, but man, this is a tough one for Trevor and Boyd to win. Team Defective really got an uphill battle in this matchup now.
Slamplan still doing what it does best. Straddle and smack. Removing parts one by one.
Amphisbaena awaits whoever wins this fight.
Amphisbaena's a strong bot.
Amphisbaena is an absolute world beater of a bot. That thing hits so hard and has a backup weapon if one goes down.
It is still the exact form factor that Slamplan is looking to fight.
Yeah. So much damage being done to the top and side plates of Void every single time they come into contact with that weapon on Slamplan.
Maybe one of these hits will dislodge that piece of rubber. It's jamming up their weapon.
Boy, that would be the best percussive maintenance I have ever seen in a fight. Oof. Nasty. You can see the armor on the front left side of Void. Nice job by Void getting them over onto their wheel.
The crowd is stoked for that one.
Yeah, and they're holding them in place. Slamplan doesn't have the kind of traditional keep away sticks on their side. They have to self-right via. So that's not a bad way to end the fight for the judges, but that is quite a judging rubric to overcome.
Yeah. I think Void did an amazing job considering the circumstances.
How about that?
They took every hit from Slamplan well, and they were able to do that little bit at the end at least.
Okay, give me 1 second. All right. Spin your weapon. Yep. Drive, and here's my A-bear. Yep. All righty. Gonna hand you over the cage.
All right, from here, we are going to take it to cage 2 for some 3-pound robot action, where we have Scurryfest and Clyde. So on the right of the screen there in orange is Clyde. It is a flamethrower robot. And to the left is Scurryfest. It's a 2-part with an undercutter.
Yeah, it's a shuffler main body bot with an undercutter, and then the secondary robot, you really can't call it a mini bot, but the secondary robot is an extremely powerful and durable control style robot being driven by Remy de Guzman. Representing Gabe from Team Too Hot to Handle.
He's a little bit of a hothead.
So Scurryfest has fought 8 times total in its career, and it is never lost.
It's impressive. Not a lot of undefeated robots. And 8 is still a lot in a row.
Scurryfest has been really durable today. That weapon has been pretty bulletproof. And the shuffler system, super smooth.
Clyde started out with some flamethrower issues, but in their last fight, they certainly had it dialed in.
Yeah, they had to make some changes to their flamethrower early on in the day today. I know they changed a lot in this robot, like between their last event and this one. So they've had to make some modifications throughout the day, but it's a very experienced team of very smart people. They were able to get everything up and running.
I really like what they've done with those central forks on Clyde. You can see the kind of toe caps on top of the pink. That gives them an extra point of hinging so that they're more flush to the ground. It also can be completely knocked off and you'd still have a functional fork underneath. It's a cool, unique design. And I can see the influence from their roommate, Brian Boxell of Eruption.
Yeah. Now here's a fun fact about Clyde. Clyde is a flamethrower / control style robot
5,
with a knockout record
4,
of 13 and 5.
2,
13 knockouts
Fight.
under their belt, and they are a
Robots
flamethrower
fight.
control robot. It's almost hard to see what's happening in this matchup because of how hot and how bright the flame on Clyde goes. But you can see they're trying to cook the wheels on the multi-bot and get any kind of traction on Scurryfest. Scurryfest is really doing a great job of keeping away from them. Nice pin. And the Fest side of Scurryfest.
Just waiting it out. You could see the air intake fan in the back there.
Oh, that's a lot of cooking. Just baking the scurry part of Scurryfest.
And now the Fest side.
Yeah, now the Fest side baking that. And you could see those big wheels, super tempting targets. That's just foam. It can melt. It
Can't
can
see
get all
much
gooey.
there.
You could prepare your bot as much as you want with that tape, but quite frankly, after a while, that just becomes like wrapping your baked potato. You're still just cooking the inside of the robot.
And you know, like with cooking, the residual heat can get you.
Yeah, stays in there. The solder starts to get loosey-goosey. The belts start to get all loosey-goosey. Anything that's made out of 3D printed material starts to just unzip and come apart.
Goes from a fine medium rare to kind of a chewy well done.
Ooh, good one. I like that analysis. Nice pin and fire there on the Fest side of Scurryfest. Scurry side coming in around the back, trying to get a hit on the wheels. Those are big, tempting wheels on Clyde for a bot like Scurryfest.
And even though that frame is starting to get scorched on Scurryfest, the weapon's still spinning. All drive sides still seem to be working.
And there you go, nice pin and cook.
Oh, this is perfect for Clyde. Let's get that flame blasting.
They're just keeping it reasonable, really. They're just keeping that flame nice and concentrated on the bottom side of Scurryfest.
Not a lot of movement out of Clyde's mini-bot.
No, this one will go to the judges, but man. Oh, you can see that blade's a little bit stuck in the wall there on the Scurry portion of Scurryfest. They're trying to unstick them. They're able to get out now, but yeah, with the last 7 seconds, I think this match is going to end with a little flame and pin action if Clyde can get that flamethrower going.
Oh, I see the inside flame. Let's get it out there.
There's going to have to be some functionality testing on these just to see how everything ended, but that was a really interesting back and forth.
Yeah, so weapon damage matters. Damage to your weapon. Flamethrowers, if you run out of fuel, it is not considered damage to your weapon.
Right, because we limit that fuel for safety reasons.
Exactly. However, if your igniter goes out, whether it's like a glow plug or a spark gap igniter,
air intake fans, anything to help with the function of that weapon,
that can still count as weapon damage.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I definitely saw the glow plug glowing in Clyde at the end there. So I would have to imagine that it's just running out of fuel there at the end for Clyde.
All right, we have some judges' decisions to give you. Knuckle Sandwich does defeat Impact. No surprise there. Peter Garnache moving on yet with another robot in this tournament. And another not surprising outcome. Slam Plan is your winner over Void. The business cat is back. All right, so we are going back to cage 1. All right, so it looks like we've got some 12-pound action for you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Okay, I believe
Robots
that's Son of
fight.
Cram in the pink corner and Doppelganger coming out of the blue corner.
Both coming at you with cam lifter style weapons, but one of them being driven by the cam lifter king.
So kind of a Southwest team going on from Son of Cram, David Small out of Arizona, and the Minibot being driven by Jeff Waters from Nevada.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Vegas representing out there, but Doppelganger, an extremely powerful double spinner bot. And it's been doing extremely well today with their dual egg beater style spinner.
It's pretty wild. We've got 2 dual egg beaters in the 12-pound class this deep into the tournament.
Yes, both still in the tournament so far. We'll see how this goes.
Yep, they got the better of that exchange against Son of Cram, and it's looking like they continue to win these weapon-to-weapon contacts.
It's a nice shot there.
Every engagement seems to be going Doppelganger's way.
In a lot of ways, they've got multiple chances, right? If only one of those weapons slows down from one impact, the other one's still at full speed. All of the forks are off on Doppelganger's Minibot there, though. They are just a brick now.
And it looks like Son of Cram's Minibot is down to 1 fork on their cam lifter.
Right, but you've got Jeff Waters driving that one, seated by the box there. Jeff is the master of the cam lifter.
It seems more like a butter knife when it's just the one.
That's true. I would not let it butter my bread, though. That seems unsanitary and unsafe. And like you wouldn't have much bread left afterwards. Oh, not a lot of movement coming out of Doppelganger there. I don't know if they're high-centered on something or if they're just having some drive issues.
He might be having his bread buttered.
Now they're upside down, able to get away from Jeff Waters.
Interesting.
That's a whole lot of plywood that they're chewing up out there.
Yeah, they're looking to slam into the wall with their weapons so that they can bounce back onto their wheels. But that's the match. This one's going to go to the judges, and that feels tough. That was a tough match to judge.
Absolutely. Yeah, Brooks doing their best to try to keep that bot running the entire time.
The Gator Robotics team from the University of Florida. Russ Doppelganger.
Can I see function, please? What function do you got?
Ref Nick asking for a functionality test, so the judges would like to see from both of these robots their drive systems, their weapon systems working at the end of the fight.
All right, so we are going to await a judge's decision on that matchup, but in the meantime, let's go up to the pits to our friend Chris. Chris, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, here at NHRL all the time we see builders and drivers that are constantly pushing the meta, dialing in their bots, making it 1% better, 0.5% better. The other half of the equation is there's folks out there that bring the fun. And I'm standing here with Kokoto Mane, who is that builder. Kokoto is the builder of Power of Friendship, one of the most fun sets of bots that we've ever had here at NHRL, and because of that, the NHRL community has voted, and I am proud to present you, Kokoto, with the Most Fun Bot Award of 2024. take a look at this thing. It's got an emulator built into it. It looks like you can play games on this thing. So this might be the most fun award I've seen for the most fun bot. Let me ask you, do you have any shout outs or thank yous for the folks out there?
I mean, I might just cry right now. This is amazing. First off, I have to give a shout out to all my friends at the WPI Combat Robotics Club. They taught me so much. They helped me grow as a builder. They're the best friends I could ever have, and I wouldn't be here without them. And I just love them so much. They've helped me so much. I love them so much. They're the best friends in the world. So once again, shout out to Team WPI for helping me make the bots that I make. And I just love them so much. They're my best friends ever. I also want to give a massive shout out to just all of the fans and other builders who've shown me so much love and support for all the bots I build. It means so much to me. It means so much to know how much people in this community love me. And this award is just perfect. I love this so much. So thank you to everyone who has supported me, who's been nice to me. This is the best community I've ever been a part of. I love being here. I love this sport. I love robot fighting. I love the people here. Thank you so much. This means everything to me.
Kokoto, keep bringing the fun.
I will, man. I will. Thank you.
Back to you guys at the desk.
Yay!
Kokoto is the best. All right, so we go from the fun that is Kokoto Mane and the power of friendship to Boxelfest. Boxelfest
5,
2024.
4, 3,
Brian Boxel,
2,
Glenn Boxel,
1.
Caldera,
Robots
Eruption.
fight.
Here we go. Ow.
Brian said he knows every weakness of Caldera and he's going to exploit them. I believe, based on that first hit, that the weak side of Caldera is the part without the spinning blade.
Yeah, that's very true. And that left side of the blade is where the blade goes back into the bot. Kind of gives you a little bit of advantage when you shove your wedge into that. Because it creates, yeah, the big pops like that. This is definitely an uphill climb for Caldera just from a geometry standpoint. Glenn is no slouch when it comes to this kind of geometry issue, though.
I believe he is inverted at this point.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he's been upside down for a minute.
And continues to be even after hitting the roof a couple times.
Now he's right on the reels. Ooh, missed an opportunity to hit the backside of Eruption there. Oh, nasty.
That was a good exchange for Caldera, but Eruption recovers so fast.
And he comes in. The wedge is now off of Eruption. And Eruption is upside down. This is the time for Glenn to capitalize and come in and hit those side plates. The wedge mount not holding onto Eruption at all. So it is going to be weapon to weapon from this point on.
It needs to just come off at this point for
Eruption.
Eruption.
It's a liability now. It's going to get high-centered underneath the bot at this point.
We know that wedge can get
Caldera's
sucked into
just stuck on the
horizontals.
wall. Now they're able to move down. Eruption kind of showing some mercy there, not going after them. I'm not sure why. We're down to the last minute. Both bots are still functional, albeit pretty worse for the wear. Oh no, is that the weapon? Nope, weapon's fine.
Both weapons still going.
Both drives still going.
Incredible. Now I bet Brian's going to let him fall back to the ground and then zip right in.
Nice shot there from Brian. He really has been picking his moments here at the last minute of this fight, but the weapon on Caldera, still some life in it. The drive does seem to be down there on the right side of Caldera, so he is just a robot that can pivot.
Now.
I gotta tell you, this was a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Yes!
After years.
Yes!
That was the first ever Boxel versus Boxel match here at NHRL. And they went the full distance.
He is so
beautiful
excited.
arrangement of back and forths.
He doesn't have to shovel the snow.
Oh, he's still going to do it. That was awesome, Glenn says. Yeah, originally a Christmas present for his dad so his dad could play. His dad's always been really supportive of his robot habit. But Glenn has just gone off on his own with Caldera, winning dumpsters on his own right, and being just an amazing driver and competitor here. So it was very cool to see the two of them go at each other.
Absolutely.
And that was a much closer matchup than I was expecting. I think they did phenomenally. Everybody was working at the end.
Yeah,
Listen.
no one was holding back the entire time.
And kind of the first blood really was Brian's wedge.
Surprisingly, too.
Yeah, it came right off. All right, we are replaying this matchup.
Absolutely.
We have to see this again. These hits were crazy. Look at that roof shot right off the bat. Hello.
Yes, let's see it.
And there's the wedge just not really holding on anymore. And then that's where Caldera kind of took over the matchup. Took a moment for Brian to really regain control, but once those weapon-to-weapon engagements started going back, Brian was really able to just maintain control from that point on. Yeah, at the end of the day, both robots still functioning. Nobody got counted out. That goes to the judges. Wow.
All right, we're hopping back to the big cage at cage 1, where we have Honeyfied in the pink corner and Hooligan in the blue.
Fight, robots, fight.
Instant de-weaponing on Hooligan. The first shot from Honeyfied. That's gonna change this fight for sure. The cam lifter on Honeyfied is teeing up the weaponless Hooligan. There's nothing to hold back for.
Oh, nice. They escaped, and now Honeyfight's stuck in the wall.
Honeyfied is deep in that wall.
Yeah, that ain't good. They're trying to shake themselves loose. There they go. And Hooligan not able to capitalize because they're stuck up on the cam lifters.
They also had their drum completely removed.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
That
Yeah,
very
that's
first
gone.
hit.
That's all gone. Hooligan, Jack, Zapotnik, a bot that's been doing very well today.
So you may ask, why wouldn't Hooligan just tap out? Well, it's the end of the season, and you saw Honeyfied get locked into the wall there.
Anything can happen.
It could happen again, and that could be it.
Yeah, at this point, Jack has nothing to lose. Just keep hitting them and hope that something breaks on Honeyfied and doesn't break on Hooligan. But now they're down a wheel.
Oh dear, I'm getting a little concerned though for the state of Hooligan. But again, nothing to hold back for. Still in it.
Hooligan, one of the Gator Robotics teams. First debuted at the January event last year. Qualified this year, but man, they are not in great shape. The more this match goes on, the less their tournament chances. Oof, nice hit there. And you can see Liam's really been cautious.
Yeah, it's a great time to practice controlling your rebounds, making sure that you don't necessarily careen into the kick plate after delivering your hits.
Yeah, you can see Dominic's just being a little bit reserved, still showing aggression, still getting damage. Oh, he's saying, hey, oh yeah, you can see Jack saying, get me down, hit me. And Dominic saying, I don't think I will. I don't think I will.
Yeah, I'd take a KO there. That's clear. This was just one of those fights that was, the narrative was completely written by that first hit.
Good fight. That was fun.
Yeah, that was.
I'm scared now. 'Cause it's full court. Yeah.
All right, we've got just a few
All right.
judges' decisions for you.
So wait, Honey Fight does go on to face full court in the next round, just so you know. That's a scary one to be at.
Yeah.
But let's give you some judges' decisions. No surprise here, your winner, Clyde, defeats Scurryfest, so Clyde will be moving on. Son of Cram defeats the Doppelgator, so Son of Cram and David Small will be moving on.
And Eruption over Caldera.
Oh, yeah, well.
That one technically went to the judges.
I forgot about that, but yeah, fair. All right, so yeah. We'll be right back. Log into the next stream. We'll be back at 7 o'clock Eastern, so that's an hour and 3 minutes from now in prime time. So get yourself some dinner, get yourself some popcorn ready, crack open a cold beverage, and we will see you in about an hour.
See you soon.